Chapter 9, Part 2 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 2. A description of Brazil, etc. Brazil, a name signifying the Holy Cross, was discovered for the King of Portugal by Alvarez Cabral, Anno Domini 1501, extending almost from the equinoctial to 28 degrees south. The air is temperate and cool, in comparison of the West Indies, from stronger breezes and an opener country, which gives less interruption to the winds. The northernmost part of it, stretching about 180 leagues, a fine fertile country, was taken from the Portuguese by the Dutch West India Company, anno 1637 or thereabouts, but the conquerors, as is natural where there is little or no religion subsisting, made such heavy exactions on the Portuguese, and extended such cruelty to the natives, that prepared them both easily to unite for a revolt, facilitated by the Dutch mismanagement. For the States being at this time very intent on their India settlements, not only recalled Count Maurice their governor, but neglected supplies to their garrisons. However, though the others were countenanced with a fleet from Portugal, and had the affection of the natives, yet they found means to withstand and struggle with this superior power from 1643 to 1660, and then was wholly abandoned by them, on articles dishonourable to the Portuguese, viz., that the Dutch, on relinquishing, should keep all the places they had conquered in India from Portugal, that they should pay the States £800,000, and permit them still the liberty of trade to Africa and Brazil on the same custom and duties with the King of Portugal's subjects. But, since that time, new stipulations and treaties have been made, wherein the Dutch, who have been totally excluded the Brazil trade, have, in lieu thereof, a composition of 10% for the liberty of trading to Africa. And this is always left by every Portuguese ship, before she begins her slaving, with the Dutch general of the Gold Coast at Desmanhães. There are only 3 principal towns of trade on the Brazil coast: San Salvador, San Sebastian, Pernambuco. St. Salvador in the Bahia Los Todos Santos is an archbishopric and seat of the viceroy, the chief port of trade for importation, where most of the gold from the mines is lodged, and whence the fleets for Europe generally depart. The seas about it abound with whalefish, which in the season they catch in great numbers. The flesh is salted up generally to be the victualling of their slave ships, and the train reserved for exportation, at 30 and 35 milreis a pipe. Rio Janeiro, the town St. Sebastian, is the southernmost of the Portuguese, the worst provided of necessaries, but commodious for a settlement, because nigh the mine, and convenient to supervise the slaves, who, as I have been told, do usually allow their master $1 per diem, and have the overplus of their work, if any, to themselves. The gold from hence is esteemed the best, for being of a copperish colour, and they have a mint to run it into coin, both here and at Bahia, the moijos of either having the initial letters of each place upon them. Pernambuco, though mentioned last, is the second in dignity, a large and populous town, and has its rise from the ruins of Olinda, or the Handsome, a city of a far pleasanter situation 6 miles up the river, but not so commodious for traffic and commerce. Just above the town the river divides itself into 2 branches, not running directly into the sea, but to the southward, and in the nook of the island made by that division stands the governor's house, a square plain building of Prince Maurice's, with 2 towers, on which are only this date inscribed, anno 1641. The avenues to it are every way pleasant, through vistas of tall coconut trees. Over each branch of the river is a bridge. That leading to the country is all of timber, but the other to the town, of 26 or 28 arches, is half of stone, made by the Dutch, who in their time had little shops and gaming houses on each side for recreation. The pavements also of the town are in some places of broad tiles, the remaining fragments of their conquest. The town has the outer branch of the river behind it, and the harbour before it, jetting into which latter are close quays, for the weighing and receiving of customage on merchandise, and for the meeting and conferring of merchants and traders. The houses are strong built, but homely, latticed like those of Lisbon for the admission of air, without closets and, what is worse, hearths, which makes their cookery consist all in frying and stewing upon stoves, and that they do till the flesh become tender enough to shake it to pieces, and one knife is then thought sufficient to serve a table of half a score. The greatest inconvenience of Pernambuco is, that there is not one public house in it, so that strangers are obliged to hire any ordinary one they can get at a guinea a month, and others who come to transact affairs of importance must come recommended, if it were only for the sake of privacy. The market is stocked well enough, beef being at 5 farthings per pound, a sheep or goat at 9 shillings, a turkey 4 shillings, and fowls 2 shillings, the largest I ever saw, and may be procured much cheaper by hiring a man to fetch them out of the country. The dearest in its kind is water, which being setched in vessels from Olinda, will not be put on board in the road under 2 cruzados a pipe. The Portuguese here are darker than those of Europe, not only from a warmer climate, but their many intermarriages with the negroes, who are numerous there, and some of them of good credit and circumstances. The women, not unlike the mulatto generation everywhere else, are fond of strangers. Not only the courtesans, whose interest may be supposed to wind up their affections, but also the married women, who think themselves obliged, when you favour them with the secrecy of an appointment. But the unhappiness of pursuing amours is, that the generality of both sexes are touched with venereal taints, without so much as one surgeon among them, or anybody skilled in physic, to cure or palliate the progressive mischief. The only person pretending that way is an Irish father, whose knowledge is all comprehended in the virtues of 2 or 3 simples, and those, with the salubrity of the air and temperance, is what they depend on for subduing the worst of malignity. And it may not be unworthy notice, that though few are exempted from the misfortune of a running, eruptions, or the like, yet I could hear of none precipitated into those deplorable circumstances we see common in unskilful mercurial processes. There are 3 monasteries and about 6 churches, none of them rich or magnificent, unless one dedicated to Saint Antonio, the patron of their kingdom, which shines all over with exquisite pieces of paint and gold. The export of Brazil, besides gold, is chiefly sugars and tobacco. The latter are sent off in rolls of a quintal weight, kept continually moistened with molasses, which, with the soil it springs from, imparts a strong and peculiar scent, more sensible than the snuff made from it, which, though under prohibition of importing to Lisbon, sells here at 2 shillings per pound, as the tobacco does at about 6 milrais a roll. The finest of their sugars sells at 8 shillings per roove, and a small ill-tasted rum drawn from the dregs and molasses at 2 testunes a gallon. Besides these, they send off great quantities of Brazil wood, and whale oil, some gums and parrots. The latter are different from the African in colour and bigness, for as they are blue and larger, these are green and smaller, and the females of them ever retain the wild note, and cannot be brought to talk. In lieu of this produce, the Portuguese, once every year by their fleet from Lisbon, import all manner of European commodities; and whoever is unable or negligent of supplying himself at that season, buys at a very advanced rate before the return of another. To transport passengers, slaves, or merchandise from one settlement to another, or in fishing, they make use of bark logs, by the Brazilians called fingadas. They are made of 4 pieces of timber, the 2 outermost longest, pinned and fastened together and sharpened at the ends. Towards each extremity a stool is fixed to sit on for paddling, or holding by, when the agitation is more than ordinary. With these odd sort of engines, continually washed over by the water, do these people, with a little triangular sail spreeted about the middle of it, venture out of sight of land, and along the coasts for many leagues in any sort of weather, and if they overset with a squall, which is not uncommon, they swim and presently turn it upright again. The natives are of the darkest copper colour, with thin hair, of a square, strong make, and muscular, but not so well looking as the woolly generation. They acquiesce patiently to the Portuguese government, who use them much more humanly and Christian-like than the Dutch did, and by that means have extended quietness and peace, as well as their possessions, 300 or 400 miles into the country. a country abounding with fine pastures and numerous herds of cattle, and yields a vast increase from everything that is sown. Hence they bring down to us parrots, small monkeys, armadillos, and sanguines, and I have been assured they have, far inland, a serpent of a vast magnitude, called Cebolla, able, they say, to swallow a whole sheep. I have seen myself here the skin of another species full 6 yards long, and therefore think the story not improbable. The harbour of Pernambuco is, perhaps, singular. It is made of a ledge of rocks half a cable's length from the main, and but little above the surface of the water, running at that equal distance and height several leagues, towards Cape Augustine, a harbour running between them capable of receiving ships of the greatest burthen. The northernmost end of this wall of rock is higher than any part of the contiguous line, on which a little fort is built, commanding the passage either of boat or ship, as they come over the bar into the harbour. On the starboard side, that is the main, after you have entered a little way, stands another fort, a pentagon, that would prove of small account, I imagine, against a few disciplined men. And yet, in these, consists all their strength and security, either for the harbour or town. They have begun indeed a wall, since their removing from Olinda, designed to surround the latter, but the slow progress they make in raising it leaves room to suspect 'twill be a long time in finishing. The road without is used by the Portuguese, when they are nigh sailing for Europe and wait for the convoy, or are bound to Bahia to them, and by strangers only when necessity compels. The best of it is in 10-fathom water, near 3 miles west-northwest from the town. Nigher in is foul with the many anchors lost there by the Portuguese ships, and farther out in 14-fathom, corally and rocky. July is the worst and winter season of this coast, the trade winds being then very strong and dead, bringing in a prodigious and unsafe swell into the road, intermixed every day with squalls, rain, and a hazy horizon, but at other times serener skies and sunshine. In these southern latitudes is a constellation, which from some resemblance it bears to a Jerusalem cross, has the name of Croziers, the brightest of this hemisphere, and are observed by, as the North Star is in northern latitudes. But what I mention this for is, to introduce the admirable phenomenon in these seas of the Magellanic clouds, whose risings and sittings are so regular that I have been assured the same nocturnal observations are made by them as by the stars. They are 2 clouds, small and whitish, no larger in appearance than a man's hat, and are seen here in July in the latitude of 88 degrees south, about 4 of the clock in the morning. If their appearance should be said to be the reflection of light from some stellary bodies above them, yet the difficulty is not easily answered, how these, beyond others, become so durable and regular in their motions. From these casual observations on the country, the towns, coast and seas of Brazil, it would be an omission to leave the subject without some essay on an interloping slave trade here, which none of our countrymen are adventurous enough to pursue, though it very probably, under a prudent manager, would be attended with safety and very great profit. And I admire the more it is not struck at, because ships from the southern coast of Africa don't lengthen the voyage to the West Indies a great deal by taking a part of Brazil in their way. The disadvantages the Portuguese are under for purchasing slaves are these, that they have very few proper commodities for Guinea, and the gold, which was their chiefest by an edict in July 1722, stands now prohibited from being carried thither, so that the ships employed therein are few, and insufficient for the great mortality and call of their mines. Besides, should they venture at breaking so destructive a law as the above mentioned, as no doubt they do, or they could make little or no purchase, yet gold does not raise its value like merchandise in travelling, especially to Africa, and when the composition with the Dutch is also paid, they may be said to buy their negroes at almost double the price the English, Dutch or French do, which necessarily raises their value extravagantly at Brazil. Those who can, purchase one, buying a certain annuity than South Sea stock. Thus far of the call for slaves at Brazil. I shall now consider and obviate some difficulties objected against any foreigners, suppose English, interposing in such a trade, and they are some on theirs and some on our side. On their side it is prohibited under pain of death, a law less effectual to the prevention of it than pecuniary munix would be, because a penalty so inadequate and disproportioned is only in terrorem, and makes it merciful in the governor or his instruments to take a composition of 8 or 10 moidores when any subject is catched, and is the common custom so to do as often as they are found out. On our side it is confiscation of what they can get, which, considering they have no men of war to guard the coast, need be very little, without supine neglect and carelessness. I am a man of war or privateer, and being in want of provisions, or in search of pirates, put into Pernambuco for intelligence, to enable me for the pursuit. The dread of pirates keeps every one off, till you have first sent an officer, with the proper compliments to the governor, who immediately gives leave for your buying every necessary you are in want of, provided it be with money, and not an exchange of merchandise, which is against the laws of the country. On this first time of going on shore depends the success of the whole affair, and requires a cautious and discreet management in the person entrusted. He will be immediately surrounded at landing with the great and the small rabble, to inquire who, and whence he comes, and whither bound, etc., and the men are taught to answer, from Guinea, denying anything of a slave on board, which are under hatches, and make no show, nor need they, for those who have money to lay out will conclude on that themselves. By that time the compliment is paid to the governor, the news has spread all round the town, and some merchant addresses you as a stranger to the civility of his house, but privately desires to know what negroes he can have, and what price. A governor may possibly use an instrument in sifting this, but the appearance of the gentleman, and the circumstance of being so soon engaged after leaving the other, will go a great way in forming a man's judgment, and leaves him no room for the suspicion of such a snare. However, to have a due guard, intimations will suffice, and bring him, and friends enough to carry off the best part of a cargo in 2 nights' time, from 20 to 30 moidores a boy, and from 30 to 40 a manslave. The hazard is less at Rio Janeiro. There has been another method attempted of settling a correspondence with some Portuguese merchant or two, who, as they may be certain within a fortnight of any vessels arriving on their coast with slaves, might settle signals for the debarking them at an unfrequented part of the coast, but whether any exceptions were made to the price, or that the Portuguese dread discovery and the severest prosecution on so notorious a breach of the law, I cannot tell, but it has hitherto proved abortive. However, stratagems laudable and attended with profit, at no other hazard as I can perceive than loss of time, are worth attempting. It is what is every day practised with the Spaniards from Jamaica. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Chapter 9, Part 3 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 3. Upon this coast our rovers cruised for about 9 weeks, keeping generally out of sight of land, but without seeing a sail, which discouraged them so that they determined to leave the station and steer for the West Indies, and in order thereto stood in to make the land for the taking of their departure, and thereby they fell in, unexpectedly, with a fleet of 42 sail of Portuguese ships off the bay of Os Todos Santos, with all their lading in for Lisbon, several of them of good force, who lay to waiting for 2 men of war of 70 guns each, their convoy. However, Roberts thought it should go hard with him, but he would make up his market among them, and thereupon mixed with the fleet, and kept his men hid till proper resolutions could be formed. That done, they came close up to one of the deepest, and ordered her to send the master on board quietly, threatening to give them no quarters if any resistance or signal of distress was made. The Portuguese, being surprised at these threats, and the sudden flourish of cutlasses from the pirates, submitted without a word, and the captain came on board. Roberts saluted him after a friendly manner, telling him that they were gentlemen of fortune, but that their business with him was only to be informed which was the richest ship in that fleet, and, if he directed them right, he should be restored to his ship without molestation, otherwise he must expect immediate death. Whereupon this Portuguese master pointed to one of 40 guns and 150 men, a ship of greater force than the Rover, but this no ways dismayed them. they mere Portuguese, they said, and so immediately steered away for him. When they came within hail, the master whom they had prisoner was ordered to ask how Señor Capitaine did, and to invite him on board, for that he had a matter of consequence to impart to him, which being done, he returned for answer, that he would wait upon him presently. But by the bustle that immediately followed, the pirates perceived they were discovered, and that this was only a deceitful answer to gain time to put their ship in a posture of defence. So, without further delay, they poured in a broadside, boarded and grappled her. The dispute was short and warm, wherein many of the Portuguese fell, and 2 only of the pirates. By this time the fleet was alarmed, signals of top-gallant sheets flying and guns fired to give notice to the men of war who rid still at an anchor, and made but scurvy haste out to their assistance. And if what the pirates themselves related be true, the commanders of those ships were blamable to the highest degree, and unworthy the title, or so much as the name of men. For Roberts, finding the prize to sail heavy, and yet resolving not to lose her, lay by for the headmost of them, which much outsailed the other, and prepared for battle, which was ignominiously declined, though of such superior force, for not daring to venture on the pirate alone, he tarried so long for his consort as gave them both time leisurely to make off. They found this ship exceeding rich, being laden chiefly with sugar, skins, and tobacco, and in gold 40,000 moidores, beside chains and trinkets of considerable value, particularly a cross set with diamonds, designed for the King of Portugal, which they afterwards presented to the Governor of Guiana, by whom they were obliged. Elated with this booty, they had nothing now to think of but some safe retreat, where they might give themselves up to all the pleasures that luxury and wantonness could bestow, and for the present pitched upon a place called the Devil's Islands in the river of Surinam, on the coast of Guyana, where they arrived and found the civilest reception imaginable, not only from the governor and factory, but their wives, who exchanged wares and drove a considerable trade with them. They seized in this river a sloop, and by her gained intelligence that a brigantine had also sailed in company with her from Rhode Island, laden with provisions for the coast. A welcome cargo! They growing short in the sea store, and, as Sancho says, no adventures to be made without belly timber. One evening as they were rummaging, their mine of treasure, the Portuguese prize, this expected vessel was descried at masthead, and Roberts, imagining nobody could do the business so well as himself, takes 40 men in the sloop and goes in pursuit of her. But a fatal accident followed this rash though inconsiderable adventure, for Roberts, thinking of nothing less than bringing in the brigantine that afternoon, never troubled his head about the sloop's provision, nor inquired what there was on board to subsist such a number of men. But out he sails after his expected prize, which he not only lost further sight of, but after 8 days contending with contrary winds and currents, found themselves 30 leagues to leeward. The current still opposing their endeavours, and perceiving no hopes of beating up to their ship, they came to an anchor, and inconsiderately sent away the boat to give the rest of the company notice of their condition, and to order the ship to them. But too soon, even the next day, their wants made them sensible of their infatuation, for their water was all expended, and they had taken no thought how they should be supplied till either the ship came or the boat returned, which was not likely to be under 5 or 6 days. Here, like Tantalus, they almost famished in sight of the fresh streams and lakes, being drove to such extremity at last that they were forced to tear up the floor of the cabin and patch up a sort of tub or tray with rope yarns to paddle ashore and fetch off immediate supplies of water to preserve life. After some days the long-wished-for boat came back, but with the most unwelcome news in the world, for Kennedy, who was lieutenant and left in absence of Roberts to command the privateer and prize, was gone off with both. This was mortification with a vengeance, and you may imagine they did not depart without some hard speeches from those that were left and had suffered by their treachery. And that there need be no further mention of this Kennedy, I shall leave Captain Roberts for a page or two with the remains of his crew to vent their wrath in a few oaths and execrations, and follow the other, whom we may reckon from that time as steering his course towards Execution Dock. Kennedy was now chosen captain of the revolted crew, but could not bring his company to any determined resolution. Some of them were for pursuing the old game, but the greater part of them seemed to have inclinations to turn from those evil courses and get home privately, for there was no act of pardon in force. Therefore they agreed to break up, and every man to shift for himself as he should see occasion. The first thing they did was to part with the great Portuguese prize, and having the master of the sloop, whose name I think was Kane, aboard, who they said was a very honest fellow, for he had honoured them upon every occasion, told them of the brigantine that Roberts went after. And when the pirates first took him, he complimented them at an odd rate, telling them they were welcome to his sloop and cargo, and wished that the vessel had been larger, and the loading richer for their sakes. To this good-natured man they gave the Portuguese ship, which was then above half loaded, 3 or 4 negroes, and all his own men, who returned thanks to his kind benefactors, and departed. Captain Kennedy in the Rover sailed to Barbados, near which island they took a very peaceable ship belonging to Virginia. The commander was a Quaker, whose name was Knott. He had neither pistol, sword, nor cutlass on board, and Mr. Knott, appearing so very passive to all they said to him, some of them thought this a good opportunity to go off, and accordingly 8 of the pirates went aboard, and he carried them safe to Virginia. They made the Quaker a present of 10 chests of sugar, 10 rolls of Brazil tobacco, 30 moitos, and some gold dust, in all to the value of about £250. They also made presents to the sailors, some more, some less, and lived a jovial life all the while they were upon their voyage, Captain Knott giving them their way, nor indeed could he help himself, unless he had taken an opportunity to surprise them when they were either drunk or asleep, for awake they wore arms aboard the ship, and put him in a continual terror, it not being his principle, or the sex, to fight, unless with art and collusion. He managed these weapons well till he arrived at the Capes, and afterwards 4 of the pirates went off in a boat, which they had taken with them for the more easily making their escapes, and made up the bay towards Maryland, but were forced back by a storm into an obscure place of the country, where, meeting with good entertainment among the planters, they continued several days without being discovered to be pirates. In the meantime, Captain Knott, leaving 4 others on board his ship, who intended to go to North Carolina, made what haste he could to discover to Mr. Spotswood the governor what sort of passengers he had been forced to bring with him, who by good fortune got them seized. And search being made after the others, who were revelling about the country, they were also taken, and all tried, convicted, and hanged. 2 Portuguese Jews, who were taken on the coast of Brazil, and whom they brought with them to Virginia, being the principal evidences. The latter had found means to lodge part of their wealth with the planters, who never brought it to account. But Captain Knott surrendered up everything that belonged to them, that were taken aboard, even what they presented to him, in lieu of such things as they had plundered him of in their passage, and obliged his men to do the like. Some days after the taking of the Virginia man last mentioned, in cruising in the latitude of Jamaica, Kennedy took a sloop bound thither from Boston, loaded with bread and flour. Aboard of this sloop went all the hands who were for breaking the gang, and left those behind that had a mind to pursue further adventures. Among the former were Kennedy, their captain, of whole honour they had such a despicable notion that they were about to throw him overboard, when they found him in the sloop, as fearing he might betray them all at their return to England. He, having in his childhood been bred a pickpocket, and before he became a pirate, a housebreaker. Both professions that these gentlemen have a very mean opinion of. However, Captain Kennedy, by taking solemn oaths of fidelity to his companions, was suffered to proceed with them. In this company there was but one that pretended to any skill in navigation, for Kennedy could neither write nor read, he being preferred to the command merely for his courage, which indeed he had often signalized, particularly in taking the Portuguese ship. And he proved to be a pretender only, for shaping their course to Ireland, where they agreed to land, they ran away to the northwest coast of Scotland, and there were tossed about by hard storms of wind for several days, without knowing where they were, and in great danger of perishing. At length they pushed the vessel into a little creek, and went all ashore, leaving the sloop at an anchor for the next comers. The whole company refreshed themselves at a little village, about 5 miles from the place where they left the sloop, and passed there for shipwrecked sailors, and no doubt might have travelled on without suspicion, but the mad and riotous manner of their living on the road occasioned their journey to be cut short, as we shall observe presently. Kennedy and another left them here, and travelling to one of the seaports shipped themselves for Ireland, and arrived there in safety. 6 or 7 wisely withdrew from the rest, travelled at their leisure, and got to their much-desired port of London without being disturbed or suspected. But the main gang alarmed the country wherever they came, drinking and roaring at such a rate that the people shut themselves up in their houses in some places, not daring to venture out among so many mad fellows. In other villages they treated the whole town, squandering their money away, as if, like Aesop, they wanted to lighten their burthens. This expensive manner of living procured 2 of their drunken stragglers to be knocked on the head, they being found murdered in the road, and their money taken from them. All the rest, to the number of 17 as they drew nigh to Edinburgh, were arrested and thrown into jail, upon suspicion of they knew not what. However, the magistrates were not long at a loss for proper accusations, for 2 of the gang offering themselves for evidences were accepted of, and the others were brought to a speedy trial, whereof 9 were convicted and executed. Kennedy, having spent all his money, came over from Ireland, and kept a common bawdy house on Deptford Road, and now and then, 'twas thought, made an excursion abroad in the way of his former profession, till one of his household wenches gave information against him for a robbery, for which he was committed to Bridewell. But because she would not do the business by halves, she found out a mate of a ship that Kennedy had committed piracy upon, as he foolishly confessed to her. This mate, whose name was Grant, paid Kennedy a visit in Bridewell, and knowing him to be the man, procured a warrant, and had him committed to the Marshalsea prison. The game that Kennedy had now to play was to turn evidence himself. Accordingly he gave a list of 8 or 10 of his comrades, but, not being acquainted with their habitations, one only was taken, who, though condemned, appeared to be a man of a fair character, was forced into their service, and took the first opportunity to get from them, and therefore received, a pardon. But Walter Kennedy, being a notorious offender, was executed the 19th of July, 1721, at Execution Dock. The rest of the pirates who were left in the ship Rover stayed not long behind, for they went ashore to one of the West India Islands. What became of them afterwards, I can't tell, but the ship was found at sea by a sloop belonging to St. Christopher's, and carried into that island with only 9 negroes aboard. Thus we see what a disastrous fate ever attends the wicked, and how rarely they escape the punishment due to their crimes, who, abandoned to such a profligate life, rob, spoil, and prey upon mankind, contrary to the light and law of nature as well as the law of God. It might have been hoped that the examples of these deaths would have been as marks to the remainder of this gang how to shun the rocks their companions had split on, that they would have surrendered to mercy, or divided themselves for ever from such pursuits, as in the end they might be sure would subject them to the same law and punishment which they must be conscious they now equally deserved. Impending law, which never let them sleep well unless when drunk. But all the use that was made of it here was to commend the justice of the court that condemned Kennedy, for he was a sad dog, they said, and deserved the fate he met with. End of Chapter 9, Part 3. Read by Kate Mackenzie. Chapter 9, Part 4 of the General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 4. But to go back to Roberts, whom we left on the coast of Guyana in a grievous passion at what Kennedy and the crew had done, and who was now projecting new adventures with his small company in the sloop, but, finding hitherto they had been but as a rope of sand, they formed a set of articles, to be signed and sworn to for the better conservation of their society, and doing justice to one another, excluding all Irishmen from the benefit of it, to whom they had an implacable aversion upon the account of Kennedy. How indeed Roberts could think that an oath would be obligatory where defiance had been given to the laws of God and man, I can't tell, but he thought their greatest security lay in this, that it was everyone's interest to observe them if they were minded to keep up so abominable a combination. The following is the substance of the articles, as taken from the pirates' own informations. Number 1. Every man has a vote in affairs of moment, has equal title to the fresh provisions or strong liquors at any time seized, and use them at pleasure, unless a scarcity, no uncommon thing among them, make it necessary, for the good of all, to vote a retrenchment. Number 2. Every man to be called fairly in turn, by list, on board of prizes, because, over and above their proper share, they were on these occasions allowed a shift of clothes. But, if they defrauded the company to the value of $1, in plate, jewels, or money, marooning was their punishment. This was a barbarous custom of putting the offender on shore on some desolate or uninhabited cape or island, with a gun, a few shot, a bottle of water, and a bottle of powder, to subsist with or starve. If the robbery was only between one another, they contented themselves with slitting the ears and nose of him that was guilty, and set him on shore, not in an uninhabited place, but somewhere where he was sure to encounter hardships. Number 3. No person to game at cards or dice for money. Number 4. The lights and candles to be put out at 8 o'clock at night. If any of the crew after that hour still remained inclined for drinking, they were to do it on the open deck, which Roberts believed would give a check to their debauches, for he was a sober man himself, but found at length that all his endeavours to put an end to this debauch proved ineffectual. Number 5. To keep their piece, pistols, and cutlass clean, and fit for service. In this they were extravagantly nice, endeavouring to outdo one another in the beauty and richness of their arms, giving sometimes at an auction, at the mast, 30 or 40 pounds a pair for pistols. These were slung in time of service, with different coloured ribbons over their shoulders, in a way peculiar to these fellows, in which they took great delight. Number 6. No boy or woman to be allowed amongst them. If any man were found seducing any of the latter sex, and carried her to sea disguised, he was to suffer death, so that when any fell into their hands, as it chanced in the Onslow, they put a sentinel immediately over her to prevent ill consequences from so dangerous an instrument of division and quarrel. But then here lies the roguery. They contend who shall be sentinel, which happens generally to one of the greatest bullies, who, to secure the lady's virtue, will let none lie with her but himself. Number 7. To desert the ship or their quarters in battle was punished with death or marooning. Number 8. No striking one another on board, but every man's quarrels to be ended on shore, at sword and pistol. Thus the quartermaster of the ship, when the parties will not come to any reconciliation, accompanies them on shore with what assistance he thinks proper, and turns the disputants back to back at so many paces distance. At the word of command they turn and fire immediately, or else the piece is knocked out of their hands. If both miss, they come to their cutlasses, and then he is declared victor who draws the first blood. Number 9. No man to talk of breaking up their way of living till each had a share of £1,000. If in order to this any man should lose a limb or become a cripple in their service, he was to have $800 out of the public stock, and for lesser hurts proportionably. Number 10. The captain and quartermaster to receive 2 shares of a prize, the master, boatswain, and gunner 1 share and a half, and other officers 1 1/4. Number 11. The musicians to have rest on the Sabbath day, but the other 6 days and nights none without special favour. These, we are assured, were some of Roberts's articles, but as they had taken care to throw overboard the original they had signed and sworn to, there is a great deal of room to suspect the remainder contained something too horrid to be disclosed to any, except such as were willing to be sharers in the iniquity of them. Let them be what they will, they were together the test of all newcomers, who were initiated by an oath taken on a Bible, reserved for that purpose only, and were subscribed to in presence of the worshipful Mr. Roberts. And in case any doubt should arise concerning the construction of these laws, and it should remain a dispute whether the party had infringed them or no, a jury is appointed to explain them, and bring in a verdict upon the case in doubt. Since we are now speaking of the laws of this company, I shall go on, and, in as brief a manner as I can, relate the principal customs and government of this roguish commonwealth, which are pretty near the same with all pirates. For the punishment of small offences, which are not provided for by the articles, and which are not of consequence enough to be left to a jury, there is a principal officer among the pirates, called the quartermaster, of the men's own choosing, who claims all authority this way, excepting in time of battle. If they disobey his command, are quarrelsome and mutinous with one another, misuse prisoners, plunder beyond his order, and in particular, if they be negligent of their arms, which he musters at discretion, he punishes at his own arbitrament, with drubbing or whipping, which no one else dare do, without incurring the lash from all the ship's company. In short, this officer is trustee for the whole, is the first on board any prize, separating for the company's use what he pleases, and returning what he thinks fit to the owners, excepting gold and silver, which they have voted not returnable. After a description of the quartermaster and his duty, who acts as a sort of civil magistrate on board a pirate ship, I shall consider their military officer, the captain, what privileges he exerts in such anarchy and unruliness for the members. Why, truly very little. They only permit him to be a captain on condition that they may be captain over him. They separate to his use the great cabin, and sometimes vote him small parcels of plate and china, for it may be noted that Roberts drank his tea constantly. But then every man, as the humour takes him, will use the plate and china, intrude into his apartment, swear at him, seize a part of his victuals and drink if they like it, without his offering to find fault or contest it. Yet Roberts, by a better management than usual, became the chief director in everything of moment, and it happened thus. The rank of captain being obtained by the suffrage of the majority, it falls on one superior for knowledge and boldness, pistol-proof, as they call it, and can make those fear who do not love him. Roberts is said to have exceeded his fellows in these respects, and, when advanced, enlarged the respect that followed it, by making a sort of privy council of half a dozen of the greatest bullies, such as were his competitors, and had interest enough to make his government easy. Yet even those, in the latter part of his reign, he had run counter to in every project that opposed his own opinion, for which, and because he grew reserved, and would not drink and roar at their rate, a cabal was formed to take away his captainship, which death did more effectually. The captain's power is uncontrollable in chase or in battle, drubbing, cutting, or even shooting anyone who dares deny his command. The same privilege he takes over prisoners, who receive good or ill usage, mostly as he approves of their behaviour, for though the meanest would take upon them to misuse a master of a ship, yet he would control herein, when he see it, and merrily over a bottle give his prisoners this double reason for it. First, that it preserved his precedence, and secondly, that it took the punishment out of the hands of a much more rash and mad set of fellows than himself. When he found that rigour was not expected from his people, for he often practised it to appease them, then he would give strangers to understand that it was pure inclination that induced him to a good treatment of them, and not any love or partiality to their persons. For, says he, there is none of you but will hang me, I know, whenever you can clinch me within your power. And now seeing the disadvantages they were under for pursuing the account, viz., a small vessel ill prepared, and without provisions or stores, they resolved, one and all, with the little supplies they could get, to proceed for the West Indies, not doubting to find a remedy for all these evils, and to retrieve their loss. In the latitude of Desader, one of the islands, they took 2 sloops, which supplied them with provisions and other necessaries, and a few days afterwards took a brigantine belonging to Rhode Island, and then proceeded to Barbados, off of which island they fell in with a Bristol ship of 10 guns in her voyage out, from whom they took abundance of clothes, some money, 25 bales of goods, 5 barrels of powder, a cable, hawser, 10 casks of oatmeal, 6 casks of beef, and several other goods, besides 5 of their men. And after they had detained her 3 days, let her go, who being bound for the abovesaid island, she acquainted the governor with what had happened as soon as she arrived. Whereupon a Bristol galley that lay in the harbour was ordered to be fitted out with all imaginable expedition, of 20 guns and 80 men, there being then no man of war upon that station, and also a sloop with 10 guns and 40 men. The galley was commanded by one Captain Rogers of Bristol, and the sloop by Captain Graves of that island, and Captain Rogers by a commission from the governor was appointed commodore. The second day after Rogers sailed out of the harbour, he was discovered by Roberts, who, knowing nothing of their design, gave them chase. The Barbados ships kept an easy sail till the pirates came up with them, and then Roberts gave them a gun, expecting they would have immediately struck to his piratical flag, but instead thereof he was forced to receive the fire of a broadside with 3 huzzas at the same time, so that an engagement ensued, but Roberts being hardly put to it, was obliged to crowd all the sail the sloop would bear, to get off. The galley sailing pretty well, kept company for a long while, keeping a constant fire, which galed the pirate. However, at length, by throwing over their guns and other heavy goods, and thereby lightening the vessel, they with much ado got clear. But Roberts could never endure a Barbados man afterwards, and when any ships belonging to that island fell in his way, he was more particularly severe to them than others. Captain Roberts sailed in the sloop to the island of Dominica, where he watered and got provisions of the inhabitants, to whom he gave goods in exchange. At this place he met with 13 Englishmen, who had been set ashore by a French garde de la coste, belonging to Martinique, taken out of 2 New England ships that had been seized as prize by the said French sloop. The men willingly entered with the pirates, and it proved a seasonable recruit. They stayed not long here, though they had immediate occasion for cleaning their sloop, but did not think this a proper place, and herein they judged right, for the touching at this island had like to have been their destruction, because they having resolved to go away to the Grenada Islands for the aforesaid purpose, by some accident it came to be known to the French colony, who, sending word to the governor of Martinique, he equipped and manned 2 sloops to go in quest of them. The pirates sailed directly for the Granadillos, and hauled into a lagoon at Corvocoux, where they cleaned with unusual dispatch, staying but a little above a week, by which expedition they missed of the Martinique sloops only a few hours, Roberts sailing overnight, that the French arrived the next morning. This was a fortunate escape, especially considering that it was not from any fears of their being discovered that they made so much haste from the island, but, as they had the impudence themselves to own, for the want of wine and women. Thus narrowly escaped, they sailed for Newfoundland, and arrived upon the Banks the latter end of June 1720. They entered the harbour of Trepassey, with their black colours flying, drums beating, and trumpets sounding. There were 22 vessels in the harbour, which the men all quitted upon the sight of the pirate, and fled ashore. It is impossible particularly to recount the destruction and havoc they made here, burning and sinking all the shipping, except a Bristol galley, and destroying the fisheries and stages of the poor planters, without remorse or compunction. For nothing is so deplorable as power in mean and ignorant hands. It makes men wanton and giddy, unconcerned at the misfortunes they are imposing on their fellow creatures, and keeps them smiling at the mischiefs that bring themselves to no advantage. They are like madmen that cast firebrands, arrows, and death, and say, "Are not we in sport?" Roberts manned the Bristol galley he took in the harbour, and mounting 16 guns on board her, and, cruising out upon the Banks, he met with 9 or 10 sail of French ships, all which he destroyed, except one of 26 guns, which they seized, and carried off for their own use. This ship they christened the Fortune, and leaving the Bristol galley to the Frenchmen, they sailed away in company with the sloop on another cruise, and took several prizes, viz. the Richard of Bideford, Jonathan Whitfield, master, the Willing Mind of Poole, the Expectation of Topsham, and the Samuel, Captain Carey of London. Out of these ships they increased their company by entering all the men they could well spare in their own service. The Samuel was a rich ship, and had several passengers on board who were used very roughly, in order to make them discover their money, threatening them every moment with death if they did not resign everything up to them. They tore up the hatches, and entered the hold like a parcel of furies, and with axes and cutlasses cut and broke open all the bales, cases, and boxes they could lay their hands on, and, when any goods came upon deck that they did not like to carry aboard, instead of tossing them into the hold again, threw them overboard into the sea. All this was done with incessant cursing and swearing, more like fiends than men. They carried with them sails, guns, powder, cordage, and 8,000 or 9,000 pounds worth of the choicest goods, and told Captain Carey that they should accept of no act of grace, that the K and P might be damned with their acts of God for them. Neither would they go to Hope Point, to be hanged up a sun drying as Kidd's and Bradish's company were, but if they should ever be overpowered, they would set fire to the powder with a pistol, and go all merrily to hell together. After they had brought all the booty aboard, a consultation was held whether they should sink or burn the ship, but whilst they were debating the matter, they spied a sail, and so left the Samuel to give her chase. At midnight they came up with the same, which proved to be a Snow from Bristol, bound for Boston, Captain Bowles master. They used him barbarously, because of his country, Captain Rogers, who attacked them off Barbados, being of the city of Bristol. July the 16th, which was 2 days afterwards, they took a Virginiaman called the Little York, James Phillips master, and the Love of Liverpool, which they plundered and let go. The next day a Snow from Bristol, called the Phoenix, John Richards master, met with the same fate from them, as also a brigantine, Captain Thomas, and a sloop called the Sudbury. They took all the men out of the brigantine and sunk the vessel. When they left the banks of Newfoundland, they sailed for the West Indies, and the provisions growing short, they went for the latitude of the island Desaida, to cruise, it being esteemed the likeliest place to meet with such ships as, they used in their mirth to say, were consigned to them with supplies. And it has been very much suspected that ships have loaded with provisions at the English colonies on pretence of trading on the coast of Africa, when they have in reality been consigned to them. And though a show of violence is offered to them when they meet, yet they are pretty sure of bringing their cargo to a good market. However, at this time they missed with their usual luck, and provisions and necessaries becoming more scarce every day, they retired towards St. Christopher's, where, being denied all succour or assistance from the government, they fired in revenge on the town, and burnt 2 ships in the road, one of them commanded by Captain Cox of Bristol, and then retreated farther to the island of St. Bartholomew, where they met with much handsomer treatment, the governor not only supplying them with refreshments, but he and the chiefs caressing them in the most friendly manner; and the women, from so good an example, endeavoured to outvie each other in dress and behaviour to attract the good graces of such generous lovers, that paid well for their favours. End of Chapter 9, Part 4. Chapter 9, Part 5 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 5. Sated at length with these pleasures, and having taken on board a good supply of fresh provisions, they voted unanimously for the coast of Guinea, and in the latitude of 22° north in their voyage thither, met with a French ship from Martinique, richly laden and, which was unlucky for the master, had a property of being fitter for their purpose than the banker. Exchange was no robbery, they said, and so after a little mock complaisance to Monsieur for the favour he had done them, they shifted their men and took leave. This was their first royal fortune. In this ship Roberts proceeded on his designed voyage, but before they reached Guinea, he proposed to touch at Brava, the southernmost of Cape Verde Islands, and clean. But here again by an intolerable stupidity and want of judgment, they got so far to leeward of their port, that, despairing to regain it or any of the windward parts of Africa, they were obliged to go back again with the trade wind for the West Indies, which had very near been the destruction of them all. Surinam was the place now designed for, which was at no less than 700 leagues distance, and they had but 1 hogshead of water left to supply 124 souls for that passage, a sad circumstance that eminently exposes the folly and madness among pirates, and he must be an inconsiderate wretch indeed who, if he could separate the wickedness and punishment from the fact, would yet hazard his life amidst such dangers as their want of skill and forecast made them liable to. Their sins, we may presume, were never so troublesome to their memories as now that inevitable destruction seemed to threaten them, without the least glimpse of comfort or alleviation to their misery, for, with what face could wretches who had ravaged and made so many necessitous look up for relief? They had to that moment lived in defiance of the power that now alone they must trust for their preservation, and indeed, without the miraculous intervention of Providence, there appeared only this miserable choice, viz., a present death by their own hands, or a lingering one by famine. They continued their course, and came to an allowance of one single mouthful of water for 24 hours. Many of them drank their urine, or sea water, which, instead of allaying, gave them an inextinguishable thirst that killed them. Others pined and wasted a little more time in fluxes and aporexies, so that they dropped away daily. Those that sustained the misery best were such as almost starved themselves, forbearing all sorts of food, unless a mouthful or two of bread the whole day, so that those who survived were as weak as it was possible for men to be and alive. But if the dismal prospect they set out with gave them anxiety, trouble, or pain, what must their fears and apprehensions be when they had not one drop of water left, or any other liquor to moisten or animate? This was their case when, by the working of divine providence, no doubt, they were brought into soundings, and at night anchored in 7-fathom water. This was an inexpressible joy to them, and, as it were, fed the expiring lamp of life with fresh spirits. But this could not hold long. When the morning came, they saw land from the masthead, but it was at so great a distance that it afforded but an indifferent prospect to men who had drunk nothing for the 2 last days. However, they dispatched their boat away, and late the same night it returned, to their no small comfort, with a load of water, informing them that they had got off the mouth of Merewinga River on the coast of Surinam. One would have thought so miraculous an escape should have wrought some reformation, but, alas, they had no sooner quenched their thirst but they had forgot the miracle, till scarcity of provisions awakened their senses and bid them guard against starving. Their allowance was very small, and yet they would profanely say that Providence which had gave them drink would no doubt bring them meat also, if they would use but an honest endeavour. In pursuance of these honest endeavours, they were steering for the latitude of Barbados, with what little they had left to look out for more or starve, and in their way met a ship that answered their necessities, and after that a brigantine. The former was called the Greyhound, belonging to St. Christopher's and bound to Philadelphia, the mate of which signed the pirates' articles and was afterwards captain of the Ranger, consort to the Royal Fortune. Out of the ship and brigantine the pirates got a good supply of provisions and liquor, so that they gave over the designed cruise and watered at Tobago, and hearing of the 2 sloops that had been fitted out and sent after them at Corvocoo, they sailed to the island of Martinique to make the governor some sort of an equivalent for the care and expedition he had shown in that affair. It is the custom at Martinique for the Dutch interlopers that have a mind to trade with the people of the island to hoist their jacks when they come before the town. Roberts knew the signal, and being an utter enemy to them, he bent his thoughts upon mischief, and accordingly came in with his jack flying, which, as he expected, they mistook for a good market, and thought themselves happiest that could soonest dispatch off their sloops and vessels for trade. When Roberts had got them within his power, one after another, he told them he would not have it said that they came off for nothing, and therefore ordered them to leave their money behind, for that they were a parcel of rogues, and hoped they would always meet with such a Dutch trade as this was. He reserved one vessel to set the passengers on shore again, and fired the rest, to the number of 20. Roberts was so enraged at the attempts that had been made for taking of him by the governors of Barbados and Martinique, that he ordered a new jack to be made, which they ever after hoisted, with his own figure portrayed, standing upon 2 skulls, and under them the letters A.B.H. and A.M.H., signifying a Barbadian's and Martinican's head, as may be seen in the plate of Captain Roberts. At Dominico, the next island they touched at, they took a Dutch interloper of 22 guns and 75 men, and a brigantine belonging to Rhode Island, one Norton master. The former made some defence, till some of his men being killed, the rest were discouraged and struck their colours. With these 2 prizes they went down to Guadaloupe, and brought out a sloop and a French flyboat laden with sugar. The sloop they burnt, and went on to Mounet, another island, thinking to clean, but, finding the sea ran too high there to undertake it with safety, they bent their course for the north part of Hispaniola, where, at Bennett's Cave in the Gulf of Samina, they cleaned both the ship and the brigantine. For, though Hispaniola be settled by the Spaniard and French, and is the residence of a president from Spain who receives and finally determines appeals from all the other Spanish West India islands, yet is its people by no means proportioned to its magnitude, so that there are many harbours in it, to which pirates may securely resort without fear of discovery from the inhabitants. Whilst they were here, 2 sloops came in, as they pretended, to pay Roberts a visit. The masters, whose names were Porter and Tuckerman, addressed the pirate as the Queen of Sheba did Solomon, to wit, that having heard of his fame and achievements, they had put in there to learn his art and wisdom in the business of pirating, being vessels on the same honourable design with himself, and hoped with the communication of his knowledge they should also receive his charity, being in want of necessaries for such adventures. Roberts was won upon by the peculiarity and bluntness of these 2 men, and gave them powder, arms, and whatever else they had occasion for, spent 2 or 3 merry nights with them, and, at parting, said he hoped the Lord would prosper their handiworks. They passed some time here, after they had got their vessel ready in their usual debaucheries, and had taken a considerable quantity of rum and sugar, so that liquor was as plenty as water, and few there were who denied themselves the immoderate use of it. Nay, sobriety brought a man under a suspicion of being in a plot against the Commonwealth, and, in their sense, he was looked upon to be a villain that would not be drunk. This was evident in the affair of Harry Glasby, chosen master of the Royal Fortune, who, with 2 others, laid hold of the opportunity at the last island they were at, to move off without bidding farewell to his friends. Glasby was a reserved, sober man, and therefore gave occasion to be suspected, so that he was soon missed after he went away, and, a detachment being sent in quest of the deserters, they were all 3 brought back again the next day. This was a capital offence, and for which they were ordered to be brought to an immediate trial. Here was the form of justice kept up, which is as much as can be said of several other courts that have more lawful commissions for what they do. Here was no feeing of counsel and bribing of witnesses was a custom not known among them, no packing of juries, no torturing and wresting the sense of the law, for by ends and purposes, no puzzling or perplexing the cause with unintelligible counting terms and useless distinctions, nor was their sessions burthened with numberless officers, the ministers of rapine and extortion, with ill-boding aspects, enough to fright a friar from the court. The place appointed for their trials was the steerage of the ship, in order to which a large bowl of rum punch was made and placed upon the table. The pipes and tobacco being ready, the judicial proceedings began. The prisoners were brought forth, and articles of indictment against them read. They were arraigned upon a statute of their own making, and the letter of the law being strong against them, and the fact plainly proved, they were about to pronounce sentence, when one of the judges moved that they should first smoke t'other pipe, which was accordingly done. All the prisoners pleaded for arrest of judgment very movingly, but the court had such an abhorrence of their crime that they could not be prevailed upon to show mercy, till one of the judges, whose name was Valentine Ashplant, stood up, and, taking his pipe out of his mouth, said he had something to offer to the court on behalf of one of the prisoners, and spoke to this effect: "By God, Glasby shall not die, damn me if he shall." After this learned speech, he sat down in his place and resumed his pipe. This motion was loudly opposed by all the rest of the judges in equivalent terms, but Ashplant, who was resolute in his opinion, made another pathetical speech in the following manner: "God damn ye, gentlemen, I am as good a man as the best of you. Damn my soul if I ever turn my back to any man in my life, or ever will, by God." Glasby is an honest fellow, notwithstanding this misfortune, and I love him, double damn me if I don't. I hope he'll live and repent of what he has done, but damn me if he must die, I will die along with him." And thereupon he pulled out a pair of pistols, and presented them to some of the learned judges upon the bench, who, perceiving his argument so well supported, thought it reasonable that Glasby should be acquitted, and so they all came over to his opinion and allowed it to be law. But all the mitigation that could be obtained for the other prisoners was that they should have the liberty of choosing any four of the whole company to be their executioners. The poor wretches were tied immediately to the mast, and there shot dead, pursuant to their villainous sentence. When they put to sea again, the prizes which had been detained only for fear of spreading any rumour concerning them, which had like to have been so fatal at Corvoocoo, were thus disposed of. They burnt their own sloop, and manned Norton's brigantine, sending the master away in the Dutch Interloper, not dissatisfied. With the Royal Fortune and the brigantine, which they christened the Good Fortune, they pushed towards the latitude of Deseada, to look out for provisions, being very short again, and, just to their wish, Captain Hingston's ill fortune brought him in their way, richly laden for Jamaica. Him they carried to Bermuda, and plundered, and stretching back again to the West Indies, they continually met with some consignment or other, chiefly French, which stored them with plenty of provisions, and recruited their starving condition, so that stocked with this sort of ammunition, they began to think of something worthy of their aim, for these robberies that only supplied what was in constant expenditure by no means answered their intentions, and accordingly they proceeded again for the coast of Guinea, where they thought to buy gold dust very cheap. In their passage thither they took numbers of ships of all nations, some of which they burnt or sunk as the carriage or characters of the master displeased them. Notwithstanding the successful adventures of this crew, yet it was with great difficulty they could be kept together under any kind of regulation, for, being almost always mad or drunk, their behaviour produced infinite disorders, every man being in his own imagination a captain, a prince, or a king. When Roberts saw there was no managing of such a company of wild ungovernable brutes by gentle means, nor to keep them from drinking to excess, the cause of all their disturbances, he put on a rougher deportment and a more magisterial carriage towards them, correcting whom he thought fit, and if any seemed to resent his usage, he told them they might go ashore and take satisfaction of him, if they thought fit, at sword and pistol, for he neither valued or feared any of them. About 400 leagues from the coast of Africa, the brigantine who had hitherto lived with them in all amicable correspondence thought fit to take the opportunity of a dark night and leave the Commodore, which leads me back to the relation of an accident that happened at one of the islands of the West Indies, where they watered before they undertook this voyage, which had like to have thrown their government, such as it was, off the hinges, and was partly the occasion of the separation. The story is as follows. Captain Roberts, having been insulted by one of the drunken crew, whose name I have forgot, he, in the heat of his passion, killed the fellow on the spot, which was resented by a great many others, but particularly one Jones, a brisk, active young man, who died lately in the Marshalsea, and was his messmate. This Jones was at that time ashore watering the ship, but as soon as he came on board, was told that Captain Roberts had killed his comrade, upon which he cursed Roberts, and said he ought to be served so himself. Roberts, hearing Jones's invective, ran to him with a sword, and ran him into the body, who, notwithstanding his wound, seized the captain, threw him over a gun, and beat him handsomely. This adventure put the whole company in an uproar, and some taking part with the captain and others against him, there had like to have ensued a general battle with one another, like my Lord Thormont's cocks. However, the tumult was at length appeased by the meditation of the quartermaster, and as the majority of the company were of opinion that the dignity of the captain ought to be supported on board, that it was a post of honour, and therefore the person whom they thought fit to confer it on should not be violated by any single member, wherefore they sentenced Jones to undergo 2 lashes from every one of the company for his misdemeanour, which was executed upon him as soon as he was well of his wound. This severe punishment did not at all convince Jones that he was in the wrong, but rather animated him to some sort of a revenge. But not being able to do it upon Roberts's person on board the ship, he and several of his comrades correspond with Anstis, captain of the brigantine, and conspire with him and some of the principal pirates on board that vessel to go off from the company. What made Anstis a malcontent was the inferiority he stood in with respect to Roberts, who carried himself with a haughty and magisterial air to him and his crew, he regarding the brigantine only as a tender, and as such left them no more than the refuse of their plunder. In short, Jones and his consort go on board of Captain Anstis on pretence of a visit, and there consulting with their brethren, they find a majority for leaving of Roberts, and so came to a resolution to bid a soft farewell, as they call it, that night, and to throw overboard whosoever should stick out. But they proved to be unanimous, and effected their design as above mentioned. I shall have no more to say of Captain Anstis till the story of Roberts is concluded, therefore I return to him in the pursuit of his voyage to Guinea. The loss of the brigantine was a sensible shock to the crew, she being an excellent sailor, and had 70 hands aboard. However, Roberts, who was the occasion of it, put on a face of unconcern at this, his ill conduct and mismanagement, and resolved not to alter his purposes upon that account. Roberts fell into windward nigh the Senegal, a river of great trade for gum on this part of the coast, monopolized by the French, who constantly keep cruisers to hinder the interloping trade. At this time they had 2 small ships on that service, one of 10 guns and 65 men, and the other of 16 guns and 75 men, who, having got a sight of Mr. Roberts, and supposing him to be one of these prohibited traders, chased with all the sail they could make to come up with him, but their hopes, which had brought them very nigh, too late deceived them, for on the hoisting of Jolly Roger, the name they gave their black flag, their French hearts failed, and they both surrendered without any, or at least very little resistance. With these prizes they went into Sierra Leone, and made one of them their consort by the name of the Ranger, and the other a storeship to clean by. Sierra Leone River disgorges with a large mouth, the starboard side of which drafts into little bays, safe and convenient for cleaning and watering. What still made it preferable to the pirates is that the traders settled here are naturally their friends. There are about 30 Englishmen in all, men who in some part of their lives have either been privateering, buccaneering, or pirating, and still retain and love the riots and humours common to that sort of life. They live very friendly with the natives, and have many of them of both sexes to be their grammetters, or servants. The men are faithful, and the women so obedient, that they are very ready to prostitute themselves to whomsoever their masters shall command them. The Royal African Company has a fort on a small island called Bent's Island, but 'tis of little use, besides keeping their slaves, the distance making it incapable of giving any molestation to their starboard shore. Here lives at this place an old fellow, who goes by the name of Crackers, who was formerly a noted buccaneer, and, while he followed the calling, robbed and plundered many a man. He keeps the best house in the place, has 2 or 3 guns before his door, with which he salutes his friends, the pirates, when they put in, and lives a jovial life with him all the while they are there. Here follows a list of the rest of those lawless merchants and their servants who carry on a private trade with the interlopers, to the great prejudice of the Royal African Company, who, with extraordinary industry and expense, have made and maintain settlements without any consideration from those who, without such settlements and forts, would soon be under an incapacity of pursuing any such private trade. Wherefore, 'tis to be hoped, proper means will be taken to root out a pernicious set of people who have all their lives supported themselves by the labours of other men. 2 of these fellows entered with Robert's crew, and continued with them till the destruction of the company. A list of the white men now living on the high land of Sierra Leone, and the craft they occupy. John Ledston, 3 boats and periago, his man Tom, his man John Brown. Alexander Middleton, 1 longboat, his man Charles Hawkins. John Pierce, partners, 1 longboat. William Mead, partners, 1 longboat. Their man, John Vernon. David Chatmers, 1 longboat. John Chatmers, 1 longboat. Richard Richardson, 1 longboat. Norton, partners, 2 longboats and 2 small boats. Richard Warren, partners, 2 longboats and 2 small boats. Roberts Glynn, partners, 2 longboats and 2 small boats. His man, John Franks. William Waits and 1 young man. John Bonnerman. John England, 1 longboat. Robert Samples, 1 longboat. William Presgrove, 1 sloop, 2 longboats, a small boat, and periago. Harry, 1 sloop, 2 longboats, a small boat, and periago. Davis, 1 sloop, 2 longboats, a small boat, and periago. Mitchell, 1 sloop, 2 longboats, a small boat, and periago. Richard Lamb, with Roque Rodrigues, a Portuguese. George Bishop. Peter Brown. John Jones, 1 longboat. His Irish young man. At Rio Pungo, Benjamin Gunn. At Kiddham, George Yates. At Galenius, Richard Lemons. The harbour is so convenient for wooding and watering that it occasions many of our trading ships, especially those of Bristol, to call in there with large cargoes of beer, cider, and strong liquors, which they exchange with these private traders for slaves and teeth, purchased by them at the Rio Nunes and other places to the northward, so that here was what they call good living. End of Chapter 9, Part 5. Chapter 9, Part 6 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 6. Hither Roberts came the end of June, 1721, and had intelligence that the Swallow and Weymouth, 2 men of war of 50 guns each, had left that river about a month before, and designed to return about Christmas, so that the pirates could indulge themselves with all the satisfaction in the world, in that they knew they were not only secure whilst there, but that in going down the coast after the men of war, they should always be able to get such intelligence of their rendezvous as would serve to make their expedition safe. So after 6 weeks' stay, the ships being cleaned and fitted, and the men weary of whoring and drinking, they bethought themselves of business, and went to sea the beginning of August, taking their progress down the whole coast as low as Jacquin, plundering every ship they met of what was valuable in her, and sometimes, to be more mischievously wicked, they would throw what they did not want overboard, accumulating cruelty to theft. In this range they exchanged their old French ship for a fine frigate-built ship called the Onslow, belonging to the Royal African Company, Captain G. commander, which happened to lie at Sestos, to get water and necessaries for the company. A great many of Captain G.'s men were ashore when Roberts bore down, and so the ship consequently surprised into his hands, though had they all been on board it was not likely the case would have been otherwise, the sailors most of them voluntarily joining the pirates, and encouraging the same disposition in the soldiers, who were going passengers with them to Cape Corso Castle, whose ears, being constantly tickled with the feats and gallantry of those fellows, made them fancy that to go was only being bound on a voyage of knight-errantry, to relieve the distressed and gather up fame, and so they likewise offered themselves. But here the pirates were at a stand. They entertained so contemptible a notion of landmen that they put 'em off with refusals for some time, till at length, being wearied with solicitations, and pitying a parcel of stout fellows, which they said were going to starve upon a little canky and plantain, they accepted of them, and allowed them 1/4 share, as it was then termed, out of charity. There was a clergyman on board the Onslow, sent from England, to be chaplain of Cape Corso Castle. Some of the pirates were for keeping him, alleging merrily that their ship wanted a chaplain. Accordingly they offered him a share, to take on with them, promising he should do nothing for his money but make punch and say prayers. Yet, however brutish they might be in other things, they bore so great a respect to his order, that they resolved not to force him against his inclinations, and The parson, having no relish for this sort of life, excused himself from accepting the honour they designed him. They were satisfied, and generous enough to deliver him back everything he owned to be his. The parson laid hold of this favourable disposition of the pirates, and laid claim to several things belonging to others, which were also given up, to his great satisfaction. In fine, they kept nothing which belonged to the church, except 3 prayer books and a bottle screw. The pirates kept the Onslow for their own use, and gave Captain G the Friendship, and then fell to making such alterations as might fit her for a sea rover, pulling down her bulkheads and making her flush, so that she became in all respects as complete a ship for their purpose as any they could have found. They continued to her the name of the Royal Fortune, and mounted her with 40 guns. She and the Ranger proceeded, as I said before, to Jacquin, and from thence to Old Calabar, where they arrived about October in order to clean their ships, a place the most suitable along the whole coast, for there is a bar with not above 15-foot water upon it, and the channel intricate, so that had the men of war been sure of their being harboured there, they might still have bid defiance to their strength, for the depth of water at the bar, as well as the want of a pilot, was a sufficient security to the rovers, and invincible impediments to them. Here, therefore, they sat easy, and divided the fruits of their dishonest industry, and drank and drove care away. The pilot who brought them into this harbour was Captain L, who for this and other services was extremely well paid, according to the journal of their own accounts, which do not run in the ordinary and common way of debtor contra creditor, but much more concise, lumping it to their friends, and so carrying the debt in their heads against the next honest trader they meet. They took at Calabar Captain Lone and 2 or 3 Bristol ships. The particulars of all, which would be an unnecessary prolixity, therefore I come now to give an account of the usage they received from the natives of this place. The Calabar negroes did not prove so civil as they expected, for they refused to have any commerce or trade with them, when they understood they were pirates. And indication that these poor creatures, in the narrow circumstances they were in, and without the light of the gospel or the advantage of an education, have, notwithstanding such a moral innate honesty as would upbraid and shame the most knowing Christian. But this did but exasperate these lawless fellows, and so a party of 40 men would attach to force a correspondence, or drive the negroes to extremities, and they accordingly landed under the fire of their own cannon. The negroes drew up in a body of 2,000 men, as if they intended to dispute the matter with them, and stayed till the pirates advanced within pistol shot. But, finding the loss of 2 or 3 made no impression on the rest, the negroes thought fit to retreat, which they did with some loss. The pirates set fire to the town, and then returned to their ships. This terrified the natives, and put an entire stop to all the intercourse between them, so that they could get no supplies, which obliged them, as soon as they had finished the cleaning and trimming of their ships, to lose no time, but went for Cape Lopez, and watered, and at Annabona took aboard a stock of fresh provisions, and then sailed for the coast again. This was their last and fatal expedition, which we shall be more particular in, because it cannot be imagined that they could have had assurance to have undertaken it, but upon a presumption that the men of war, whom they knew were upon the coast, were unable to attack them, or else pursuant to the rumour that had indiscretionally obtained at Sierra Leone, gone thither again. It is impossible at this time to think they could know of the weak and sickly condition they were in, and therefore founded the success of this second attempt upon the coast on the latter presumption, and this seems to be confirmed by their falling in with the coast as low as Cape Lahou, and even that was higher than they designed, in the beginning of January, and took the ship called the King Solomon, with 20 men in their boat and a trading vessel, both belonging to the company. The pirate ship happened to fall about a league to leeward of the King Solomon at Cape Apollonia, and the current and wind opposing their working up with the ship, they agreed to send the longboat, with a sufficient number of men to take her. The pirates are all volunteers on these occasions, the word being always given, "Who will go?" and presently the stanch and firm men offer themselves, because, by such readiness, they recommend their courage, and have an allowance also of a shift of clothes, from head to foot, out of the prize. They rowed towards the King Solomon with a great deal of alacrity, and, being hailed by the commander of her, answered defiance. Captain Traherne, before this, observing a great number of men in the boat, began not to like his visitors, and prepared to receive them, firing a musket as they came under his stern, which they returned with a volley, and made greater speed to get on board. Upon this he applied to his men and asked them whether they would stand by him to defend the ship, it being a shame they should be taken by half their number, without any repulse. But his boatswain, Phillips, took upon him to be the mouth of the people and put an end to the dispute. He said plainly he would not, laid down his arms in the king's name, as he was pleased to term it, and called out to the boat for quarters, so that the rest by his example were misled to the losing of the ship. When they came on board, they brought her under sail by an expeditious method of cutting the cable. Walden, one of the pirates, telling the master this hope of heaving up the anchor was a needless trouble when they designed to burn the ship. They brought her under Commodore Roberts's stern, and not only rifled her of what sails, cordage, etc. they wanted for themselves, but wantonly throwed the goods of the company overboard, like spendthrifts, that neither expected or designed any account. On the same day also they took the Flushing, a Dutch ship, robbed her of masts, yards, and stores, and then cut down her foremast. But what sat as heavily as anything with the skipper was, their taking some fine sausages he had on board, of his wife's making, and stringing them in a ludicrous manner round their necks, till they had sufficiently showed their contempt of them, and then threw them into the sea. Others chopped the heads of his fowls off to be dressed for their supper, and courteously invited the landlord, provided he would find liquor. It was a melancholy request to the man, but it must be complied with, and he was obliged, as they grew drunk, to sit quietly and hear them sing French and Spanish songs out of his Dutch prayer books, with other profaneness that he, though a Dutchman, stood amazed at. In chasing too near in, they alarmed the coast, and expresses were sent to the English and Dutch factories giving an account of it. They were sensible of this error immediately, and because they would make the best of a bad market, resolved to keep out of sight of land and lose the prizes they might expect between that and wider, to make the more sure of that port where commonly is the best booty. All nations trading thither, especially Portuguese, who purchased chiefly with gold, the idol their hearts were bent upon. And, notwithstanding this unlikely course, they met and took several ships between Axim and that place, the circumstantial stories of which, and the panic terrors they struck into his Majesty's subjects, being tedious and unnecessary to relate, I shall pass by, and come to their arrival in that road. They came to Wyder with a St. George's ensign, a black silk flag flying at their mizzen peak, and a jacken pendant of the same. The flag had a death in it, with an hourglass in one hand, and crossbones in the other, a dart by it, and underneath a heart dropping 3 drops of blood. The jack had a man portrayed in it, with a flaming sword in his hand, and standing on 2 skulls, subscribed A.B.H. and A.M.H., that is, a Barbadian's and a Martinican's head, as has been before taken notice of. Here they found 11 sail in the road, English, French, and Portuguese. The French were 3 stout ships of 30 guns and upwards of 100 men each, yet when Roberts came to fire, they, with the other ships, immediately struck their colours and surrendered to his mercy. One reason, it must be confessed, of his easy victory, was the commanders and a good part of the men being ashore, according to the custom of the place, to receive the cargoes, and return the slaves, they being obliged to watch the seasons for it, which otherwise, in so dangerous a sea as here, would be impracticable. These all, except the Porcupine, ransomed with him for £8 of gold dust, a ship, not without the trouble of some letters passing and repassing from the shore before they could settle it; and notwithstanding the agreement and payment, they took away one of the French ships, though with a promise to return her, if they found she did not sail well, taking with them several of her men for that end. Some of the foreigners, who never had dealing this way before, desired for satisfaction to their owners that they might have receipts for their money, which were accordingly given. A copy of one of them I have here subjoined, viz. This is to certify whom it may or doth concern, that we, gentlemen of fortune, have received £8 of gold dust, for the ransom of the Hardy, Captain Ditwit, commander, so that we discharge the said ship. Witness our hands, this 13th of January, 1721 to 2, Bat Roberts, Harry Glasby. Others were given to the Portuguese captains, which were in the same form, but, being signed by two waggish fellows, viz. Sutton and Simpson, they subscribed by the names of Aaron Whifflingpin, Sin Tugmutu. But there was something so singularly cruel and barbarous done here to the Porcupine, Captain Fletcher, as must not be passed over without special remark. This ship lay in the road, almost slaved, when the pirates came in, and the commander being on shore settling his accounts, was sent to for the ransom, but he excused it, as having no orders from the owners, thought the true reason might be that he thought it dishonourable to treat with robbers, and that the ship, separate from the slaves, towards whom he could mistrust no cruelty, was not worth the sum demanded. Hereupon Roberts sends the boat to transport the negroes, in order to set her on fire, but, being in haste and finding that unshackling them cost much time and labour, they actually set her on fire, with 80 of those poor wretches on board, chained 2 and 2 together, under the miserable choice of perishing by fire or water. Those who jumped overboard from the flames were seized by sharks, a voracious fish, in plenty in this road, and, in their sight, tore limb from limb alive, a cruelty unparalleled, and for which, had every individual been hanged, few, I imagine, would think that justice had been rigorous. The pirates, indeed, were obliged to dispatch their business here in haste, because they had intercepted a letter from General Phipps to Mr. Baldwin, the Royal African Company's agent at Whydah, giving an account that Roberts had been seen to windward of Cape 3 Points, that he might the better guard against the damages to the company's ships, if he should arrive at that road before the Swallow man-of-war, which, he assured him, at the time of the letter, was pursuing them to that place. Roberts called up his company, and desired they would hear Phipps's speech, for so he was pleased to call the letter, and, notwithstanding their vapouring, persuaded them of the necessity of moving, for, says he, such brave fellows cannot be supposed to be frightened at this news, yet that it were better to avoid dry blows, which is the best that can be expected if overtaken. This advice weighed with them, and they got under sail, having stayed only from Thursday to Saturday night, and, at sea, voted for the island of Annabona, but the winds, hanging out of the way, crossed their purpose, and brought them to Cape Lopez, where I shall leave them for their approaching fate, and relate some further particulars of His Majesty's ship the Swallow, viz., where it was she has spent her time, during the mischief that was done, and by what means unable to prevent it; what also was the intelligence she received, and the measures thereon formed, that at last brought two such strangers as Mr. Roberts and Captain Ogle to meet in so remote a corner of the world. The Swallow and Weymouth left Sierra Leone May 28th, where, I have already taken notice, Roberts arrived about a month after, and doubtless learned the intent of their voyage, and cleaning on the coast, which made him set down with more security to his diversion, and furnish him with such intimations as made his first range down the coast in August following more prosperous, the Swallow and Weymouth being then at the Port of Princes a cleaning. End of Chapter 9, Part 6.
Chapter 9, Part 7 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 7. Their stay at Prince's was from July 28 to September 20, 1721, where, by a fatality common to the irregularities of seamen, who cannot in such cases be kept under due restraints, they buried 100 men in 3 weeks' time, and reduced the remainder of the ship's companies into so sickly a state that it was with difficulty they brought them to sail. And this misfortune was probably the ruin of Roberts, for it prevented the men of war's going back to Sierra Leone, as it was intended, there being a necessity of leaving His Majesty's ship, Weymouth, in much the worst condition of the two, under the guns of Cape Corso, to impress men, being unable at this time either to hand the sails or weigh her anchor, and Roberts, being ignorant of occasion or alteration of the first design, fell into the mouth of danger, when he thought himself the farthest from it. For the men of war not endeavouring to attain further to windward, when they came from Prince's, than to secure Cape Corso road under their lee, they luckily hovered in the track he had took. The Swallow and Weymouth fell in with the continent of Cape Apollonia, October 20th, and there received the ungrateful news from one Captain Bird, a notice that awakened and put them on their guard, but they were far from expecting any temerity should ever bring him a second time on the coast while they were there. Therefore the Swallow having seen the Weymouth into Cape Corso road November 10th, she plied to windward as far as Baseham, rather as an airing to recover a sickly ship's company, and show herself to the trade, which was found everywhere undisturbed, and were, for that reason, returning to her consort, when accidentally meeting a Portuguese ship, she told her that the day before she saw two ships chase into junk an English vessel, which she believed must have fallen into their hands. On this story the Swallow clung her wind, and endeavoured to gain that place, but receiving soon after, October the 14th, a contrary report from Captain Plummer, an intelligent man in the Jason of Bristol, who had come farther to windward, and neither saw or heard anything of this, she turned her head down the second time, anchored at Cape Apollonia the 23rd, at Cape Tres Puntas the 27th, and in Corso road January the 7th, 1721 or 2. They learned that their consort the Weymouth was, by the assistance of some soldiers from the castle, gone to windward, to demand restitution of some goods or men belonging to the African company that were illegally detained by the Dutch at De Minas. And while they were regretting so long a separation, an express came to Captain Phipps, from Axum, the 9th, and followed by another from Dick's Cove, an English factory, with information that 3 ships had chased and taken a galley nigh Axum Castle, and a trading boat belonging to the company. No doubt was made concerning what they were, it being taken for granted they were pirates, and supposed to be the same that had the August before infested the coast. The natural result, therefore, from these 2 advices was to hasten the Whydah, for it was concluded the prizes they had taken had informed them how nigh the Swallow was, and withal how much better in health than she had been for some months past, so that unless they were very mad indeed, they would, after being discovered, make the best of their way for Whydah, and secure the booty there, without which their time and industry had been entirely lost, most of the gold lying in that corner. The Swallow weighed from Cape Corso January the 10th, but was retarded by waiting some hours on the Margaret, a company's ship, at Accra, again on the Portugal, and a whole day at Apong, on a person they used to style Miss Betty, a conduct that Mr. Phipps blamed, when he heard the pirates were missed at Whydah, although he had given it as his opinion they could not be passed by, and intimated that to stay a few hours would prove no prejudice. This, however, hindered the Swallow's catching them at Whydah, for the pirates came into that road with a fresh gale of wind the same day the Swallow was at Apong, and sailed the 13th of January from thence, that she arrived the 17th. She gained notice of them by a French shallop from Grandpapa the 14th at night, and from Little Papa next morning by a Dutch ship, so that the man of war's was on all sides, as she thought, sure of her purchase, particularly when she made the ships, and discovered 3 of them to get under sail immediately at sight of her, making signals to one another as though they designed a defence, but they were found to be 3 French ships, and those at anchor Portuguese and English, all honest traders who had been ransacked and ransomed. This disappointment chagrined the ship's company, who were very intent upon their market, which was reported to be an arm chest full of gold, and kept with 3 keys, though in all likelihood, had they met with them in that open road, one or both would have made their escapes, or if they had thought fit to have fought, an emulation in their defence would probably have made it desperate. While they were contemplating on the matter, a letter was received from Mr. Baldwin, governor here for the company, signifying that the pirates were at Jaquin, 7 leagues lower. The Swallow weighed at 2 next morning, January the 16th, and got to Jaquin by daylight, but to no other end than frightening the crews of 2 Portuguese ships on shore, who took her for the pirate that had struck such terror at Whydah. She returned therefore that night, and having been strengthened by 30 volunteers, English and French, the discarded crews of the Porcupine and the French ship they had carried from hence, she put to sea again, January the 19th, conjecturing that either Calabar, Princes, the river Gabon, Cape Lopez, or Annabona must be touched at for water and refreshment, though they should resolve to leave the coast. As to the former of those places I have before observed, it was hazardous to think of, or rather impracticable. Princes had been a sour grape to them, but being the first in the way, she came before the harbour the 29th, where, learning no news, without losing time, steered for the river Gabon, and anchored at the mouth of it February the 1st. This river is navigable by 2 channels, and has an island about 5 leagues up, called Popogues or Pyrates, where the Dutch cruisers for this coast generally clean, and where sometimes pirates come in to look for prey, or to refit, it being very convenient, by reason of a soft mud about it that admits a ship's lying on shore with all her guns and stores in, without damage. Hither Captain Ogle sent his boat and a lieutenant, who spoke with a Dutch ship, above the island, and from whom he had this account, viz., that he had been 4 days from Cape Lopez, and had left no ship there. However, they beat up for the Cape, without regard to this story, and on the 5th, at dawning, was surprised with the noise of a gun, which, as the day brightened, they found was from Cape Lopez Bay, where they discovered 3 ships at anchor, the largest with the King's colours and pendant flying, which was soon concluded to be Mr. Roberts and his consorts. But the Swallow being to windward, and unexpectedly deep in the bay, was obliged to steer off for avoiding a sand, called the Frenchman's Bank, which the pirates observed for some time, and rashly interpreting it to be fear in her, righted the French Ranger, which was then on the heel, and ordered her to chase out in all haste, bending several of their sails in the pursuit. The man of war, finding they had foolishly mistaken her design, humoured the deceit, and kept off to sea, as if she had been really afraid, and managed her steerage so, under the direction of Lieutenant Sun, an experienced officer, as to let the Ranger come up with her, when they thought they had got so far as not to have their guns heard by her consort at the Cape. The pirates had such an opinion of their own courage, that they could never dream anybody would use a stratagem to speak with them, and so was the more easily drawn into the snare. The pirates now drew nigh enough to fire their chase guns. They hoisted the black flag that was worn in White Road, and got their spritsail yard along ships, with intent to board, no one having ever asked all this while what country's ship they took the chase to be. They would have her to be a Portuguese, sugar being then a commodity among them, and were swearing every minute at the wind or sails to expedite so sweet a chase. But, alas, all turned sour in an instant. It was with the utmost consternation they saw her suddenly bring to and haul up her lower ports, now within pistol shot, and struck their black flag upon it directly. After the first surprise was over, they kept firing at a distance, hoisted it again, and vapoured with their cutlashes on the poop, though wisely endeavouring at the same time to get away. Being now at their wits' end, boarding was proposed by the heads of them, and so to make one desperate push. But the motion not being well seconded, and their maintop mast coming down by a shot, after 2 hours' firing, it was declined. They grew sick, struck their colours, and called out for quarters, having had 10 men killed outright, and 20 wounded, without the loss or hurt of one of the King's men. She had 32 guns, manned with 16 Frenchmen, 20 negroes, and 77 English. The colours were thrown overboard, that they might not rise in judgment, nor be displayed in triumph over them. While the Swallow was sending their boat to fetch the prisoners, a blast and smoke was seen to pour out of the great cabin, and they thought they were blowing up, but upon inquiry afterwards, found that half a dozen of the most desperate, when they saw all hopes fled, had drawn themselves round what powder they had left in the steerage, and fired a pistol into it, but it was too small a quantity to effect anything more than burning them in a frightful manner. This ship was commanded by one Scrim, a Welchman, who, though he had lost his leg in the action, would not suffer himself to be dressed or carried off the deck, but, like Widrington, fought upon his stump. The rest appeared gay and brisk, most of them with white shirts, watches, and a deal of silk vests, but the gold dust belonging to them was most of it left in the little Ranger in the bay, this company's proper ship, with the Royal Fortune. I cannot take notice of two among the crowd, of those disfigured with the blast of powder just before mentioned, viz., William Mayne and Roger Ball. An officer of the ship seeing a silver caul hung at the west of the former, said to him, I presume you are boatswain of this ship. Then you presume wrong, answered he, for I am boatswain of the Royal Fortune, Captain Roberts, commander. Then, Mr. Boatswain, you will be hanged, I believe, replies the officer. That is as your honour pleases, answered he again, and was for turning away. But the officer desired to know of him how the powder, which had made them in that condition, came to take fire. By God, says he, they are all mad and bewitched, for I have lost a good hat by it. The hat and he being both blown out of the cabin gallery into the sea. But what signifies a hat, friend? says the officer. Not much, answered he, the men being busy in stripping him of his shoes and stockings. The officer then inquired of him whether Roberts's company were as likely fellows as these. There are 120 of them, answered he, as clever fellows as ever trod shoe leather. Would I were with them. No doubt on't, says the officer. By God, it is the naked truth, answered he, looking down and seeing himself by this time quite stripped. The officer then approached Roger Ball, who was seated in a private corner, with a look as sullen as winter, and asked him how he came blown up in that frightful manner. Why, says he, John Morris fired a pistol into the powder, and if he had not done it, I would, bearing his pain without the least complaint. The officer gave him to understand he was surgeon, and if he desired it he would dress him, but he swore it should not be done, and that if anything was applied to him he would tear it off. Nevertheless, the surgeon had good nature enough to dress him, though with much trouble. At night he was in a kind of delirium, and raved on the bravery of Roberts, saying, he should shortly be released, as soon as they should meet him, which procured him a lashing down upon the forecastle, which he resisting with all his force, caused him to be used with the more violence, so that he was tied down with so much severity, that his flesh being sore and tender with the blowing up, he died next day of a mortification. They secured the prisoners with pinions and shackles, but the ship was so much disabled in the engagement, that they had once thoughts to set her on fire, but this would have given them the trouble of taking the pirates' wounded men on board themselves, and that they were certain the Royal Fortune would wait for their consort's return. They lay by her 2 days, repairing her rigging and other damages, and sent her into Prince's with the Frenchmen, and 4 of their own hands. On the 9th in the evening the Swallow gained the Cape again, and saw the Royal Fortune standing into the bay with the Neptune, Captain Hill, of London. A good presage of the next day's success, for they did not doubt but the temptation of liquor and plunder they might find in this their new prize would make the pirates very confused, and so it happened. On the 10th in the morning the man of war bore away to round the Cape. Roberts's crew, discerning their masts over the land, went down into the cabin to acquaint him of it, he being then at breakfast with his new guest, Captain Hill, on a savoury dish of salamongunde, and some of his own beer. He took no notice of it, and his men almost as little, some saying she was a Portuguese ship, others a French slave ship, but the major part swore it was the French Ranger returning, and were merrily debating for some time on the manner of reception, whether they should salute or not. But as the Swallow approached nigher, things appeared plainer, and though they were stigmatized with the name of cowards who showed any apprehension of danger, yet some of them, now undeceived, declared it to Roberts, especially one Armstrong who had deserted from that ship and knew her well. Those Roberts swore at as cowards, who meant to dishearten the men, asking them if it were so, whether they were afraid to fight or no, and hardly refrained from blows. What his own apprehensions were, till she hauled up her ports and hoisted their proper colours, is uncertain, but then being perfectly convinced, he slipped his cable, got under sail, and ordered his men to arms without any show of timidity, dropping a first-rate oath that it was a bite, but at the same time resolved, like a gallant rogue, to get clear or die. There was one Armstrong, as I just mentioned, a deserter from the Swallow, whom they inquired of concerning the trim and sailing of that ship. He told them she sailed best upon a wind, and therefore if they designed to leave her they should go before it. The danger was imminent, and time very short, to consult of means to extricate himself. His resolution in this strait was as follows: to pass close to the Swallow with all her sails, and receive her broadside before they returned a shot. If disabled by this, or that they could not depend on sailing, then to run on shore at the point, which is steep too, and every one to shift for himself among the negroes; or sailing in these, to board and blow up together, for he saw that the greatest part of his men were drunk, passively courageous, unfit for service. Roberts himself made a gallant figure at the time of the engagement, being dressed in a rich crimson damask waistcoat and breeches, a red feather in his hat, a gold chain round his neck, and a diamond cross hanging to it, a sword in his hand, and 2 pair of pistols hanging at the end of a silk sling, flung over his shoulder, according to the fashion of the pirates, and is said to have given his orders with boldness and spirit. Coming, according to what he had proposed, close to the man of war, received her fire, and then hoisted his black flag and returned it, shooting away from her with all the sail he could pack, and had he took Armstrong's advice to have gone before the wind, he had probably escaped, but keeping his tacks down, either by the wind's shifting or ill steerage or both, he was taken aback with his sails, and the Swallow came to a second time very nigh to him. He had now perhaps finished the fight very desperately, if Death, who took a swift passage in a grape shot, had not interposed, and struck him directly on the throat. He settled himself on the tackles of a gun, which one Stevenson, from the helm observing, ran to his assistance, and not perceiving him wounded, swore at him and bid him stand up and fight like a man. But when he found his mistake, and that his captain was certainly dead, he gushed into tears, and wished the next shot might be his lot. They presently threw him overboard, with his arms and ornaments on, according to the repeated request he made in his lifetime. Roberts was a tall black man, near 40 years of age, born at Newey By, nigh Haverford West, in Pembrokeshire, of good natural parts and personal bravery, though he applied them to such wicked purposes as made them of no commendation, frequently drinking, damned to him who ever lived to wear a halter. He was forced himself at first among this company out of the Prince, Captain Plam, at Anamaba, about 3 years before, where he served as second mate, and shed, as he used to tell the French men, as many crocodile tears then as they did now, but time and good company had wore it off. He could not plead want of employment, nor incapacity of getting his bread in an honest way, to favour so vile a change, nor was he so much a coward as to pretend it, but frankly owned it was to get rid of the disagreeable superiority of some masters he was acquainted with, and the love of novelty and change maritime peregrinations had accustomed him to. In an honest service, says he, there is thin commons, low wages, and hard labour. In this, plenty and satiety, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. And who would not balance creditor on this side, when all the hazard that is run for it, at worst, is only a sour look or two at choking? No, a merry life and a short one shall be my motto. Thus he preached himself into an approbation of what he at first abhorred, and being daily regaled with music, drinking, and the gaiety and diversions of his companions, these depraved propensities were quickly edged and strengthened, to the extinguishing of fear and conscience. Yet among all the vile and ignominious acts he had perpetrated, he is said to have had an aversion towards forcing men into that service, and had procured some their discharge, notwithstanding so many made it their plea. End of Chapter 9, Part 7.
Chapter 9, Part 8 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 8. When Roberts was gone, as though he had been the life and soul of the gang, their spirits sunk. Many deserted their quarters, and all stupidly neglected any means for defence or escape, and their mainmast soon after being shot by the board, they had no way left but to surrender and call for quarters. The Swallow kept aloof while her boat passed and repassed for the prisoners, because they understood they were under an oath to blow up, and some of the desperadoes showed a willingness that way, matches being lighted, and scuffles happening between those who would and those who opposed it. But I cannot easily account for this humour, which can be termed no more than a false courage, since any of them had power to destroy his own life, either by pistol or drowning, without involving others in the same fate, who are in no temper of mind for it, and at best it had been only dying for fear of death. She had 40 guns and 157 men, 45 whereof were negroes. 3 only were killed in the action without any loss to the Swallow. There was found upwards of £2,000 in gold dust in her. The flag could not be got easily from under the fallen mast, and was therefore recovered by the Swallow. It had the figure of a skeleton in it, and a man portrayed with a flaming sword in his hand, intimating a defiance of death itself. The Swallow returned back into Cape Lopez Bay, and found the little Ranger, whom the pirates had deserted in haste, for the better defence of the ship. She had been plundered, according to what I could learn, of £2,000 in gold dust, the shares of those pirates who belonged to her, and Captain Hill in the Neptune, not unjustly suspected, for he would not wait the man of war's returning into the bay again, but sailed away immediately, making no scruple afterwards to own the seizure of other goods out of her, and surrendered, as a confirmation of all, 50 ounces at Barbados, for which see the article at the end of this book. All persons who after the 29th of September, 1690, etc. To sum up the whole, if it be considered, first, that the sickly state of the men of war, when they sailed from Prince's, was the misfortune that hindered their being as far as Sierra Leone, and consequently out of the track the pirates then took. That those pirates, directly contrary to their design, in the second expedition, should get above Cape Corso, and that nigh Axim a chase should offer that inevitably must discover them, and be soon communicated to the men of war. That the satiating their evil and malicious tempers at Wyder, in burning the Porcupine and running off with the French ship, had strengthened the Swallow with 30 men. That the Swallow should miss them in that road, where probably she had not, or at least so effectually obtained her end. That they should be so far infatuated at Cape Lopez as to divide their strength, which, when collected, might have been so formidable. And lastly, that the conquest should be without bloodshed. I say, considering all these circumstances, it shows that the hand of Providence was concerned in their destruction. As to their behaviour after they were taken, it was found that they had great inclinations to rebel, if they could have laid hold of any opportunity. For they were very uneasy under restraint, having been lately all commanders themselves, nor could they brook their diet or quarters without cursing and swearing, and upbraiding each other with the folly that had brought them to it. So that to secure themselves against any mad desperate undertaking of theirs, they strongly barricaded the gun-room, and made another prison before it, an officer with pistols and cutlasses, doing duty night and day, and the prisoners within manacled and shackled. They would yet in these circumstances be impudently merry, saying, when they viewed their nakedness, that they had not left them a halfpenny to give old Sharon to ferry them over the Styx. And at their thin commons they would observe that they fell away so fast that they should not have weight left to hang them. Sutton used to be very profane, he happening to be in the same irons with another prisoner who was more serious than ordinary, and read and prayed often, as became his condition. This man Sutton used to swear at and ask him what he proposed by so much noise and devotion. Heaven, says the other, I hope. Heaven? You fool, says Sutton. Did you ever hear of any pirates going thither? Give me hell, it's a merrier place. I'll give Roberts a salute of 13 guns at entrance. And when he found such ludicrous expressions had no effect on him, he made a formal complaint, and requested that the officer would either remove this man, or take his prayer book away as a common disturber. A combination and conspiracy was formed betwixt Moody, Ashplant, Magnus, Mayor, and others, to rise and kill the officers, and run away with the ship. This they had carried on by means of a mulatto boy, who was allowed to attend them, and proved very trusty in his messages between the principals. But the evening of that night they were to have made this struggle, 2 of the prisoners that sat next to Ashplant heard the boy whisper them upon the project, and naming to him the hour they should be ready, presently gave notice of it to the captain, which put the ship in an alarm for a little time, and on examination several of them had made shift to break off or loose their shackles, no doubt for such purpose, but it tended only to procure to themselves worse usage and confinement. In the same passage to Cape Corso the prize Royal Fortune was in the same danger. She was left at the island of St. Thomas's in the possession of an officer and a few men to take in some fresh provisions, which was scarce at Cape Corso, with orders to follow the ship. There were only some of the pirates' negroes, 3 or 4 wounded prisoners, and Scudamore their surgeon, from whom they seemed to be under no apprehension, especially from the last, who might have hoped for favour on account of his employ, and had stood so much indebted for his liberty, eating and drinking constantly with the officer. Yet this fellow, regardless of the favour, and lost to all sense of reformation, endeavoured to bring over the negroes to his design of murdering the people and running away with the ship. He easily prevailed with the negroes to come into the design, but when he came to communicate it to his fellow prisoners, and would have drawn them into the same measures by telling them, he understood navigation, that the negroes were stout fellows, and by a smattering he had in the Angolan language, he had found willing to undertake such an enterprise, and that it was better venturing to do this, run down the coast and raise a new company, than to proceed to Cape Corso and be hanged like a dog and sun-dried. One of them, abhorring the cruelty, or fearing the success, discovered it to the officer, who made him immediately a prisoner and brought the ship safe. When they came to be lodged in Cape Corso Castle, their hopes of this kind all cut off, and that they were assured they must there soon receive a final sentence, the note was changed among most of them, and from vain insolent jesting they became serious and devout, begging for good books, and joining in public prayers and singing of psalms twice at least every day. As to their trials, if we should give them at length, it may appear tedious to the reader, for which reason I have, for the avoiding tautology and repetition, put as many of them together as were tried for the same fact, reserving the circumstances which are most material, with observations on the dying behaviour of such of them as came to my knowledge. And first, it may be observed from the list, that a great part of these pirate ships' crews were men entered on the coast of Africa not many months before they were taken, from whence it may be concluded that the pretended constraint of Roberts on them was very often a complotment between parties equally willing, and this Roberts several times openly declared, particularly to the Onslow's people whom he called aft and asked of them, who was willing to go, as he would force nobody, as was deposed by some of his best hands after acquittal. Nor is it reasonable to think he should reject Irish volunteers only from a pique against Kennedy, and force others that might hazard, and in time destroy his government. But their behaviour soon put him out of this fear, and convinced him that the plea of force was only the best artifice they had to shelter themselves under, in case they should be taken, and that they were less rogues than other only in point of time. It may likewise be taken notice of, that the country wherein they happen to be tried is among other happinesses exempted from lawyers and law books, so that the office of register of necessity fell on one, not versed in those affairs which might justify the court in want of form, more essentially supplied with integrity and impartiality. But, perhaps, if there was less law, there might be more justice than in some other courts. For, if the civil law be a law of universal reason, judging of the rectitude or obliquity of men's actions, every man of common sense is endued with a portion of it, at least sufficient to make him distinguish right from wrong, or what the civilians call malum in se. Therefore here, if 2 persons were equally guilty of the same fact, there was no convicting one and bringing the other off by any quirk or turn of law, for they formed their judgments upon the constraint or willingness, the aim and intention of the parties, and all other circumstances which make a material difference. Besides, in crimes of this nature, men bred up to the sea must be more knowing and much abler than others more learned in the law, for before a man can have a right idea of a thing, he must know the terms standing for that thing, the sea terms being a language by itself, which no lawyer can be supposed to understand. He must of consequence want that discriminating faculty which should direct him to judge right of the facts meant by those terms. The court well knew it was not possible to get the evidence of every sufferer by this crew, and therefore, first of all, considered how that deficiency should be supplied. Whether or no they could pardon one John Dennis, who had early offered himself as king's evidence, and was the best read in their lives and conversations. Here, indeed, they were at a loss for law, and concluded in the negative, because it looked like compounding with a man to swear falsely, losing by it those great helps he could have afforded. Another great difficulty in their proceedings was, how to understand those words in the Act of Parliament, of particularly specifying in the charge the circumstances of time, place, etc., that is, so to understand them as to be able to hold a court. For, if they had been indicted on particular robberies, the evidence had happened mostly from the Royal African Company's ships, on which these gentlemen of Cape Corso Castle were not qualified to sit, their oath running, that they have no interest directly or indirectly in the ship or goods for the robbery of which the party stands accused. And this they thought they had, commissions being paid them on such goods. And on the other side, if they were incapacitated, no court could be formed, the commission absolutely requiring 3 of them by name. To reconcile all things, therefore, the court resolved to bottom the whole of their proceedings on the Swallow's depositions, which were clear and plain, and had the circumstance of time when, place where, manner how, and the like, particularly specified according to the statute in that case made and provided. But this admitted only a general intimation of robbery in the indictment. Therefore, to approve their clemency, it looking arbitrary on the lives of men to lump them to the gallows in such a summary way as must have been done, had they solely adhered to the Swallow's charge, they resolved to come to particular trials. Secondly, that the prisoners might not be ignorant whereon to answer, and so have all fair advantages to excuse and defend themselves. The court farther agreed with justice and equanimity to hear any evidence that could be brought to weaken or corroborate the 3 circumstances that complete a pirate. First, being a volunteer amongst them at the beginning. Secondly, being a volunteer at the taking or robbing of any ship. Or, lastly, voluntarily accepting a share in the booty of those that did. For, by a parity of reason, where these actions were of their own disposing and yet committed by them, it must be believed their hearts and hands joined together in what they acted against His Majesty's ship, the Swallow. End of Chapter 9, Part 8. Chapter 9, Part 9 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 9. The Trials of the Pyrates. Taken by His Majesty's ship the Swallow, begun at Cape Corso Castle on the coast of Africa, March the 28th, 1722. The commission empowered any 3 named therein to call to their assistance such a number of qualified persons as might make the court always consist of 7, and, accordingly, summons were signed to Lieutenant Joseph Barnsley, Lieutenant Christopher Fanshawe, Captain Samuel Heartsease, and Captain William Mingis, viz. By virtue of a power and authority to us given by a commission from the King under the seal of Admiralty, you are hereby required to attend and make one of the court for the trying and adjudging of the pirates lately taken on this coast by His Majesty's ship the Swallow, given under our hands this 28th of March, 1722, at Cape Corso Castle. Mungo Herdman, James Phipps, Henry Dodson, Francis Boy, Edward Hyde. The commissioners being met in the hall of the castle, the commission was first read, after which the president and then the other members took the oath prescribed in the Act of Parliament, and having directed the form of that for witnesses as follows, the court was opened. I, A.B., solemnly promise and swear on the holy evangelists to bear true and faithful witness between the king and prisoner or prisoners in relation to the fact or facts of piracy and robbery, he or they do now stand accused of, so help me God. The court consisted of Captain Mungo Herdman, President; James Phipps, Esquire, General of the Coast; Mr. H. Dodson, Merchant; Mr. Francis Boy, Merchant; Mr. Edward Hyde, Secretary to the Company; Lieutenant John Barnsley; Lieutenant Christopher Fanshawe. The following prisoners, out of the pirate ship Ranger, having been commanded before them, the charge or indictment was exhibited. There now follows a list of prisoners taken in the Ranger. It lists their names, the ships they're from, and the time when they were captured. James Skirm, Greyhound sloop, October 1720. Richard Hardy, pirate with Davis, 1718. William Main, brigantine captain, Pete, June 1720. Henry Dennis, pirates with Captain Davis, 1718. Valerie Ashplant, pirates with Captain Davis, 1719. Robert Birdson, pirates with Captain Davis, 1719. Richard Harris, Phoenix of Bristol, Captain Richards, June 1720. D. Littlejohn, Phoenix of Bristol, Captain Richards, June 1720. Thomas Howe, at Newfoundland, June 1720. Herbert Hunkins, Success sloop. Hugh Harris, Willing Mind, July 1720. William Mackintosh, July 1720. Ship unlisted. Thomas Wills, Richard of Bideford, July 1720. John Wilden, Mary and Martha, July 1720. James Greenham, Little York, Philip's master, July 1720. John Jameson, Love of Lancaster, July 1720. Christopher Lang, Thomas, brigantine, September 1720. John Mitchell, Norman Galley, October 1720. T. Withstandnot, Norman Galley, October 1720. Peter Lefevre, Jeremiah and Anne, April 1720. William Shurin, Jeremiah and Anne, April 1720. William Watts, Sierra Leone, of Master Glynn, July 1721. William Davis, Sierra Leone of Seigneur José, July 1721. James Barrow, Martha, Snow, Captain Lady, no date. Joshua Lee, Martha, Snow, Captain Lady, no date. Robert Hartley, the first. Robinson of Liverpool, Captain Canning, August 1721. James Crane, Robinson of Liverpool, Captain Canning, August 1721. George Smithson, Stanwich Galley, Captain Tarleton, August 1721. Roger Pye, Stanwich Galley, Captain Tarleton, August 1721. Robert Fletcher, Stanwich Galley, Captain Tarleton, August 1721. Robert Hartley II, Stanwich Galley, Captain Tarleton, August 1721. Andrew Rance, a Dutch ship, August 1721. Cuthbert Goss, Mercy, Galley of Bristol at Calabar, October 1721. Thomas Giles, Mercy Galley of Bristol at Calabar, October 1721. Israel Hind, Mercy Galley of Bristol at Calabar, October 1721. The following list of men were captured in January 1721-2. William Church, Geertruida of Holland. Philip Hark, Flushingham of Holland. William Smith, Elizabeth, Captain Sharp. Adam Comrie, Elizabeth, Captain Sharp. William Graves, King Solomon, Captain Traherne of Cape Apollonia. Peter Devine, King Solomon, Captain Traherne of Cape Apollonia. John Johnson, King Solomon, Captain Traherne of Cape Apollonia. John Stodgill, King Solomon, Captain Traherne of Cape Apollonia. Henry Dawson, Wider sloop at Jacquin. William Glass, Wider sloop at Jacquin. Josiah Robinson, Tarleton, Captain Thomas Tarleton. John Arnott, Tarleton, Captain Thomas Tarleton. John Davis, Tarleton, Captain Thomas Tarleton. Henry Graves, Tarleton, Captain Thomas Tarleton. Thomas Howard, Tarleton, Captain Thomas Tarleton. John Rymer, Tarleton, Captain Thomas Tarleton. Thomas Clapham, Tarleton, Captain Thomas Tarleton. William Guinness, Porcupine, Captain Fletcher. James Cozins, no ship listed. Thomas Stretton, Onslow, Captain G. at Sestos. William Petty, Onslow, Captain G. at Sestos. Michael Lemon, Onslow, Captain G. at Sestos. William Wood, Onslow, Captain G. at Sestos. Edward Watts, Onslow, Captain G. at Sestos. John Horn, Onslow, Captain G. at Sestos. The following were captured from the French ship in Wider Road, February 1721-22. Pierre Ravant, Peter Grossi. John Duggan, from the Rents Froggia. James Argyon of the Louis Arnaud, Étrian Gilliot, Rance Toby, Renaud Marot, Maître Lac, John Gittin, the John Goumar, Joseph Richardeux, the Jean Paquette, John Lavogue, from the Alain Péguin, Jean Duplessis, Pierre Chilot. You, James Skirm, Michael Lemon, Robert Hartley, etc., ye and every one of you are, in the name and by the authority of our dread sovereign lord, George, King of Great Britain, indicted as follows. Forasmuch as in open contempt of the laws of your country, ye have all of you been wickedly united and articled together for the annoyance and disturbance of His Majesty's trading subjects by sea, and have in conformity to the most evil and mischievous intentions been twice down the coast of Africa with 2 ships, once in the beginning of August and a second time in January last, sinking, burning, or robbing such ships and vessels as then happened in your way. Particularly ye stand charged of the instance and information of Captain Chalonnais Ogle as traitors and pirates, for the unlawful opposition ye made to His Majesty's ship the Swallow under his command. For that on the 5th of February last past, upon sight of the aforesaid king's ship, ye did immediately weigh anchor from under Cape Lopez on the southern coast of Africa in a French-built ship of 32 guns, called the Ranger, and did pursue and chase the aforesaid king's ship with such dispatch and precipitancy as declared ye common roberts and pirates. That about 10 o'clock the same morning, drawing within gunshot of His Majesty's aforesaid ship the Swallow, ye hoisted a piratical black flag and fired several chase guns to deter, as much as ye were able, His Majesty's servants from their duty. That an hour after this, being very nigh to the aforesaid king's ship, ye did audaciously continue in a hostile defence and assault for about 2 hours more, in open violation of the laws, and in defiance to the king's colours and commission. And, lastly, that in the acting and compassing of all this, ye were all and every one of you in a wicked combination, voluntarily to exert, and actually did, in your several stations, use your utmost endeavours to distress the said king's ship, and murder His Majesty's good subjects. To which they severally pleaded, not guilty. Then the court called for the officers of the Swallow, Mr. Isaacson, lieutenant, Ralph Baldrick, boatswain, Daniel McLaughlin, mate, desiring them to view the prisoners, whether they knew them, and to give an account in what manner they had attacked and fought the king's ship, and they agreed as follows. That they had viewed all the prisoners as they stood now before the court, and were assured that they were the same taken out of one or other of the pirate ships, Royal Fortune or Ranger, but verily believed them to be taken out of the Ranger. That they did in the king's ship at break of day on Monday the 5th of February 1721-2, discover 3 ships at anchor under Cape Lopez on the southern coast of Africa, the cape bearing then west-south-west about 3 leagues. And perceiving one of them to have a pendant flying, and having heard their morning gun before, they immediately suspected them to be Roberts the pirate, his consort, and a French ship they knew had been lately carried out of Wider Road. The king's ship was obliged to haul off north-west and west-north-west to avoid a sand, called the Frenchman's Bank, the wind then at south-south-east, and found in half an hour's time one of the 3 had got under sail from the careen, and was bending her sails in a chase towards them. To encourage this rashness and precipitancy, they kept away before the wind, as though afraid, but with their tacks on board, their mainyard braced and making at the same time very bad steerage. About half an hour after 10 in the morning, the pirate ship came within gunshot, and fired 4 chase guns, hoisted a black flag at the mizzen peak, and got their spritsail yard under their bowsprit, for boarding. In half an hour more, approaching still nigher, they starboarded their helm, and gave her a broadside, the pirate bringing to and returning the same. After this, the deponents say, their fire grew slack for some time, because the Pyrat was shot so far ahead on the weather bow that few of their guns could point to her. Yet in this interval their black flag was either shot away or hauled down a little space and hoisted again. At length, by their ill steerage and favour of the wind, they came near a second time, and about 2 in the afternoon shot away their main topmast. The colours they fought under, besides a black flag, were a red English ensign, a king's jack, and a Dutch pendant, which they struck at or about 3 in the afternoon, and called for quarters. It proving to be a French-built ship of 32 guns, called the Ranger. Isaacson, Ralph Baldrick, Daniel McLaughlin. When the evidence had been heard, the prisoners were called upon to answer how they came on board this pirate ship, and their reason for so audacious a resistance as had been made against the king's ship. To this each in his reply owned himself to be one of those taken out of the Ranger, that he had signed their piratical articles and shared in their plunder, some few only excepted who had been there too short a time, but that neither in this signing or sharing nor in the resistance had been made against his Majesty's ship had they been volunteers, but had acted in these several parts from a terror of death, which a law amongst them was to be the portion of those who refused. The court then asked who made those laws, how those guns came to be fired, or why they had not deserted their stations and mutinied when so fair a prospect of redemption offered. They replied still with the same answers, and could extenuate their crimes with no other plea than being forced men. Wherefore the court were of opinion that the indictment, as it charged them with an unlawful attack and resistance of the king's ship, was sufficiently proved. But then it being undeniably evident that many of these prisoners had been forced, and some of them of very short standing, they did, on mature deliberation, come to this merciful resolution: that they would hear further evidence for or against each person singly, in relation to those parts of the indictment which declared them volunteers, or charged them with aiding and assisting at the burning, sinking, and robbing of other ships; for, if they acted or assisted in any robberies or devastations, it would be a conviction they were volunteers. Here such evidence, though it might want the form, still carried the reason of the law with it. The charge was exhibited also against the following pirates taken out of the Royal Fortune: Michael Mair, in the Rover 5 years ago; Christopher Moody, under Davis, 1718; Mark Johnson, a Dutch ship, 1718; James Phillips, the Revenge, pirate sloop, 1717; David Simpson, pirates with Davis, no date; Thomas Sutton, pirates with Davis, no date; Hag Jacobsen, a Dutch ship, 1719; William Williams the First, Sadbury, Captain Thomas, Newfoundland, 1719; William Fernan, Sadbury, Captain Thomas, Newfoundland, June, 1720; William Williams the Second, Sadbury, Captain Thomas, Newfoundland, June, 1720; Roger Scott, Sadbury, Captain Thomas, Newfoundland, no date; Thomas Owen, York of Bristol, May, 1720; William Taylor, York of Bristol, May, 1720; Joseph Nossiter, Expedition of Topsham, May, 1720; John Parker, Willing Mind of Poole, July, 1720; Robert Crowe, Happy Return, sloop, July, 1720; George Smith, Mary and Martha, July, 1720; James Clements, Success, sloop, July, 1720; John Walden, Blessing of Lymington, July, 1720; Jonathan Mansfield, from Martinique, no date; James Harris, Richard, Pink, no date; John Phillips, a fishing boat, no date; Harry Glasby, Samuel, Captain Carey, July, 1720; Hugh Mingus, Samuel, Captain Carey, July, 1720; William Magnus, no details; Joseph Moore, Mayflower, sloop, February, 1720; John Dufrock, Lloyd, galley, Captain Hingston, May, 1721; William Champneys, Lloyd, galley, Captain Hingston, May, 1721; George Danson, Lloyd, galley, Captain Hingston, May, 1721; Isaac Russell, Lloyd, galley, Captain Hingston, deceased; Robert Lilburn, Jeremiah and Anne, Captain Turner, April, 1721; Robert Johnson, Jeremiah and Anne, Captain Turner, April, 1721; William Darling, Jeremiah and Anne, Captain Turner, April, 1721; William Meade, Jeremiah and Anne, Captain Turner, deceased; Thomas Diggles, Christopher, Snow, April, 1721; Benjamin Jeffreys, Norman galley, April, 1721; John Frantier, a sloop at St. Nicholas, April, 1721; D. Harding, a Dutch ship, April, 1721; John Coleman, Adventure sloop, April, 1721; Charles Bunce, a Dutch galley, April, 1721; R. Armstrong, a Dutch run from the Swallow, April, 1721. The following were captured in May, 1721, taken from the Onslow, Captain G. at Sestos: Abraham Harper, Peter Leslie, John Jessup the First, Thomas Watkins, Philip Bill, Jonathan Stevenson, James Crombie, Thomas Garrett, and George Ogle, deceased; Roger Gorsuch, Martha, Snow, August 1721; John Watson, Martha, Snow, August 1721; William Child, Mercy, galley at Calabar, October 1721; John Griffin, Mercy, galley at Calabar, October 1721; Peter Scudamore, Mercy, galley at Calabar, no date. The following were from the ship Cornwall, galley at Calabar: Christopher Granger, Nicholas Brattle, James White in October 1721, Thomas Davis, October 1721, Thomas Seaver, October 1721, Robert Bevins, T. Ottolany, David Rice. Robert Hawes, Jocelyn, Captain Lewan, October 1721. Hugh Riddle, Diligence, boat, January 1721. Stephen Thomas, Diligence, boat, January 1721. The following were taken January 1721 and the King Solomon: John Lane, Samuel Fletcher, William Phillips, Jacob Johnson, John King. Benjamin Parr, Robinson, Captain Canning, January 1721. William May, Elizabeth, Captain Sharp, January 1721. Ed Thorndon, Elizabeth, Captain Sharp, January 1721. George Wilson, Tarleton of Liverpool at Cape Lahou, January 1721. Edward Tarleton, Tarleton of Liverpool at Cape Lahou, January 1721. Robert Hayes, Tarleton of Liverpool at Cape Lahou, undated. Thomas Roberts, Charlton, Captain Allwright, February 1721. John Richards, Charlton, Captain Allwright, February 1721. John Kane, Charlton, Captain Allwright, February 1721. The following were taken from the Porcupine, Captain Fletcher, the Wider Road: Richard Wood, Richard Scott, February 1721. William Davison, February 1721. Samuel Morwell, February 1721. Edward Evans. John Jessup II surrendered up at Prince's. You, Harry Glasby, William Davison, William Champneys, Samuel Morwell, etc., ye, and every one of you are, in the name and by the authority of our most dread Sovereign Lord George, King of Great Britain, indicted as follows: Forasmuch as in open contempt and violation of the laws of your country, to which ye ought to have been subject, ye have all of you been wickedly united and articled together for the annoyance and destruction of his Majesty's trading subjects by sea, and, in conformity to so wicked an agreement and association, ye have been twice lately down this coast of Africa, once in August and a second time in January last, spoiling and destroying many goods and vessels of his Majesty's subjects and other trading nations. Particularly, ye stand indicted at the information and instance of Captain Challoner Ogle as traitors, robbers, pirates, and common enemies to mankind. For, that on the 10th of February last, in a ship you were possessed of called the Royal Fortune, of 40 guns, ye did maintain a hostile defence and resistance for some hours against his Majesty's ship the Swallow, nigh Cape Lopez Bay on the southern coast of Africa. That this fight and insolent resistance against the king's ship was made, not only without any pretence of authority, more than that of your own private depraved wills, but was done also under a black flag, flagrantly by that, denoting yourselves common robbers and traitors, opposers and violators of the laws. And lastly, that in this resistance ye were all of you volunteers, and did as such contribute your utmost efforts for disabling and distressing the aforesaid king's ship, and deterring his Majesty's servants therein from their duty. To which they severally pleaded, not guilty. Whereupon the officers of his Majesty's ship the Swallow were called again, and testified as follows: that they had seen all the prisoners now before the court, and knew them to be the same which were taken out of one or other of the pirate ships, Royal Fortune or Ranger, and verily believed them to be those taken out of the Royal Fortune. That the prisoners were possessed of a ship of 40 guns, called the Royal Fortune, and were at an anchor under Cape Lopez on the coast of Africa with 2 others, when his Majesty's ship the Swallow, to which the deponents belonged and were officers, stood in for the place on Saturday the 10th of February 1721 to 2. The largest of them had an ensign and pendant flying, being this Royal Fortune, who on sight of them had their boats passing and repassing from the other 2, which they supposed to be with men. The wind not favouring the aforesaid king's ship, she was obliged to make 2 trips to gain nigh enough the wind to set in with the pirates, and being at length little more than random shot from them, they found she slipped her cable and got under sail. At 11 the pirate was within pistol shot, abreast of them, and a black flag and pendant hoisted at their main topmast head. The deponents say they then struck the French ensign, that had continued hoisted at their staff all the morning till then, and displayed the king's colours, giving her at the same time their broadside, which was immediately returned. The pirate's mizzen topmast fell, and some of her rigging was torn, yet she still outsailed the man of war, and slid half gunshot from them, while they continued to fire without intermission, and the other to return such guns as could be brought to bear, till, by favour of the winds, They were advanced very nigh again, and after exchanging a few more shots about half an hour past 1, his mainmast came down, having received a shot a little below the parrel. At 2 she struck her colours, and called for quarters, proving to be a ship formerly called the Onslow, but by them the Royal Fortune, and the prisoners from her assured them that the smallest ship of the two, then remaining in the road, belonged to them by the name of the Little Ranger, which they had deserted on this occasion. Signed, Isaacson, Ralph Baldrick, Daniel McLaughlin. The prisoners were asked by the court to the same purpose the others had been in the morning, what exception they had to make against what had been sworn, and what they had to say in their defence, and their reply were much the same with the other prisoners, that they were forced men, had not fired a gun in this resistance against the Swallow, and that what little assistance they did give on this occasion was to the sails and rigging, to comply with the arbitrary commands of Roberts, who had threatened, and they were persuaded would, have shot them on refusal. The court, to dispense equal justice, mercifully resolved for these, as they had done for the other pirate crew, that further evidence should be heard against each man singly, to the 2 points of being a volunteer at first, and to their particular acts of piracy and robbery since. That so men who had been lately received amongst them, and as yet had not been at the taking or plundering of any ship, might have the opportunity and benefit of clearing their innocence, and not fall promiscuously with the guilty. End of Chapter 9, Part 9.
Chapter 9, Part 10 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 10. By order of the Court, John Atkins, Register. William Magnus, Thomas Outerlawney, William Maine, William McIntosh, Val Ashplant, John Walden, Israel Hind, Marcus Johnson, William Petty, William Fernan, Abraham Harper, William Wood, Thomas Howe, John Stephenson, Charles Bunce, and John Griffin. Against these it was disposed by Captain Joseph Traherne and George Fenn his mate, that they were all of them either at the attacking and taking of the ship King Solomon, or afterwards at the robbing and plundering of her, and in this manner: that on the 6th of January last their ship, riding at anchor near Cape Apollonia in Africa, discovered a boat rowing towards them, against wind and stream, from a ship that lay about 3 miles to leeward. They judged from the number of men in her as she nearer advanced to be a pirate, and made some preparation for receiving her, believing, on a nigher view, they would think fit to withdraw from an attack that must be on their side with great disadvantage in an open boat, and against double the number of men. Yet by the rashness and pusillanimity of his own people, who laid down their arms and immediately called for quarter, the ship was taken, and afterwards robbed by them. President: Can you charge your memory with any particulars in the seizure and robbery? Evidence: We know that Magnus, quartermaster of the pirate ship, commanded the men in this boat that took us, and assumed the authority of ordering her provisions and stores out, which being of different kinds we soon found, were seized and sent away under more particular directions. For Maine, as boatswain of the pirate ship, carried away 2 cables and several coils of rope as what belonged to his province, beating some of our own men for not being brisk enough at working in the robbery. Petty as sailmaker saw to the sails and canvas, Harper as cooper to the cask and tools, Griffin to the carpenter's stores, and Outerlawney as pilot, having shifted himself with a suit of my clothes, a new tie wig, and called for a bottle of wine, ordering the ship, very arrogantly, to be steered under Commodore Robert's stern, I suppose to know what orders there were concerning her. So far particularly, in the general, sir, they were very outrageous and emulous in mischief. President: Mr. Castile, acquaint the court of what you know in relation to this robbery of the King Solomon, after what manner the pirate boat was dispatched for this attempt. Thomas Gastel: I was a prisoner, sir, with the pirates when their boat was ordered upon that service, and found, upon a resolution of going, word was passed through the company, who would go, and I saw all that did it voluntarily, no compulsion, but rather pressing who should be foremost. The prisoners yielded to what had been sworn about the attack and robbery, but denied the latter evidence, saying, Roberts hectored and upbraided them of cowardice on this very occasion, and told some they were very ready to step on board of a prize when within command of the ship, but now there seemed to be a trial of their valor, backward and fearful. President. So that Roberts forced ye upon this attack? Prisoners. Roberts commanded us into the boat, and the quartermaster to rob the ship, neither of whose commands we dared to have refused. President. And granting it so, those are still your own acts, since done by orders from officers of your own election. Why would men honestly disposed give their votes for such a captain and such a quartermaster as were every day commanding them on distasteful services? Here succeeded a silence among the prisoners, but at length Vernon very honestly owned that he did not give his vote to Magnus, but to David Simpson, the old quartermaster, for in truth, says he, I took Magnus for too honest a man, and unfit for the business. The evidence was plain and home, and the court, without any hesitation, brought them in guilty. William Church, Philip Hake, James White, Nicholas Brattle, Hugh Riddle, William Thomas, Thomas Roberts, Joseph Richards, Joseph Kane, R. Wood, R. Scott, William Davison, Samuel Morwell, Edward Evans, William Guinness, and 18 French men. The first 4 of these prisoners, it was evident to the court, served as music on board the Pirate, were forced lately from the several merchant ships they belonged to, and that they had, during this confinement, an uneasy life of it, having sometimes their fiddles, and often their heads broke, only for excusing themselves, or saying they were tired, when any fellow took it in his head to demand a tune. The other English had been a very few days on board the Pirate, only from Whydah to Cape Lopez, and no capture or robbery done by them in that time. And the Frenchmen were brought with a design to reconduct their own ship, or the little Ranger in exchange, to Whydah Road, and were used like prisoners, neither quartered nor suffered to carry arms, so that the court immediately acquiesced in acquitting them. Thomas Sutton, David Simpson, Christopher Moody, Philip Bill, R. Hardy, Henry Dennis, David Rice, William Williams, R. Harris, George Smith, Edward Watts, Joseph Mitchell, and James Barrow. The evidence against these prisoners were Garrett de Haan, master of the Flushingham, taken nigh Axum the beginning of January last, Benjamin Crest, master, and James Grote, mate of the Gertruich, taken nigh Gabon in December last, and Mr. Castell, Wingfield, and others that had been prisoners with the pirates. The former deposed that all these prisoners, excepting Hardy, were on board at the robbery and plunder of their ships, behaving in a vile outrageous manner, putting them in bodily fears, sometimes for the ship, and sometimes for themselves, and in particular, Crift charged it on Sutton that he had ordered all their gunners' stores out, on which that prisoner presently interrupted and said he was perjured, that he had not taken half, a reply, I believe, not designed as any saucy way of jesting, but to give their behavior an appearance of more humanity than the Dutch would allow. From Mr. Castile, Wingfield, and others, they were proved to be distinguished men, men who were consulted as chiefs in all enterprises, belonged most of them to the House of Lords, as they called it, and could carry an authority over others. The former said, particularly of Hardy, quartermaster of the Ranger, that when the diligent sloop was taken, whereto he belonged, none was busier in the plunder, and was the very man who scuttled and sunk the vessel. From some of the prisoners acquitted, it was farther demanded whether the acceptance or refusal of any office was not in their own option, and it was declared that every officer was chose by a majority of votes, and might refuse, if he pleased, since others gladly embraced what brought with it an additional share of prize. Guilty. The court on the 31st of March remanded the following 6 before them for sentence, viz., David Simpson, William Magnus, R. Hardy, Thomas Sutton, Christopher Moody, and Valen Ashplant, to whom the President spoke to the following purpose: The crime of piracy, of which all of ye have been justly convicted, is of all other robberies the most aggravating and inhumane, in that being removed from the fears of surprise in remote and distant parts, ye do in wantonness of power often add cruelty to theft. Pirates unmoved at distress or poverty not only spoil and rob, but do it from men needy, and who are purchasing their livelihoods through hazards and difficulties, which ought rather to move compassion, and what is still worse, do often, by persuasion or force, engage an inconsiderate part of them, to their own and families' ruin, removing them from their wives and children, and by that, from the means that should support them from misery and want. To a trading nation nothing can be so destructive as piracy, or call for more exemplary punishment besides, the national reflection it infers. It cuts off the returns of industry, and those plentiful importations that alone can make an island flourishing, and it is your aggravation that ye have been the chiefs and rulers in these licentious and lawless practices. However, contrary to the measures ye have dealt, ye have been heard with patience, and though little has, or possibly could, have been said in excuse or extenuation of your crimes, yet charity makes us hope that a true and sincere repentance, which we heartily recommend, may entitle ye to mercy and forgiveness, after the sentence of the law has taken place, which now remains upon me to pronounce. You, David Simpson, William Magnus, R. Hardy, Thomas Sutton, Christopher Moody, and Val Ashplant, ye and each of you are adjudged and sentenced to be carried back to the place from whence ye came, from thence to the place of execution, without the gates of this castle, and there within the flood marks, to be hanged by the neck till ye are dead. After this ye and each of you shall be taken down, and your bodies hanged in chains. Warrant for execution. Pursuant to the sentence given on Saturday by the Court of Admiralty at Cape Corso Castle, against David Simpson, William Magnus, R. Hardy, Thomas Sutton, Christopher Moody, and Valentine Ashplant, you are hereby directed to carry the aforesaid malefactors to the place of execution, without the gates of this castle, tomorrow morning at 9 of the clock, and there within the flood marks cause them to be hanged by the neck till they are dead, for which this shall be your warrant, given under my hand this 2nd day of April, 1722. To Joseph Gordon, Provost Marshal, Mungo Herdman, the bodies remove in chains to the gibbets already erected on the adjacent hillocks. M. H. William Phillips. It appeared by the evidence of Captain Joe Traherne and George Fenn, mate of the King Solomon, that this prisoner was boatswain of the same ship, when she was attacked and taken off Cape Apollonia, the 6th of January last, by the pirates' boat. When the boat drew nigh, they say, it was judged from the number of men in her, that they were pirates, and being hailed, answered, defiance, at which the commander snatched a musket from one of his men, and fired, asking them at the same time whether they would stand by him to defend the ship. The pirates returning a volley and crying out they would give no quarters if any resistance was made, this prisoner took upon him to call out for quarters, without the master's consent, and misled the rest to the laying down their arms, and giving up the ship, to half the number of men, and in an open boat. It was further evident he became, after this, a volunteer amongst them, first because he was presently very forward and brisk in robbing the ship King Solomon of her provisions and stores; secondly, because he endeavoured to have his captain ill used; and lastly, because he had confessed to Fenn that he had been obliged to sign their articles that night, a pistol being laid on the table to signify he must do it or be shot, when the whole appeared to be an untruth from other evidence, who also asserted his being armed in the action against the Swallow. In answer to this he first observed upon the unhappiness of being friendless in this part of the world, which elsewhere, by witnessing to the honesty of his former life, would, he believed, in a great measure, have invalidated the wrong evidence had been given of his being a volunteer with the pirates. He owns indeed he made no application to his captain to intercede for a discharge, but excuses it with saying he had a dislike to him, and therefore was sure that such application would have availed him nothing. The court observed the pretences of this, and other of the pirates, of a pistol and their articles being served up in a dish together, or of their being misused and forced from an honest service, was often a complotment of the parties, to render them less suspected of those they came from, and was to answer the end of being put in a newspaper or affidavit; and the pirates were so generous as not to refuse a compliment to a brother that cost them nothing, and, at the same time, secured them the best hands, the best I call them because such a dependence made them act more boldly. Guilty. Harry Glasby, master. There appearing several persons in court who had been taken by Roberts's ship, whereof the prisoner was master, their evidence was accepted as follows: Joe Traherne, commander of the King Solomon, deposed the prisoner, indeed to act as master of the pirate ship while he was under restraint there, but was observed like no master, every one obeying at discretion, of which he had taken notice and complained to him, how hard a condition it was to be a chief among brutes, and that he was weary of his life, and such other expressions, now out of his memory, as showed in him a great disinclination to that course of living. Joe Wingfield, a prisoner with them at Calabar, says the same, as to the quality he acted in, but that he was civil beyond any of them, and verily believes that when the brigantine he served on board of as a factor of the African company was voted to be burnt, this man was the instrument of preventing it, expressing himself with a great deal of sorrow for this and the malicious rogueries of the company he was in, that to him showed he had acted with reluctancy, as one who could not avoid what he did. He adds further, that when one Hamilton, a surgeon, was taken by them, and the articles about to be imposed on him, he opposed and prevented it; and that Hunter, another surgeon among them, was cleared at the prisoner's instance and persuasion, from which last this despondent had it assured to him that Glasby had once been under sentence of death on board of them with 2 more, for endeavouring an escape in the West Indies, and that the other 2 were really shot for it. Elizabeth Trengrove, who was taken a passenger in the African Company's ship Onslow, strengthened the evidence of the last witness, for having heard a good character of this Glasby, she inquired of the quartermaster, who was then on board a robbing, whether or no she could see him, and he told her no. They never ventured him from the ship, for he had once endeavoured his escape, and they had ever since continued jealous of him. Edward Crisp, Captain Trengrove, and Captain Sharp, who had all been taken in their turns, acknowledged for themselves and others who had unluckily fallen into those pirates' hands, that the good usage they had met with was chiefly through the prisoner's means, who often interposed, for leaving sufficient stores and instruments on board the ships they had robbed, allegedly they were superfluous and unnecessary there. James White, whose business was music, and was on the poop of the pirate ship in time of action with the Swallow, deposed that during the engagement and defence she made he never saw the prisoner busied about the guns or giving orders, either to the loading or firing of them, but that he wholly attended to the setting or trimming of the sails as Roberts commanded, and that in the conclusion he verily believed him to be the man who prevented the ships being blown up, by setting trusty sentinels below, and opposing himself against such hot-headed fellows as had procured lighted matches and were going down for that purpose. Isaac's son, lieutenant of the man of war, deposed, that when he came to take possession of the prize in the king's boat, he found the pirates in a very distracted and divided condition, some being for blowing up, and others, who perhaps supposed themselves less culpable, opposing it; that in this confusion he inquired for the prisoner, of whom he had before heard a good character, and thinks he rendered all the service in his power for preventing it. In particular, he understood by all hands that he had seized and taken from one James Phillips a lighted match, at the instant he was going down to the magazine, swearing that he should send them all to hell together. He had heard also that after Roberts was killed, the prisoner ordered the colours to be struck, and had since shown how opposite his practice and principles had been, by discovering who were the greatest rogues among them. The prisoner, in his own defence, says, when he had the misfortune of falling into the pirates' hands, he was chief mate of the Samuel, of London, Captain Carey, and when he had hid himself to prevent the design of carrying him away, they found him, and beat and threw him overboard. 7 days afterwards, upon his objecting against and refusing to sign their articles, he was cut and abused again. That though after this he ingratiated himself by a more humble carriage, it was only to make life easy, the shares they had given him having been from time to time returned again to such prisoners as fell in his way, till of late indeed he had made a small reservation, and had desired Captain Lone to take 2 or 3 Madores from him to carry to his wife. He was once taken, he says, at making his escape in the West Indies, and with 2 more sentenced to be shot for it by a drunken jury. The latter actually suffered, and he was preserved only by one of the chief pirates taking a sudden liking to him, and bullying the others. A second time he ran away at Hispaniola, carrying a pocket compass, for conducting him through the woods; but that being a most desolate and wild part of the island he fell upon, and he ignorant how to direct his course, was obliged, after 2 or 3 days' wandering, to return towards the ship again, denying with egregious oaths the design he was charged with, for fear they would shoot him. From this time he hopes it will be some extenuation of his fault, that most of the acquitted prisoners can witness they entertained jealousies of him, and Roberts would not admit him into his secrets, and withal that Captain Cary, and 4 other prisoners with him, had made affidavit of his having been forced from his employ, which though he could not produce, yet he humbly hoped the court would think highly probable from the circumstances offered. On the whole, the court was of opinion artists had the best pretension to the plea of force, from the necessity pirates are sometimes under of engaging such, and that many parts of his own defence had been confirmed by the evidence, who had asserted he acted with reluctance, and had expressed a concern and trouble for the little hopes remained to him of extricating himself. That he had used all prisoners, as they were called, well, at the hazard of ill usage to himself; that he had not in any military capacity assisted their robberies; that he had twice endeavoured his escape, with the utmost danger. Acquitted him. Captain James Skirm. It appeared from the evidence of several prisoners acquitted, that this Skirm commanded the Ranger, in that defence she made against the King's ship; that he ordered the men to their quarters, and the guns to be loaded and fired, having a sword in his hand to enforce those commands, and beat such to their duty whom he espied any way negligent or backward; that although he had lost a leg in the action, his temper was so warm as to refuse going off the deck till he found all was lost. In his defence, he says, he was forced from a mate's employ on board a sloop called the Greyhound, of St. Christopher's, October 1720, the pirate having drubbed him, and broke his head, only for offering to go away when that sloop was dismissed. Custom and success had since indeed blunted, and in some measure worn out the sense of shame; but that he had really for several months past been sick, and disqualified for any duty; and though Roberts had forced him on this expedition much against his will, yet the evidence must be sensible. The title of captain gave him no preeminence, for he could not be obeyed, though he had often called to them to leave off their fire, when he perceived it to be the King's ship. The sickness he alleged, but more especially the circumstance of losing his leg, were aggravations of his fault, showing him more alert on such occasions than he was now willing to be thought. As to the name of captain, if it were allowed to give him no precedence out of battle, yet here it was proved a title of authority, such an authority as could direct an engagement against the King's colors, and therefore he was in the highest degree guilty. End of Chapter 9, Part 10. Chapter 9, Part 11 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 11. John Walden. Captain John Traherne and George Fenn deposed the prisoner to be one of the number, who in an open boat piratically assailed and took their ship, and was remarkably busy at mischief, having a pole axe in his hand, which served him instead of a key to all the locked doors and boxes he came nigh. Also in particular he cut the cable of our ship, when the other pirates were willing, and busied at heaving up the anchor, saying, Captain, which signifies this trouble of yo hope and straining in hot weather, that there are more anchors at London, and besides, your ship is to be burnt. William Smith, a prisoner acquitted, says Walden was known among the pirates mostly by the nickname of Miss Nanny. Ironically, it's presumed from the hardiness of his temper, that he was one of the 20 who voluntarily came on board the Ranger, in the chase she made out after the Swallow, and by a shot from that ship lost his leg, his behaviour in the fight till then being bold and daring. The President called for Harry Glasby, and bid him relate a character of the prisoner, and what custom was among them, in relation to these voluntary expeditions out of their proper ship, and this of going on board the Ranger in particular. And he gave in for evidence that the prisoner was looked on as a brisk hand, i.e., as he farther explained it, a staunch pirate, a great rogue; that when the Swallow first appeared in sight every one was willing to believe her a Portuguese, because sugar was very much in demand, and had made some jarring and dissension between the two companies, the Fortunes people drinking punch when the Rangers could not; that Roberts, on sight of the Swallow, hailed the new Ranger, and bid them right ship and get under sail. There is, says he, sugar in the offing, bring it in, that we may have no more mumbling, ordering at the same time the word to be passed among the crew, who would go to their assistance, and immediately the boat was full of men to transport themselves. President. Then every one that goes on board of any prize does it voluntarily, or were there here any other reasons for it? H. Glasby. Every man is commonly called by list, and insists in his turn to go on board of a prize, because they then are allowed a shift of clothes, the best they can find, over and above the dividend from the robbery, and this they are so far from being compelled to, that it often becomes the occasion of contest and quarrel amongst them. But in the present or such like cases, where there appears a prospect of trouble, the lazy and timorous are often willing to decline this turn, and yield to their betters, who thereby establish a greater credit. The prisoner and the rest of those men who went from the Fortune on board the Ranger to assist in this expedition were volunteers, and the trustiest men among us. President. Were there no jealousies of the Ranger's leaving you in this chase, or at any other time, in order to surrender? H. Glasby. Most of the Ranger's crew were fresh men who had been entered only since their being on the coast of Guinea, and therefore had not so liberal a share in fresh provisions or wine as the Fortune's people, who thought they had borne the burthen and heat of the day, which had given occasion indeed to some grumblings and whispers, as though they would take an opportunity to leave us, but we never supposed, if they did, it would be with any other design than setting up for themselves, they having, many of them, behaved with greater severity than the old standers. The prisoner appeared undaunted and rather solicitous about resting his stump than giving any answer to the court or making any defense for himself till called upon. Then he related in a careless or rather hopeless manner the circumstances of his first entrance, being forced, he said, out of the blessing of Leamington at Newfoundland, about 12 months past. This he is sure most of the old pirates knew, and that he was for some time as sick of the change as any man, but custom and ill company had altered him, owning very frankly that he was at the attack, and taking of the King Solomon, that he did cut her cable, and that none were forced on those occasions. As to the last expedition in the Ranger, he confesses he went on board of her, but that it was by Roberts's order, and in the chase loaded one gun to bring her to, but when he saw it was a bite, he declared to his comrades that it was not worth while to resist, sore bore firing, and assisted to reeve the braces in order, if they could, to get away, in which sort of service he was busied, when a shot from the man of war took off his leg, and being asked, that supposing the chase had proved a Portuguese, why then, says he, I don't know what I might have done, intimating withal that every body then would have been ready enough at plundering. Guilty. Peter Scudamore, Harry Glasby, Joe Wingfield, and Nicholas Brattle deposed thus much, as to his being a volunteer with the pirates, from Captain Rolls at Calabar. First, that he quarrelled with Moody, one of the heads of the gang, and fought with him because he opposed his going, asking Rolls in a leering manner whether he would not be so kind as to put him into the Gazette when he came home, and at another time, when he was going from the pirate ship in his boat, a tornado arose. I wish, says he, the rascal may be drowned, for he is a great rogue, and has endeavoured to do me all the ill offices he could among these gentlemen, i.e. pirates. And secondly, that he had signed the pirates' articles with a great deal of alacrity, and gloried in having been the first surgeon that had done so, for before this it was their custom to change their surgeons, when they desired it, after having served a time, and never obliged them to sign, but he was resolved to break through this, for the good of those who were to follow. Swearing immediately upon it, he was now, he hoped, as great a rogue as any of them. Captain Joe Traherne and George Fenn, his mate, deposed the prisoner to have taken out of the King Solomon, their surgeon's capital instruments, some medicines, and a backgammon table, which later became the means of a quarrel between one Wincon and he whose property they should be, and were yielded to the prisoner. Joe Sharp, master of the Elizabeth, heard the prisoner ask Roberts leave to force Cumry, his surgeon, from him, which was accordingly done, and with him carried also some of the ship's medicines. But what gave a fuller proof of the dishonesty of his principles was the treacherous design he had formed of running away with the prize, in her passage to Cape Corso, though he had been treated with all humanity, and very unlike a prisoner, on account of his employ and better education, which had rendered him less to be suspected. Mr. Child, acquitted, deposed, that in their passage from the island of St. Thomas, in the Fortune prize, this prisoner was several times tempted him into measures of rising with the negroes, and killing the Swallow's people, showing him how easily the white men might be demolished and a new company raised at Angola, and that part of the coast, for, says he, I understand how to navigate a ship, and can soon teach you to steer. And is it not better to do this than to go back to Cape Corso and be hanged and sun-dried? To which the deponent, replying he was not afraid of being hanged, Scudamore bid him be still, and no harm should come to him. But before the next day evening, which was the designed time of executing this project, the deponent discovered it to the officer, and assured him Scudamore had been talking all the preceding night to the negroes in Angolian language. Isaac Burnett heard the prisoner ask James Harris, a pirate, left with the wounded in the prize, whether he was willing to come into the project of running away with the ship, and endeavor the raising of a new company, but turned the discourse to horse racing, as the deponent crept nigher. He acquainted the officer with what he had heard, who kept the people under arms all night, their apprehensions of the negroes not being groundless, for many of them having lived a long time in this piratical way, were, by the thin commons they were now reduced to, as ripe for mischief as any. The prisoner in his defence said, he was a forced man from Captain Rolls, in October last, and if he had not shown such a concern as became him, at the alteration he must remark the occasion to be the disagreement and enmity between them, but that both Roberts and Val Asplant threatened him into signing their articles, and that he did it in terror. The King Solomon and Elizabeth medicine chest he owns he plundered, by order of Hunter, the then chief surgeon, who, by the pirates' laws, always directs in this province, and Mr. Child, though acquitted, had by the same orders taken out a whole French medicine chest, which he must be sensible for me, as well as for himself, we neither of us dared to have denied, it was their being the proper judges made so ungrateful an office imposed. If after this he was elected chief surgeon himself, both Comrie and Wilson were set up also, and it might have been their chance to have carried it, and as much out of their power to have refused. As to the attempt of rising and running away with the prize, he denies it altogether as untrue, a few foolish words, but only by way of supposition, that if the negroes should take it in their heads, considering the weakness and ill lookout that was kept, it would have been an easy matter, in his opinion, for them to have done it, but that he encouraged such a thing was false. His talking to them in the Angolan language was only a way of spending his time, and trying his skill to tell 20, he being incapable of further talk. As to his understanding navigation, he had frequently acknowledged it to the deponent Child, and wonders he should now so circumstantiate this skill against him. Guilty. Robert Johnson. It appeared to the court that the prisoner was one of the 20 men in the boat of the pirates which afterwards robbed the King Solomon at an anchor near Cape Apollonia; that all pirates on this and the like service were volunteers, and he, in particular, had contested his going on board a second time, though out of his turn. The prisoner in his defence called for Harry Glasby, who witnessed to his being so very drunk when he first came among their crew, that they were forced to hoist him out of one ship into the other, with a tackle, and therefore without his consent, but he had since been a trusty man, and was placed to the helm, in that running battle they made with the Swallow. He insisted for himself likewise on Captain Turner's affidavit of his being forced, on which others, his shipmates, had been cleared. The court, considering the partiality that might be objected in acquitting one, and condemning another of the same standing, thought fit to remark it as a clear testimony of their integrity, that their care and indulgence to each man in allowing his particular defence was to exempt from the rigour of the law such who it must be allowed would have stood too promiscuously condemned, if they had not been heard upon any other fact than that of the swallow, and herein what could better direct them than a character and behaviour from their own associates, for though a voluntary entry with the pirates may be doubtful, yet his consequent actions are not, and it is not so material how a man comes among pirates, as how he acts when he is there. Guilty. George Wilson. John Sharp, master of the Elizabeth, in which ship the prisoner was passenger, and fell a second time into the pirates' hands, deposes that he took the said Wilson off from Sestos, on this coast, paying to the negroes for his ransom, the value of 3 pound 5 shillings in goods, for which he had taken a note, that he thought he had done a charitable act in this, till meeting with one Captain Canning, he was asked why he would release such a rogue as Wilson was, for that he had been a volunteer with the pirates, out of John Tarleton, and when the deponent came to be a prisoner himself, he found Thomas, the brother of this John Tarleton, a prisoner with the pirates also, who was immediately on Wilson's instigation, in a most sad manner misused and beat, and had been shot, through the fury and rage of some of those fellows, if the town side, i.e. Liverpool, men had not hid him in a staysail under the bowsprit, for Moody and Harper, with their pistols cocked, searched every corner of the ship to find him, and came to this deponent's hammock, whom they had like fatality to have mistaken for Tarleton, but on his calling out, they found their error, and left him with this comfortable anodyne, that he was the honest fellow who brought the doctor. At coming away the prisoner asked about his note, whether the pirates had it or no, who not being able readily to tell, he replied, "It's no matter, Mr. Sharp, I believe I shall hardly ever come to England to pay it." Adam Comrie, surgeon of the Elizabeth, says that although the prisoner had, on account of his indisposition and want, received many civilities from him before meeting with the pirates, he yet understood it was through his and Scudamore's means that he had been compelled among them. The prisoner was very alert and cheerful, he says, at meeting with Roberts, hailed him, told him he was glad to see him, and would come on board presently, borrowing of the deponent a clean shirt and drawers for his better appearance and reception. He signed their articles willingly, and used arguments with him to do the same, saying they should make their voyage in 8 months, to Brazil, share 600 or 700 per a man, and then break up. Again, when the crew came to an election of a chief surgeon, and this deponent was set up with the others, Wilson told him he hoped he should carry it from Scudamore, for that a quarter share, which they had more than others, would be worth looking after. But the deponent missed the preserment, by the good will of the Rangers' people, who, in general, voted for Scudamore, to get rid of him, the chief surgeon being always to remain with the Commodore. It appeared likewise by the evidence of Captain Joe Traherne, Thomas Castell, and others, who had been taken by the pirates, and thence had opportunities of observing the prisoner's conduct, that he seemed thoroughly satisfied with that way of life, and was particularly intimate with Roberts, they often scoffing at the mention of a man of war, and saying, if they should meet with any of the turnips men's ships, they would blow up and go to hell together. Yet setting aside these silly freaks, to recommend himself, his laziness had got him many enemies, even Roberts told him, on the complaint of a wounded man whom he had refused to dress, that he was a double rogue, to be there a second time, and threatened to cut his ears off. The evidence further assured the court, from Captain Thomas Tarleton, that the prisoner was taken out of his brother's ship, some months before, a first time, and being forward to oblige his new company, had presently asked for the pirate's boat, to fetch the medicine chest away, when the wind and current proving too hard to contend with, they were drove on shore at Cape Montserrato. The prisoner called for William Darling and Samuel Morwell, acquitted, and Nicholas Butler. William Darling deposed, the first time the prisoner fell into their hands, Roberts mistook him for Joe Tarleton the master, and being informed it was the surgeon who came to represent him, then indisposed, he presently swore he should be his messmate, to which Wilson replied, he hoped not, he had a wife and child, which the other laughed at, and that he had been 2 days on board before he went in that boat, which was drove on shore at Cape Montserrato, and at his second coming in the Elizabeth he heard Roberts order he should be brought on board in the first boat. Samuel Morwell says that he has heard him bewail his condition while on board the pirate, and desired one Thomas to use his interest with Roberts for a discharge, saying his employ, and the little fortune he had left at home, would, he hoped, exempt him the further trouble of seeking his bread at sea. Nicholas Butler, who had remained with the pirates about 48 hours when they took the French ships at Whydah, deposes that in this space the prisoner addressed him in the French language several times, deploring the wretchedness and ill fortune of being confined in such company. The prisoner, desiring liberty of 2 or 3 questions, asked, whether or no he had not expostulated with Roberts, for a reason of his obliging surgeons to sign their articles, when heretofore they did not; whether he had not expressed himself glad to having formerly escaped from them; whether he had not said, at taking the ships in Whydah road, that he could like the sport were it lawful; and whether if he had not told him, should the company discharge any surgeon, that he would insist on it as his turn. The deponent answered, yes, to every question separately, and farther, that he believed Scudamore had not seen Wilson when he first came and found him out of the Elizabeth. He added in his own defence, that being surgeon with one John Tarleton of Liverpool, he was met a first time on this coast of Guinea by Roberts the pirate, who, after a day or 2, told him to his sorrow that he was to stay there, and ordered him to fetch his chest, not medicines, as asserted, which opportunity he took to make his escape, for the boat's crew happening to consist of 5 French and 1 Englishman, all as willing as himself, they agreed to push the boat on shore and trust themselves with the negroes of Cape Montserrato, hazardous not only in respect of the dangerous seas that run there, but the inhumanity of the natives, who sometimes take a liking to human carcasses. Here he remained 5 months, till Thomas Tarleton, brother to his captain, chanced to put in the road for trade, to whom he represented his hardships and starving condition, but was, in an unchristian manner, both refused a release of this captivity, or so much as a small supply of biscuit and salt meat, because, as he said, he had been among the pirates. A little time after this the master of a French ship paid a ransom for him and took him off, but, by reason of a nasty leprous indisposition he had contracted by hard and bad living, was, to his great misfortune, set ashore at Sestos again, when Captain Sharp met him, and generously procured his release in the manner himself has related, and for which he stands infinitely obliged. That ill luck threw him a second time into the pirates' hands in this ship Elizabeth, where he met Thomas Tarleton, and thoughtlessly used some reproaches of him, for his severe treatment at Montserrato, but protests without design his words should have had so bad a consequence, for Roberts took upon him, as a dispenser of justice, the correction of Mr. Tarleton, beating him unmercifully, and he hopes it will be believed, contrary to any intention of his it should so happen, because as a stranger he might be supposed to have no influence, and believes there were some other motives for it. He cannot remember he expressed himself glad to see Roberts this second time, or that he dropped those expressions about Comrie as are sworn, but if immaturity of judgment had occasioned him to slip rash and inadvertent words, or that he had paid any undue compliments to Roberts, it was to ingratiate himself, as every prisoner did, for a more civil treatment, and in particular to procure his discharge, which he had been promised, and was afraid would have been revoked, if such a person as Comrie did not remain there to supply his room, and of this, he said, all the gentlemen, meaning the pirates, could witness for him. He urged also his youth in excuse for his rashness. The first time he had been with them, only a month in all, and that in no military employ, but in particular the service he had done in discovering the design of the pirates, had to rise in their passage on board the Swallow. Guilty. But execution respited till the king's pleasure be known, because the commodore of the Swallow had declared, the first notice he received of this design of the pirates to rise was from him. End of chapter 9, part 11.
Chapter 9, Part 12 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 12. Benjamin Jeffreys. By the depositions of Glasby and Lilburne, acquitted, against this prisoner, it appeared that his drunkenness was what at first detained him from going away in his proper ship, the Norman galley, and next morning, for having been abusive in his drink, saying to the pirates, there was not a man amongst them, he received for a welcome 6 lashes from every person in the ship, which disordered him for some weeks, but, on recovery, was made boatswain's mate, the serving of which, or any office on board a pirate, is at their own option, though elected, because others are glad to accept what brings an additional share in prize. The deponents further say, that at Sierra Leone every man had more especially the means of escaping, and that this prisoner in particular neglected it, and came off from that place after their ship was under sail and going out of the river. The prisoner in his defence protests he was at first forced, and that the office of boatswain's mate was imposed on him, and what he would have been glad to have relinquished, that the barbarous whipping he had received from the pirates at first was for telling them that none who could get their bread in an honest way would be on such an account, and he had certainly taken the opportunity which presented at Sierra Leone of ridding himself from so distasteful a life, if there had not been 3 or 4 of the old pirates on shore at the same time, who, he imagined, must know of him, and would doubtless have served him the same, if not worse, than they since had done William Williams, who, for such a design, being delivered up by the treacherous natives, had received 2 lashes through the whole ship's company. The court observed the excuses of these pirates about want of means to escape was oftentimes as poor and evasive as their pleas of being forced at first, for here, at Sierra Leone, every man had his liberty on shore, and it was evident might have kept it if he or they had so pleased. And such are further culpable, who, having been introduced into the society by such uncivil methods as whipping or beating, neglect less likely means of regaining liberty. It shows strong inclinations to dishonesty, and they stand, inexcusably, guilty. John Mansfield. It was proved against this prisoner by Captain Traherne and George Fenn that he was one of those volunteers who was at the attack and robbery of the company's ship, called the King Solomon. That he bullied well among them who dared not make any reply, but was very easy with his friends who knew him, for Moody on this occasion took a large glass from him and threatened to blow his brains out, a favourite phrase with these pirates, if he muttered at it. From others acquitted it likewise appeared that he was at first a volunteer among them from an island called Dominica, in the West Indies, and had to recommend himself, told them he was a deserter from the Rose man of war, and before that had been on the highway. He was always drunk, they said, and so bad at the time they met with the Swallow that he knew nothing of the action, but came up vapouring with his cutlass after the Fortune had struck her colours, to know who would go on board the prize, and it was some time before they could persuade him into the truth of their condition. He could say little in defence of himself, acknowledged this latter part of drunkenness, a vice, he says, that had too great a share in ensnaring him into this course of life, and had been a greater motive with him than gold. Guilty. William Davis. William Allen deposed he knew this prisoner at Sierra Leone, belonging to the Anne galley, that he had a quarrel with and beat the mate of that ship, for which, as he said, being afraid to return to his duty, he consorted to the idle customs and ways of living among the negroes, from whom he received a wife, and ungratefully sold her, one evening, for some punch to quench his thirst. After this, having put himself under the protection of Mr. Plunkett, governor there for the Royal African Company, the relations and friends of the woman applied to him for redress, who immediately surrendered the prisoner and told them he did not care if they took his head off. But the negroes, wisely judging it would not fetch so good a price, they sold him in his turn again to Señor José, a Christian black and native of that place, who expected and agreed for 2 years' service from him on consideration of what he had disbursed for the redemption of the woman, But long before the expiration of this time, Roberts came into Sierra Leone River, where the prisoner, as Señor José assured the deponent, entered a volunteer with them. The deponent further corroborates this part of the evidence, in that he being obliged to call at Cape Mount in his passage down hither, met there with 2 deserters from Roberts' ship, who assured him of the same, and that the pirates did design to turn Davis away the next opportunity, as an idle, good-for-nothing fellow. From Glasby and Lilburn it was evident that every pirate, while they stayed at Sierra Leone, went on shore at discretion; that Roberts had often assured Mr. Glynn and other traders at that place that he would force no body, and in short there was no occasion for it; in particular, the prisoner's row-mate went away, and thinks he might have done the same if he had pleased. The prisoner alleged his having been detained against his will, and says that returning with Elephant's Teeth for Sierra Leone, the pirates' boat pursued and brought him on board, where he was kept on account of his understanding the pilotage and navigation of that river. It was obvious to the court not only how frivolous excuses of constraint and force were among these people at their first commencing pirates, but also it was plain to them from these 2 deserters met at Cape Mount, and the discretional manner they lived in at Sierra Leone, through how little difficulty several of them did, and others might, have escaped afterwards, if they could but have obtained their own consents for it. Guilty. This is the substance of the trials of Roberts's crew, which may suffice for others that occur in this book. The foregoing list shows by an asterisk before the names who were condemned. Those names with a cross were referred for trial to the Marshalsea, and all the rest were acquitted. The following pirates were executed, according to their sentence, without the gates of Cape Corso Castle, within the flood marks, viz. There now follows a list of all the pirates who were executed, gives their names, their age, and their origin. William Magnus, 35, Minehead. Richard Hardy, 25, from Wales. David Simpson, 36, North Berwick. Christopher Moody, 28, place unknown. Thomas Sutton, 23, Berwick. Valentine Ashplant, 32, Minories. Peter Devine, 42, Stepney. William Phillips, 29, from Lower Shadwell. Philip Bill, 27, St. Thomas's. William Main, 28, origin unknown. William Mackintosh, 21, from Canterbury. William Williams, 40, nigh Plymouth. Robert Hawes, 31, Yarmouth. William Petty, 30, Deptford. John Jameson, 22, nigh Lancaster. Marcus Johnson, 21, Smyrna. Robert Crowe, 44, from the Isle of Man. Michael Mayer, 41, Ghent. Daniel Harding, 26, Croomsbury in Somersetshire. William Fernan, aged 22, Somersetshire. Jonathan Moore, 19, Mere in Wiltshire. Abraham Harper, 23, from Bristol. Jonathan Parker, 22, Winford in Dorsetshire. Jonathan Phillips, 28, Alloway in Scotland. James Clement, aged 20, Jersey. Peter Scudamore, 35, from Bristol. James Skirm, 44, from Wales. John Walden, 24, Somersetshire. Jonathan Stevenson, 40, from Whitby. Jonathan Mansfield, 30, from the Orkneys. Israel Hind, aged 30, Bristol. Peter Leslie, 21, Aberdeen. Charles Bunce, 26, Exeter. Robert Burtson, aged 30, Other St Mary's, Devonshire. Richard Harris, 45, Cornwall. Joseph Nossiter, 26, from Sadbury in Devonshire. William Williams, aged 30, speechless at execution. Arge Jacobson, 30, from Holland. Benjamin Jeffreys, 21, from Bristol. Cuthbert Goss, 21, Topsham. John Jessup, 20, from Plymouth. Edward Watts, 22, Dunmore. Thomas Giles, 26, Minehead. William Wood, aged 27, York. Thomas Armstrong, aged 34, from London, executed on board the Weymouth. Robert Johnson, 32, at Wyder. George Smith, 25, from Wales. William Watts, 23, from Ireland. James Phillips, 35, Antigua. John Coleman, 24, from Wales. Robert Hayes, 20, Liverpool. William Davis, 23, Wales. The remainder of the pirates, whose names are undermentioned, upon their humble petition to the court, had their sentence changed from death to 7 years' servitude conformable to our sentence of transportation. The petition is as follows: To the Honourable the President and Judges of the Court of Admiralty for trying of pirates, sitting at Cape Corso Castle the 20th day of April, 1722. The humble petition of Thomas Howe, Samuel Fletcher, etc., humbly showeth that your petitioners being unhappily and unwarily drawn into that wretched and detestable crime of piracy, for which they now stand justly condemned, they most humbly pray the clemency of the court in the mitigation of their sentence, that they may be permitted to serve the Royal African Company of England in this country for 7 years, in such a manner as the court shall think proper, that by their just punishment, being made sensible of the error of their former ways, they will for the future become faithful subjects, good servants, and useful in their stations, if it please the Almighty to prolong their lives. And your petitioners as in duty, etc. The resolution of the court was, that the petitioners have leave by this Court of Admiralty to interchange indentures with the Captain General of the Gold Coast for the Royal African Company for 7 years' servitude at any of the Royal African Company settlements in Africa, in such a manner as he, the said Captain General, shall think proper. On Thursday the 26th day of April, the indentures being all drawn out, according to the grant made to the petitioners by the court held on Friday the 20th of this instant, each prisoner was sent for up, signed, sealed, and exchanged them in the presence of Captain Mungo Herdman, President, James Phipps, Esquire, Mr. Edward Hyde, Mr. Charles Fanshawe, and Mr. John Atkins, Register. A copy of the indenture. The indenture of a person condemned to serve abroad for piracy, which, upon the humble petition of the pirates therein mentioned, was most mercifully granted by His Imperial Majesty's Commissioners and Judges appointed to hold a Court of Admiralty for the trial of pirates at Cape Corso Castle in Africa, upon condition of serving 7 years, and other conditions are as follows, viz. This indenture, made the 26th day of April, Anno Regni Regis Georgi Magnae Britanniae, etc., Septimo Domini Millesimo Sepcentesimo Viginti Duo, between Roger Scott, late of the city of Bristol, mariner, of the one part, and the Royal African Company of England, their Captain General and Commander-in-Chief for the time being on the other part, witnesseth that the said Roger Scott doth hereby covenant and agree to and with the said Royal African Company, their Captain General and Commander-in-Chief for the time being, to serve him or his lawful successors in any of the Royal African Company settlements on the coast of Africa, from the day of the date of these presents to the full term of 7 years, from hence next ensuing, fully to be complete and ended, there to serve in such employment as the said Captain General or his successors shall employ him, according to the custom of the country in like kind. In consideration whereof the said Captain General and Commander-in-Chief doth covenant and agree to and with the said Roger Scott to find and allow him meat, drink, apparel and lodging according to the custom of the country. In witness whereof the parties aforesaid to these presents have interchangeably put their hands and seals the day and year first above written. Signed, sealed and delivered in the presence of us at Cape Corso Castle in Africa, where no stamped paper was to be had. Mungo Herdman, President, witnesses. John Atkins, Register, witnesses. In like manner was drawn out and exchanged the indentures of Thomas Howe of Barnstable, in the county of Devon, Samuel Fletcher of East Smithfield, London, John Lane of Lombard Street, London, David Littlejohn of Bristol, John King of Shadwell Parish, London, Henry Dennis of Bideford, Hugh Harris of Corfe Castle, Devonshire, William Taylor of Bristol, Thomas Owen of Bristol, John Mitchell of Shadwell Parish, London, Joshua Lee of Liverpool, William Shuren of Wapping Parish, London, Robert Hartley of Liverpool, John Griffin of Blackwall, Middlesex, James Crombie of London, Wapping, James Greenham of Marshfield, Gloucestershire, John Horn of St James's Parish, London, John Jessup of Wisbech, Cambridgeshire, David Rice of Bristol, none of which I hear are now living. 2 others, viz. George Wilson and Thomas Outerlaney, were respited from execution till His Majesty's pleasure should be known. The former died abroad, and the latter came home and received his Majesty's pardon. The account of the whole stands thus: acquitted, 74; executed, 52; respited, 2; to servitude, 20; to the Marshalsea, 17; killed in the Ranger, 10; killed in the Fortune, 3; died in the passage to Cape Corso, 15; died afterwards in the castle, 4; negroes in both ships, 70; total, 276 men. I am not ignorant how acceptable the behaviour and dying words of malefactors are to the generality of our countrymen, and therefore shall deliver what occurred, worthy of notice, in the behaviour of these criminals. The first figs that were called to execution were Magnus, Moody, Simpson, Sutton, Ashplant, and Hardy, all of them old standers and notorious offenders. When they were brought out of the hold on the parade, in order to break off their fetters and fit the halters, none of them, it was observed, appeared the least dejected, unless Sutton, who spoke faint, but it was rather imputed to a flux that had seized him 2 or 3 days before than fear. A gentleman who was surgeon of the ship was so charitable at this time to offer himself in the room of an ordinary, and represented to them, as well as he was able, the heinousness of their sin, and necessity which lay on them of repentance, one particular part of which ought to be acknowledging the justice they had met with. They seemed heedless for the present, some calling for water to drink, and others applying to the soldiers for caps; but when this gentleman pressed them for an answer, they all exclaimed against the severity of the court, and were so hardened as to curse and wish the same justice might overtake all the members of it as had been dealt to them. They were poor rogues, they said, and so hanged, while others no less guilty in another way escaped. When he endeavoured to compose their minds, exhorting them to die in charity with all the world, and would have diverted them from such vain discourse by asking them their country, age, and the like, some of them answered, what was that to him? They suffered the law, and should give no account but to God. Walking to the gallows without a tear, in token of sorrow for their past offences, or showing as much concern as a man would express at travelling a bad road, nay, Simpson, at seeing a woman that he knew, he said, he had lain with that bitch 3 times, and now she was come to see him hanged. And Hardy, when his hands were tied behind him, which happened from their not being acquainted with the way of bringing malefactors to execution, observed that he had seen many a man hanged, but this way of the hands being tied behind them he was a stranger to, and never saw before in his life. I mention these 2 little instances to show how stupid and thoughtless they were of their end, and that the same abandoned and reprobate temper that had carried them through their rogueries abided with them to the last. Samuel Fletcher, another of the pirates ordered for execution, but reprieved, seemed to have a quicker sense of his condition, for when he saw those he was allotted with gone to execution, he sent a message by the provost marshal to the court to be informed of the meaning of it, and humbly desired to know whether they designed him mercy or not. If they did, he stood infinitely obliged to them, and thought the whole service of his life an incompetent return for so great a favour, but that if he was to suffer, the sooner the better, he said, that he might be out of his pain. There were others of these pirates the reverse of this, and though destitute of ministers or fit persons to represent their sins and assist them with spiritual advice, were yet always employing their time to good purposes, and behaved with a great deal of seeming devotion and penitence. Among these may be reckoned Scudamore, Williams, Phillips, Stevenson, Jeffreys, Leslie, Harper, Armstrong, Bunce, and others. Scudamore too lately discerned the folly and wickedness of the enterprise that had chiefly brought him under sentence of death, from which, seeing there was no hopes of escaping, he petitioned for 2 or 3 days' reprieve, which was granted, and for that time applied himself incessantly to prayer, and reading the Scriptures, seemed to have a deep sense of his sins, of this in particular, and desired at the gallows they would have patience with him, to sing the first part of the 31st Psalm, which he did by himself throughout. Armstrong, having been a deserter from his Majesty's service, was executed on board the Weymouth, and the only one that was. There was no body to press him to an acknowledgment of the crime he died for, nor of sorrowing in particular for it, which would have been exemplary and made suitable impressions on seamen, so that his last hour was spent in lamenting and bewailing his sins in general, exhorting the spectators to an honest and good life, in which alone they could find satisfaction. In the end, he desired they would join with him in singing 2 or 3 latter verses of the 140th Psalm, and that being concluded, he was, at the firing of a gun, triced up at the foreyard arm. Bunce was a young man, not above 26 years old, but made the most pathetical speech of any at the gallows. He first declaimed against the gilded baits of power, liberty, and wealth that had ensnared him among the pirates, his unexperienced years not being able to withstand the temptation, but that the briskness he had shown, which so fatally had procured him favour amongst them, was not so much a fault in principle as the liveliness and vivacity of his nature. He was now extremely afflicted for the injuries he had done to all men, and begged theirs and God's forgiveness, very earnestly exhorting the spectators to remember their Creator in their youth, and guard betimes that their minds took not a wrong bias, concluding with this apt similitude, that he stood there as a beacon upon a rock, the gallows standing on one, to warn erring mariners of danger. End of chapter 9, part 12.
Chapter 10 of the General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson, Chapter 10. Captain Anstis and his crew. Thomas Anstis shipped himself at Providence in the year 1718 aboard the Buck sloop, and was one of 6 that conspired together to go off a pirating with the vessel. The rest were Howell Davis, Robert's predecessor, killed at the island of Princess; Dennis Topping, killed at the taking of the rich Portuguese ship on the coast of Brazil; Walter Kennedy, hanged at Execution Dock; and 2 others, which I forbear to name, because I understand they are at this day employed in an honest vocation in the city. What followed concerning Antist's piracies has been included in the 2 preceding chapters. I shall only observe that the combination of these 6 men above mentioned was the beginning of that company that afterwards proved so formidable under Captain Roberts, for whom Anstis separated the 18th of April, 1721, in the Good Fortune brigantine, leaving his commodore to pursue his adventures upon the coast of Guinea, whilst he returned to the West Indies upon the like design. About the middle of June these pirates met with one Captain Marston between Hispaniola and Jamaica, bound on a voyage to New York, from whom they took all the wearing apparel they could find, also his liquors and provisions, and 5 of his men, but did not touch his cargo. 2 or 3 other vessels were also plundered by them in this cruise, out of whom they stocked themselves with provisions and men. Among the rest, I think, was the Irwin, Captain Ross, from Cork in Ireland, but this I won't be positive of, because they denied it themselves. This ship had 600 barrels of beef aboard, besides other provisions, and was taken off Martinico, where Colonel Doyle of Montserrat and his family were passengers. The colonel was very much abused and wounded for endeavoring to save a poor woman that was also a passenger from the insults of that brutish crew, and the pirates prevailing, 21 of them forced the poor creature successively, afterwards broke her back and flung her into the sea. I say I will not be positive that it was Anstis' crew that acted this unheard of violence and cruelty, though the circumstances of the place, the time, the force of the vessel, and the number of men do all concur, and I can place the villainy nowhere else, but that such a fact was done, there is too much evidence for it to be doubted of. When they thought fit to put an end to this cruise, they went into one of the islands to clean, which they effected without any disturbances, and came out again, and stretching away toward Bermudas, met with a stout ship called the Morning Star, bound from Guinea to Carolina. They made a prize of her, and kept her for their own use. In a day or two, a ship from Barbados bound to New York fell into their hands, and taking out her guns and tackle, mounted the Morning Star with 32 pieces of cannon, manned her with 100 men, and appointed one John Fenn captain. For the brigantine being of less force, the Morning Star would have fallen to Anstice as elder officer, yet he was so in love with his own vessel, she being an excellent sailor, that he made it his choice to stay in her, and let Fenn, who was before his gunner, command the great ship. Now they had 2 good ships well manned. It may be supposed they were in a condition to undertake something bold. But their government was disturbed by malcontents, and a kingdom divided within itself cannot stand. They had such a number of new men amongst them that seemed not so violently inclined for the game, that whatever the captain proposed, it was certainly carried against him, so that they came to no fixed resolution for the undertaking any enterprise. Therefore there was nothing to be done but break up the company, which seemed to be the inclination of the majority. But the manner of doing so concerned their common safety, to which purpose various means were proposed. At length it was concluded to send home a petition to His Majesty, there being no act of indemnity in force, for a pardon, and wait the issue. At the same time, one Jones, boatswain of the Good Fortune, proposed a place of safe retreat, it being an uninhabited island near Cuba, which he had been used to in the late war, when he went a privateering against the Spaniards. This being approved of, it was unanimously resolved on, and the underwritten petition drawn up and signed by the whole company in the manner of what they call a round robin, that is, the names were writ in a circle to avoid all appearance of preeminence, and lest any person should be marked out by the government as a principal rogue among them. To His Most Sacred Majesty George, by the grace of God, of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, King, Defender of the Faith, etc. The humble petition of the company now belonging to the ship Morning Star and brigantine Good Fortune, lying under the ignominious name and denomination of Pyrates, humbly showeth that we, your Majesty's most loyal subjects, have at sundry times been taken by Bartholomew Roberts, the then captain of the above said vessels and company, together with another ship, in which we left him, and have been forced by him and his wicked accomplices to enter into and serve in the said company as pirates, much contrary to our wills and inclinations. And we, your loyal subjects, utterly abhorring and detesting that impious way of living, did, with unanimous consent and contrary to the knowledge of the said Roberts or his accomplices, on or about the 18th day of April, 1721, leave and ran away with the aforesaid ship Morning Star and brigantine Good Fortune, with no other intent and meaning than the hopes of obtaining your Majesty's most gracious pardon, and that we, your Majesty's most loyal subjects, may with more safety return to our native country and serve the nation unto which we belong in our respective capacities, without fear of being prosecuted by the injured, whose estates have suffered by the said Roberts and his accomplices during our forcible detainment by the said company. We most humbly implore your Majesty's most royal assent to this our humble petition, and your petitioners shall ever pray. The petition was sent home by a merchant ship bound to England from Jamaica, who promised to speak with the petitioners in their return about 20 leagues to the windward of that island, and let them know what success their petition met with. When this was done, the pirates retires to the island before proposed, with the ship and brigantine. The island, which I have no name for, lies off the southwest end of Cuba, uninhabited and little frequented. On the east end is a lagoon, so narrow that a ship can but just go in, though there's some 15 to 22-foot water for almost a league up. On both sides of the lagoon grows red mangrove trees, very thick, that the entrance of it, as well as the vessels lying there, is hardly to be seen. In the middle of the island are here and there a small thick wood of tall pines and other trees scattered about in different places. Here they stayed about 9 months, but not having provisions for above 2, they were forced to take what the island offered, which was fish of several sorts, particularly turtle, which latter was the chiefest food they lived on, and was found in great plenty on the coasts of the island. Whether there might be any wild hogs, beef, or other cattle, common to several islands of the West Indies, or that the pirates were too idle to hunt them, or whether they preferred other provisions to that sort of diet, I know not, but I was informed by them that for the whole time they eat not a bit of any kind of flesh meat, nor bread. The latter was supplied by rice, of which they had a great quantity aboard. This was boiled and squeezed dry, and so eat with the turtle. There are 3 or 4 sorts of these creatures in the West Indies, the largest of which will weigh 150 or 200 pounds weight, or more, but those that were found upon this island were of the smallest kind, weighing 10 or 12 pounds each, with a fine natural wrought shell, and beautifully clouded. The meat sweet and tender, some part of it eating like chicken, and some like veal, etc., so that it was no extraordinary hardship for them to live upon this provision alone, since it affords varieties of meats to the taste of itself. The manner of catching this fish is very particular. You must understand that in the months of May, June, and July they lay their eggs in order to hatch their young, and this 3 times in a season, which is always in the sand of the seashore, each laying 80 or 90 eggs at a time. The male accompanies the female, and come ashore in the night only, when they must be watched without making any noise or having a light. As soon as they land, the men that watch for them turn them on their backs and haul them above high water mark, and leave them till next morning, where they are sure to find them, for they can't turn again nor move from the place. It is to be observed that beside their laying time they come ashore to feed, but then what's very remarkable in these creatures, they always resort to a different place to breed, leaving their usual haunts for 2 or 3 months, and 'tis thought they eat nothing in all that season. They pass their time here in dancing and other diversions, agreeable to these sorts of folks, and among the rest they appointed a mock court of judicature to try one another for piracy, and he that was criminal one day was made judge another. I had an account given me of one of these merry trials, and as it appeared diverting, I shall give the readers a short account of it. The court and criminals being both appointed, and also counsel to plead, the judge got up in a tree, and had a dirty tarpaulin hung over his shoulders. This was done by way of robe, with a thrum cap on his head, and a large pair of spectacles upon his nose. Thus equipped, he settled himself in his place, and abundance of officers attending him below, with crows, handspikes, etc., instead of wands, tipstaves, and such like. The criminals were brought out, making 1,004 faces, and one who acted as Attorney General opened the charge against them. Their speeches were very laconic, and their whole proceeding concise. We shall give it by way of dialogue. Attorney General: As it please your lordship and your gentlemen of the jury, here is a fellow before you that is a sad dog, a sad, sad dog, and I humbly hope your lordships will order him to be hanged out of the way immediately. He has committed piracy upon the high seas, and we shall prove, an it please your lordship, that this fellow, this sad dog before you, has escaped 1,000 storms. Nay, he has got safe ashore when the ship has been cast away, which was a certain sign that he was not born to be drowned. Yet, not having the fear of hanging before his eyes, he went on robbing and ravishing man, woman, and child, plundering the ship's cargoes fore and aft, burning and sinking ship, bark, and boat, as if the devil had been in him. But this is not all, my lord. He has committed worse villainies than all these, for we shall prove that he has been guilty of drinking small beer. And your lordships know that there never was a sober fellow but what was a rogue. My lord, I should have spoke much finer than I do now, but that, as your lordship knows, our rum is all out, and how should a man speak good law that has not drank a dram? However, I hope your lordship will order the fellow to be hanged. Judge: Hear me, sirrah. You lousy, pitiful, ill-looked dog. What have you to say? Why should you not be tucked up immediately and set a sun-drying like a scarecrow? Are you guilty or not guilty? Prisoner: Not guilty, and it please your worship. Judge: Not guilty? Say so again, sirrah, and I'll have you hanged without any trial. Prisoner: And it please your worship's honor, my lord, I am as honest a poor fellow as ever went between stem and stern of a ship, and can hand, reef, steer, and clap two ends of a rope together as well as he that ever crossed salt water. But I was taken by one George Bradley, the name of him who sat as judge, a notorious pirate, a sad rogue as ever was unhanged, and he forced me, and it please your honor. Judge: Answer me, sirrah. How will you be tried? Prisoner: By G and my country. Judge: The devil you will. Why then, gentlemen of the jury, I think we have nothing to do but proceed to judgment. Attorney General: Right, my lord, for if the fellow should be suffered to speak, he may clear himself, and that's an affront to the court. Prisoner: Pray, my lord, I hope you lordships will consider. Judge: Consider? How dare you talk of considering? Sirrah, sirrah, I never considered in all my life. I'll make it treason to consider. Prisoner: But I hope your lordship will hear some reason. Judge: Do you hear now how the scoundrel prates? What have we to do with reason? I'll have you know, rascal, we don't sit here to hear reason. We go according to law. Is our dinner ready? Attorney General: Yes, my lord. Judge: Then hear, you rascal at the bar. Hear me, sirrah, hear me. You must suffer, for three reasons. First, because it is not fit I should sit here as judge and nobody be hanged. Secondly, you must be hanged because you have a damned hanging look. And thirdly, you must be hanged because I am hungry. For you know, sirrah, that 'tis a custom that whenever the judge's dinner is ready before the trial is over, the prisoner is to be hanged, of course. There's law for you, ye dog, so take him away, jailer. This is the trial just as it was related to me. The design of my setting it down is only to show how these fellows can jest upon things, the fear and dread of which should make them tremble. The beginning of August 1722, the pirates made ready the brigantine and came out to sea, and beating up to windward, lay in the track for their correspondent in her voyage to Jamaica, and spoke with her, but finding nothing was done in England in their favor, as 'twas expected, they returned to their consorts at the island with the ill news, and found themselves under a necessity, as they fancied, to continue the abominable course of life they had lately practised. In order thereto, they sailed with the ship and brigantine to the southward, and the next night, by intolerable neglect, they run the Morning Star upon the Grand Caymans, and wrecked her. The brigantine, seeing the fate of her consort, hauled off in time, and so weathered the island. The next day Captain Anstice put in and found that all, or the greatest part of the crew, were safe ashore, whereupon she came to an anchor in order to fetch them off, and having brought Fenn the captain, Phillips the carpenter, and a few others aboard, 2 men of war came down upon them, viz. the Hector and Adventure, so that the brigantine had but just time to cut their cable and get to sea, with one of the men of war after her, keeping within gunshot for several hours. Anstis and his crew were now under the greatest consternation imaginable, finding the gale freshen and the man of war gaining ground upon them, so that in all probability they must have been prisoners in 2 hours more. But it pleased God to give them a little longer time. The wind dying away, the pirates got out their oars and rowed for their lives, and thereby got clear of their enemy. The Hector landed her men upon the island and took 40 of the Morning Star's crew without any resistance made by them, but on the contrary alleging that they were forced men, and that they were glad of this opportunity to escape from the pirates. The rest hid themselves in the woods, and could not be found. George Bradley, the master, and 3 more surrendered afterwards to a Bermudas sloop, and were carried to that island. The brigantine, after her escape, sailed to a small island near the Bay of Honduras to clean and refit, and in her way thither took a Rhode Island sloop, Captain Durfee commander, and 2 or 3 other vessels, which they destroyed, but brought all hands aboard their own. While she was cleaning, a scheme was concerted between Captain Durfee, some other prisoners, and 2 or 3 of the pirates, for to seize some of the chiefs and carry off the brigantine, but the same being discovered before she was fit for sailing, their design was prevented. However, Captain Durfee and 4 or 5 more got ashore with some arms and ammunition, and when the pirates' canoe came in for water, he seized the boat with the men, upon which Anstis ordered another boat to be manned with 30 hands and sent ashore, which was accordingly done, but Captain Durfee and the company he had by that time got together gave them such a warm reception that they were contented to betake themselves to their vessel again. About the beginning of December 1722, Anstis left this place and returned to the islands, designing to accumulate all the power and strength he could, since there was no looking back. He took in the cruise a good ship, commanded by Captain Smith, which he mounted with 24 guns, and Fenn, a one-handed man who commanded the Morning Star when she was lost, went aboard to command her. They cruised together and took a vessel or 2, and then went to the Bahama Islands, where they met with what they wanted, viz. a sloop loaded with provisions from Dublin, called the Antelope. It was now time to think of a place to fit up and clean their frigate lately taken, and put her in a condition to do business. Accordingly, they pitched upon the island of Tobago, where they arrived the beginning of April 1723, with the Antelope sloop and her cargo. They fell to work immediately, got the guns, stores, and everything else out upon the island, and put the ship upon the heel, and just then, as ill luck would have it, came in the Winchelsea man of war by way of visit, which put the marooners in such a surprise that they set fire to the ship and sloop, and fled ashore to the woods. Anstis, in the brigantine, escaped by having a light pair of heels, but it put his company into such a disorder that their government could never be set to rights again, for some of the newcomers, and those who had been tired with the trade, put an end to the reign by shooting Thomas Anstis in his hammock, and afterwards the quartermaster, and 2 or 3 others. The rest submitting, they put into irons and surrendered them up, and the vessel at Caraco, a Dutch settlement, where they were tried and hanged, and those concerned in delivering up the vessel acquitted. But to return to Captain Fenn. He was taken straggling with his gunner and 3 more a day or 2 after their misfortune by the man of war's men, and carried to Antigua, where they were all executed, and Fenn hanged in chains. Those who remained stayed some time in the island, keeping up and down in the woods, with a hand to look out. At length Providence so ordered it that a small sloop came into the harbor, which they all got aboard of, except 2 or 3 negroes, and those they left behind. They did not think fit to pursue any further adventures, and therefore unanimously resolved to steer for England, which they accordingly did, and in October last came into Bristol Channel, sunk the sloop, and getting ashore in the boat, dispersed themselves to their abodes. End of chapter 10. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 11 of the General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 11 of Captain Worley and his crew. His reign was but short, but his beginning somewhat particular, setting out in a small open boat with 8 others from New York. This was as resolute a crew as ever went upon this account. They took with them a few biscuits and a dried tongue or two, a little keg of water, 6 old muskets and ammunition accordingly. Thus provided, they left New York the latter end of September 1718, but it cannot be supposed that such a man of war as this could undertake any considerable voyage or attempt any extraordinary enterprise. So they stood down the coast, till they came to Delaware River, which is about 150 miles distant, and not meeting with anything in their way, they turned up the same river as high as Newcastle, near which place they fell upon a shallop belonging to George Grant, who was bringing household goods, plate, etc., from Opequenemy to Philadelphia. They made prize of the most valuable part of them, and let the shallop go. This fact could not come under the article of piracy, it not being committed super altum mare, upon the high sea, therefore was a simple robbery only. But they did not stand for a point of law in the case, but easing the shallop man of his lading, the bold adventurers went down the river again. The shallop came straight to Philadelphia, and brought the ill news thither, which so alarmed the government as if war had been declared against them. Expresses were sent to New York and other places, and several vessels fitted out against this powerful rover, but to no manner of purpose, for, after several days' cruise, they all returned, without so much as hearing what became of the robbers. Worley and his crew, in going down the river, met with a sloop of Philadelphia, belonging to a mulatto, whom they called Black Robin. They quitted their boat for this sloop, taking one of Black Robin's men along with them, as they had also done from George Grant, besides 2 negroes, which increased the company 1/3. A day or 2 after, they took another sloop belonging to Hull, homeward bound, which was somewhat fitter for their purpose. They found aboard her provisions and necessaries which they stood in need of, and enabled them to prosecute their design in a manner more suitable to their wishes. Upon the success of these rovers, the governor issued out a proclamation for the apprehending and taking all pirates who had refused or neglected to surrender themselves by the time limited in his Majesty's proclamation of pardon, and thereupon ordered his Majesty's ship Phoenix, of 20 guns, which lay at Sandy Hook, to sea, to cruise upon this pirate, and secure the trade to that and the adjoining colonies. In all probability, the taking this sloop saved their bacons, for this time, though they fell into the trap presently afterwards, for they finding themselves in tolerable good condition, having a vessel newly cleaned with provisions, etc., they stood off to sea, and so missed the Phoenix, who expected them to be still on the coast. About 6 weeks afterwards they returned, having taken both a sloop and a brigantine among the Bahama Islands. The former they sunk, and the other they let go. The sloop belonged to New York, and they thought the sinking of her good policy to prevent her returning to tell tales at home. Worley had by this time increased his company to about 25 men, had 6 guns mounted, and small arms as many as were necessary for them, and seemed to be in a good thriving sort of a way. He made a black ensign, with a white death's head in the middle of it, and other colours suitable to it. They all signed articles, and bound themselves under a solemn oath to take no quarters, but to stand by one another to the last man, which was rashly fulfilled a little afterwards. For, going into an inlet in North Carolina to clean, the governor received information of it, and sitted out 2 sloops, one of 8 guns and the other with 6, and about 70 men between them. Worley had cleaned his sloop, and sailed before the Carolina sloops reached the place, and steered to the northward. but the sloops just mentioned, pursuing the same course, came in sight of Worley as he was cruising off the Capes of Virginia, and being in the offing, he stood in as soon as he saw the sloops, intending thereby to have cut them off from James River, for he verily believed they had been bound thither, not imagining in the least they were in pursuit of him. The two sloops standing towards the Capes at the same time, and Worley hoisting of his black flag, the inhabitants of Jamestown were in the utmost consternation, thinking that all three had been pirates, and that their design had been upon them, so that all the ships and vessels that were in the road or in the rivers up the bay had orders immediately to hail in to the shore for their security, or else to prepare for their defence if they thought themselves in a condition to fight. Soon after, two boats, which were sent out to get intelligence, came crowding in, and brought an account that one of the pirates was in the bay, being a small sloop of 6 guns. The governor, expecting the rest would have followed, and altogether make some attempt to land for the sake of plunder, beat to arms, and collected all the force that could be got together to oppose them. He ordered all the guns out of the ships, to make a platform, and, in short, put the whole colony in a warlike posture, but was very much surprised at last to see all the supposed pirates fighting with one another. The truth of the matter is, Worley gained the bay, thinking to make sure of his 2 prizes by keeping them from coming in, but by the hoisting of the king's colours and firing a gun, he quickly was sensible of his mistake, and too soon perceived that the tables were turned upon him, that instead of keeping them out, he found himself, by a superior force, kept in. When the pirates saw how things went, they resolutely prepared themselves for a desperate defence, and though 3-to-1 odds, Worley and his crew determined to fight to the last gasp, and receive no quarters, agreeably to what they had before sworn, so that they must either die or conquer upon the spot. The Carolina men gave the pirate a broadside, and then boarded him, one sloop getting upon his quarter and the other on his bow. Worley and the crew drew up upon the deck, and fought very obstinately, hand to hand, so that in a few minutes abundance of men lay weltering in their gore. The pirates proved as good as their words, not a man of them cried out for quarter, nor would accept of such when offered, but were all killed except the captain and another man, and those very much wounded, whom they reserved for the gallows. They were brought ashore in irons, and the next day, which was the 17th of February 1718-19, they were both hanged up, for fear they should die, and evade the punishment as was thought due to their crimes. End of chapter 11. Recording by Kate Mackenzie.
Chapter 12, Part 1 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rain. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 12, Part 1 of Captain George Lowther and his crew. George Lowther sailed out of the river of Thames in one of the Royal African Company's ships, called the Gambia Castle, of 16 guns and 30 men, Charles Russell commander, of which ship the said Lowther was second mate. Aboard of the same ship was a certain number of soldiers, commanded by one John Massey, who were to be carried to one of the company's settlements on the river of Gambia, to garrison a fort which was some time ago taken and destroyed by Captain Davis the pirate. In May 1721 the Gambia Castle came safe to her port in Africa, and landed Captain Massey and his men on James's Island, where he was to command under the governor, Colonel Whitney, who arrived there at the same time in another ship. And here, by a fatal misunderstanding between the military folks and the trading people, the fort and garrison not only came to be lost again to the company, but a fine galley well provided and worth 10,000 pounds turned against her masters. The names of governor and captain sounded great, but when the gentlemen found that the power that generally goes along with those titles was overswayed and borne down by the merchants and factors, mechanic fellows as they thought them, they grew very impatient and dissatisfied, especially Massey, who was very loud in his complaints against them, particularly at the small allowance of provisions to him and his men. For the garrison and governor too were victualled by the merchants, which was no small grievance and mortification to them. And as the want of eating was the only thing that made the great Sancho quit his government, so did it here rend and tear theirs to pieces. For Massey told them that he did not come there to be a guinea slave, and that he had promised his men good treatment and provisions fitting for soldiers; that as he had the care of so many of his Majesty's subjects, if they would not provide for them in a handsome manner, he should take suitable measures for the preservation of so many of his countrymen and companions. The governor at this time was very ill of a fever, and, for the better accommodation in his sickness, was carried aboard the ship Gambia Castle, where he continued for about 3 weeks, and therefore could have little to say in this dispute, though he resolved not to stay in a place where there was so little occasion for him, and where his power was so confined. The merchants had certainly orders from the company to issue the provisions out to the garrison, and the same is done along the whole coast; but whether they had cut them short of the allowance that was appointed them I can't say, but if they did, then is the loss of the ship and garrison owing principally to their ill conduct. However, an accident that happened on board the ship did not a little contribute to this misfortune, which was a pique that the captain of her took against his second mate, George Lowther, the man who is the subject of this short history, and who, losing his favour, found means to ingratiate himself into the good liking of the common sailors, insomuch that when Captain Russell ordered him to be punished, the men took up handspikes and threatened to knock that man down that offered to lay hold of the mate. This served but to widen the differences between him and the captain, and more firmly attached Lowther to the ship's company, the greatest part of which he found ripe for any mischief in the world. Captain Massey was no whit the better reconciled to the place by a longer continuance, nor to the usage he met with there, and having often opportunities of conversing with Lowther, with whom he had contracted an intimacy in the voyage, they aggravated one another's grievances to such a height that they resolved upon measures to curb the power that controlled them, and to provide for themselves after another manner. When the governor recovered of his fever, he went ashore to the island, but took no notice of Massey's behaviour, though it was such as might give suspicion of what he designed; and Lowther and the common sailors, who were in the secret of affairs, grew insolent and bold, even refusing to obey when commanded to their duty by Captain Russell and the chief mate. The captain, seeing how things were carried, goes ashore early one morning to the governor and factory, in order to hold a council, which Lowther apprehending was in order to prevent his design, so sent a letter in the same boat to Massey, intimating it to him, and that he should repair on board, for it was high time to put their project in execution. As soon as Massey received this letter, he went to the soldiers at the barracks, and said to them and others, "You that have a mind to go to England, now is your time." And they generally consenting, Massey went to the storeroom, burst open the door, set 2 sentinels upon it, and ordered that nobody should come near it. Then he went to the governor's apartment, and took his bed, baggage, plate, and furniture, in expectation that the governor himself, as he had promised Massey, would have gone on board, which he afterwards refused, by reason, as he said, he believed they were going a pirating; which at first, whatever Lowther designed, Massey certainly proposed only the going to England. When this was done, he sent the boat off to the chief mate with this message, that he should get the guns ready, for that the king of Baro, a negro kingdom near the Royal African settlement, would come aboard to dinner. But Lowther, understanding best the meaning of those orders, he confined the chief mate, shotted the guns, and put the ship in a condition for sailing. In the afternoon Massey came on board with the governor's son, having sent off all the provisions of the island, and 11 pipes of wine, leaving only 2 half-pipes behind in the storehouse, and dismounted all the guns of the fort. In the afternoon they weighed 1 anchor, but fearing to be too late to get out of the river, they slipped the other, and so fell down, in doing of which they run the ship aground. Massey shewed himself a soldier upon this accident, for as soon as the misfortune happened, he left the ship with about 16 hands, and rose directly to the fort, remounts the guns, and keeps the garrison there all the night, while the ship was ashore, and obliged some of the factory to assist in getting her clear. In the meanwhile Russell came off, but not being suffered to come on board, he called to Lowther, and offered him and the company whatever terms they would be pleased to accept of, upon condition of surrendering up the ship, which had no effect upon any of them. In the morning they got her afloat, and Massey and his men came aboard, after having nailed up and dismounted all the cannon of the fort. They put the governor's son and 2 or 3 others ashore who were not willing to go without the governor, and sailed out of the river, having exchanged several shot with the Martha, Otter, etc., that lay there, without doing execution on either side. When the ship came out to sea, Lowther called up all the company, and told them it was the greatest folly imaginable to think of returning to England, for what they had already done could not be justified upon any pretence whatsoever, but would be looked upon in the eye of the law a capital offence, and that none of them were in a condition to withstand the attacks of such powerful adversaries as they would meet with at home. For his part, he was determined not to run such a hazard, and therefore, if his proposal was not agreed to, he desired to be set ashore in some place of safety; that they had a good ship under them, a parcel of brave fellows in her, that it was not their business to starve or be made slaves, and therefore, if they were all of his mind, they should seek their fortunes upon the seas, as other adventurers had done before them. They one and all came into the measures, knocked down the cabins, made the ship flush fore and aft, prepared black colours, new named her the Delivery, having about 50 hands and 16 guns, and the following short articles were drawn up, signed, and sworn to upon the Bible. The Articles of Captain George Lowther and his Company. 1. The captain is to have 2 full shares, the master is to have 1 share and a half, the doctor, mate, gutter, and boatswain 1 share and a quarter. 2. He that shall be found guilty of taking up any unlawful weapon on board the privateer, or any prize by us taken, so as to strike or abuse one another in any regard, shall suffer what punishment the captain and majority of the company shall think fit. 3. He that shall be found guilty of cowardice in the time of engagement shall suffer what punishment the captain and majority shall think fit. 4. If any gold, jewels, silver, etc., be found on board of any prize or prizes, to the value of a piece of 8, and the finder do not deliver it to the quartermaster in the space of 24 hours, he shall suffer what punishment the captain and majority shall think fit. 5. He that is found guilty of gaming or defrauding another to the value of a shilling shall suffer what punishment the captain and majority of the company shall think fit. 6. He that shall have the misfortune to lose a limb in time of engagement shall have the sum of 150 pounds sterling, and remain with the company as long as he shall think fit. 7. Good quarters to be given when called for. 8. He that sees a sail first shall have the best pistol or small arm on board her. It was the 13th of June that Lowther left the settlement, and on the 20th, being then within 20 leagues of Barbados, he came upon a brigantine belonging to Boston, called the Charles, James Douglas master, which they plundered in a piratical manner, and let the vessel go. But lest she should meet with any of the station ships, and so give information of the robbery in terrorem, to prevent a pursuit, Lowther contrived a sort of a certificate, which he directed the master to shew to their consort, if they should meet with her, and upon sight of it the brigantine would pass unmolested. This consort, he pretended, was a 40-gun ship, and cruising thereabouts. After this the Delivery proceeded to Hispaniola, where, near the west end of the island, she met with a French sloop, loaden with wine and brandy. Aboard of this vessel went Captain Massey as a merchant, and asked the price of one thing and then another, bidding money for the greatest part of the cargo. But after he had trifled a while, he whispered a secret in the Frenchman's ear, fils, that they must have it all without money. Monsieur presently understood his meaning, and unwillingly agreed to the bargain. They took out of her 30 casks of brandy, 5 hogsheads of wine, several pieces of chintzes, and other valuable goods, and about 70 pounds English in money, of which Lowther generously returned 5 pounds back to the French master for his civilities. But as all constitutions grow old, and thereby shake and totter, so did our Commonwealth in about a month of its age feel commotions and intestine disturbances by the divisions of its members, which had near hand terminated in its destruction. These civil discords were owing to the following occasion. Captain Massey had been a soldier almost from his infancy, but was but very indifferently acquainted with maritime affairs, and having an enterprising soul, nothing would satisfy him but he must be doing business his own way. Therefore he required Lowther to let him have 30 hands to land with, and he would attack the French settlements, and bring aboard the devil and all of plunder. Lowther did all that he could do and said all that he could say to dissuade Massey from so rash and dangerous an attempt, pointing out to him the hazard the company would run, and the consequences to them all if he should not succeed, and the little likelihood there was to expect success from the undertaking. But 'twas all one for that, Massey would go and attack the French settlements, for anything Lowther could say against it, so that he was obliged to propose the matter to the company, among whom Massey found a few fellows as resolute as himself. However, a great majority being against it, the affair was overruled in opposition to Captain Massey, notwithstanding which Massey grew fractious, quarrelled with Lowther, and the men divided into parties, some siding with the land pirate, and some with the sea rover, and were all ready to fall together by the ears, when the man at the masthead cried out, "A sail! A sail!" Then they gave over the dispute, set all their sails, and steered after the chase. In a few hours they came up with her, she being a small ship from Jamaica, bound to England. They took what they thought fit out of her, and a hand or two, and then Lowther was for sinking the ship, with several passengers that were in her, for what reason I know not. But Massey, so that he interposed, prevented their cruel fate, and the ship safely arrived afterwards in England. The next day they took a small sloop, an interloping trader which they detained with her cargo. All this while Massey was uneasy, and declared his resolution to leave them, and Lowther, finding him a very troublesome man to deal with, consented that he should take the sloop last made prize of, with what hands had a mind to go with them, and shift for himself. Whereupon Massey, with about 10 more malcontents, goes aboard the sloop, and comes away in her directly for Jamaica. Notwithstanding what had passed, Captain Massey puts a bold face upon the matter, and goes to Sir Nicholas Laws, the governor, informs him of his leaving Lowther the pirate, owns that he had assisted in going off with the ship at the river Gambia, but said 'twas to save so many of his Majesty's subjects from perishing, and that his design was to return to England, but Lowther, conspiring with the greater part of the company, went a-pirating with the ship, and that he had taken this opportunity to leave him, and surrender himself and vessel to his Excellency. Massey was very well received by the governor, and had his liberty given him, with a promise of his favour and so forth, and, at his own request, he was sent on board the Happy sloop, Captain Laws, to cruise off Hispaniola for Lowther. But not being so fortunate as to meet with him, Captain Massey returned back to Jamaica in the sloop, and getting a certificate and a supply of money from the governor, he came home passenger to England. When Massey came to town, he writes a long letter to the deputy governor and directors of the African Company, wherein he imprudently relates the whole transactions of his voyage, the going off with the ship, and the acts of piracy he had committed with Lowther, but excuses it as rashness and inadvertency in himself, occasioned by his being ill used, contrary to the promises that had been made him and the expectations he had entertained, but owned that he deserved to die for what he had done. Yet if they had generosity enough to forgive him, as he was still capable to do them service as a soldier, so he should be very ready to do it. But if they resolved to prosecute him, he begged only this favour, that he might not be hanged like a dog, but to die like a soldier, as he had been bred from his childhood, that is, that he might be shot. This was the substance of the letter, which, however, did not produce so favourable an answer as he hoped for, word being brought back to him that he should be fairly hanged. Whereupon Massey resolved not to be out of the way, when he found what important occasion there was likely to be for him, but takes a lodging in Aldersgate Street. The next day went to the Lord Chief Justice's chambers, and inquired if my lord had granted a warrant against Captain John Massey for piracy. But being told by the clerks that they knew of no such thing, he informed them he was the man, that my lord would soon be applied to for that purpose, and the officer might come to him at such a place where he lodged. They took the directions in writing, and in a few days, a warrant being issued, the tipstaff went directly by his own information and apprehended him, without any other trouble than walking to his lodging. There was then no person in town to charge him with any fact upon which he could be committed, nor could the letter be proved to be of his handwriting, so that they had been obliged to let him go again, if he had not helped his accusers out at pinch. The magistrate was reduced to the putting of his question to him, "Did you write this letter?" He answered he did, and not only that, but confessed all the contents of it, upon which he was committed to Newgate, but was afterwards admitted to £100 bail, or thereabouts. On the 5th of July, 1723, he was brought to his trial at a court of admiralty held at the Old Bailey, when Captain Russell, Governor Whitney's son, and others appeared as evidences, by whom the indictment was plainly proved against him, which, if it had not been done, the captain was of such an heroic spirit that he would have denied nothing, for instead of making a defense, he only entertained the court with a long narrative of his expedition, from the first setting out to his return to England, mentioning 2 acts of piracy committed by him which he was not charged with, often challenging the evidences to contradict him if in anything he related the least syllable of an untruth, and instead of denying the crime set forth in the indictment, he charged himself with various circumstances which fixed the facts more home upon him. Upon the whole, the captain was found guilty, received sentence of death, and was executed 3 weeks after at Execution Dock. End of Chapter 12, Part 1.
Chapter 12, Part 2 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rain. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 12, Part 2. We return now to Lowther, whom we left cruising off Hispaniola, from whence he plied to windward, and near Puerto Rico chased 2 sail and spoke with them, they proving to be a small Bristol ship commanded by Captain Smith, and a Spanish pirate, who had made prize of the said ship. Lowther examined into the Spaniards' authority for taking an English vessel, and threatened to put every man of them to death for so doing, so that the Spaniards fancied themselves to be in a very pitiful condition, till matters cleared up, and they found their masters as great rogues as themselves, from whom some mercy might be expected in regard to the near relation they stood with them as to their profession. In short, Lowther first rifled and then burnt both ships, sending the Spaniards away in their launch, and turning all the English sailors into pirates. After a few days' cruise, Lowther took a small sloop belonging to St. Christopher's, which they manned and carried along with them to a small island, where they cleaned and stayed some time to take their diversions, which consisted in unheard-of debaucheries, with drinking, swearing, and rioting, in which there seemed to be a kind of emulation among them, resembling rather devils than men, striving who should outdo one another in new invented oaths and execrations. They all got aboard about Christmas, observing neither times nor seasons for perpetrating their villainous actions, and sailed towards the Bay of Honduras. But stopping at the Grand Caymans for water, they met with a small vessel with 13 hands, in the same honourable employment with themselves. The captain of this gang was one Edward Lowe, whom we shall particularly discourse of in a chapter by itself. Lowther received them as friends, and treated them with all imaginable respect, inviting them, as they were few in number and in no condition to pursue the account, as they called it, to join their strength together, which on the consideration aforesaid was accepted of, Lowther still continuing commander, and Lowe was made lieutenant. The vessel the new pirates came out of they sunk, and the Confederates proceed on the voyage as Lowther before intended. The 10th of January the pirates came into the bay, and fell upon a ship of 200 ton, called the Greyhound, Benjamin Edwards commander, belonging to Boston. Lowther hoisted his piratical colours, and fired a gun for the Greyhound to bring to, which she refusing, the Happy Delivery, the name of the pirate, edged down, and gave her a broadside, which was returned by Captain Edwards very bravely, and the engagement held for an hour. But Captain Edwards, finding the pirate too strong for him, and fearing the consequence of too obstinate a resistance against those lawless fellows, ordered his ensign to be struck. The pirates' boat came aboard, and not only rifled the ship, but whipped, beat, and cut the men in a cruel manner, turned them aboard their own ship, and then set fire to theirs. In cruising about the bay, they met and took several other vessels without any resistance, viz., 2 brigantines of Boston and New England, one of which they burnt, and sunk the other, a sloop belonging to Connecticut, Captain Ayres, which they also burnt, a sloop of Jamaica, Captain Hamilton, they took for their own use, a sloop of Virginia they unladed, and was so generous as to give her back to the master that owned her. They took a sloop of 100 ton, belonging to Rhode Island, which they were pleased to keep, and mount with 8 carriage and 10 swivel guns. With this little fleet, viz. Admiral Lowther in the Happy Delivery, Captain Lowe in the Rhode Island sloop, Captain Harris, who was second mate in the Greyhound when taken, in Hamilton's sloop, and the little sloop formerly mentioned serving as a tender, I say with this fleet the pirates left the bay, and came to Port Mayo in the Gulf of Matique, and there made preparations to careen. They carried ashore all their sails, and made tents by the waterside, wherein they laid their plunder, stores, etc., and fell to work. And at the time that the ships were upon the heel, and the good folks employed in heaving down, scrubbing, tallowing, and so forth, of a sudden came down a considerable body of the natives, and attacked the pirates unprepared. As they were in no condition to defend themselves, they fled to their sloops, leaving them masters of the field and the spoil thereof, which was of great value, and set fire to the Happy Delivery, their capital ship. Lowther made the best provision he could in the largest sloop, which he called the Ranger, having 10 guns and 8 swivels, and she sailing best, the company went all aboard of her, and left the other at sea. Provisions was now very short, which, with the late loss, put them in a confounded ill humour, insomuch that they were every now and then going together by the ears, laying the blame of their ill conduct sometimes upon one, then upon another. The beginning of May, 1722, they got to the West Indies, and near the island of Desiada took a brigantine, one Payne Master, that afforded them what they stood in need of, which put them in better temper, and business seemed to go on well again. After they had pretty well plundered the brigantine, they sent her to the bottom. They went into the island and watered, and then stood to the northward, intending to visit the main coast of America. In the latitude of 38 they took a brigantine called the Rebecca of Boston, Captain Smith, bound thither from St. Christopher's. At the taking of this vessel the crews divided, for Lowe, whom Lowther joined at the Grand Caymans, proving always a very unruly member of the Commonwealth, always aspiring and never satisfied with the proceedings of the commander, he thought it the safest way to get rid of him, upon any terms, and according to the vote of the company, they parted the bearskin between them. Lowe with 44 hands went aboard the brigantine, and Lowther with the same number stayed in the sloop, and separated that very night, being the 28th of May, 1722. Lowther, proceeding on his way to the main coast, took 3 or 4 fishing vessels off New York, which was no great booty to the captors. The 3rd of June they met with a small New England ship, bound home from Barbados, which stood in the tack a small time, but finding it to no purpose, yielded herself a prey to the booters. The pirates took out of her 14 hogsheads of rum, 6 barrels of sugar, a large box of English goods, several casks of loaf sugar, a considerable quantity of pepper, 6 negroes, besides a sum of money and plate, and then let her go on her voyage. The next adventure was not so fortunate for them, for coming pretty near the coast of South Carolina, they met with a ship just come out on her voyage to England. Lowther gave her a gun and hoisted his piratical colors, but this ship, which was called the Amy, happening to have a brave gallant man to command her, who was not anyways daunted with that terrible ensign, the black flag, he, instead of striking immediately as 'twas expected, let fly a broadside at the pirate. Lowther, not at all pleased with the compliment, though he put up with it for the present, was for taking leave. But the Amy, getting the pirate between her and the shore, stood after him to clap him aboard, to prevent which Lowther run the sloop aground and landed all the men with their arms. Captain Watkins, the captain of the Amy, was obliged to stand off, for fear of running his own ship ashore, but at the same time thought fit for the public good to destroy the enemy, and thereupon went into the boat and rowed towards the sloop, in order to set her on fire. But before he reached the vessel, a fatal shot from Lowther's company ashore put an end to their design and Captain Watkins' life. After this unfortunate blow, the mate returned aboard with the boat, and not being inclined to pursue them any further, took charge of the ship. Lowther got off the sloop after the departure of the Amy, and brought all his men aboard again, but was in a poor shattered condition, having suffered much in the engagement, and had a great many men killed and wounded. He made shift to get into an inlet somewhere in North Carolina, where he stayed a long while before he was able to put to sea again. He and his crew laid up all winter, and shifted as well as they could among the woods, divided themselves into small parties, and hunted generally in the daytimes, killing of black cattle, hogs, etc., for their subsistence, and in the night retired to their tents and huts, which they made for lodging, and sometimes when the weather grew very cold, they would stay aboard of their sloop. In the spring of the year 1723 they made shift to get to sea, and steered their course for Newfoundland, and upon the banks took a schooner called the Swift, John Hood master. They found a good quantity of provisions aboard her, which they very much wanted at that time, and after taking 3 of their hands, and plundering her of what they thought fit, they let her depart. They took several other vessels upon the banks, and in the harbour, but none of any great account, and then steering for a warmer climate, in August arrived at the West Indies. In their passage thither they met with a brigantine, called the John and Elizabeth, Richard Stanley master, bound for Boston, which they plundered, took 2 of her men, and discharged her. Lowther cruised a pretty while among the islands without any extraordinary success, and was reduced to a very small allowance of provisions, till they had the luck to fall in with a Martinico man, which proved a seasonable relief to them, and after that a Guinea man had the ill fortune to become a prey to the rovers. She was called the Princess, Captain Wickstead commander. It was now thought necessary to look out for a place to clean their sloop in, and prepare for new adventures. Accordingly the island of Blanco was pitched upon for that purpose, which lies in the latitude of 11 degrees 50 minutes north, about 30 leagues from the main of the Spanish America, between the islands of Margarita and Rocas, and not far from Tortuga. It is a low, even island, but healthy and dry, uninhabited, and about 2 leagues in circumference, with plenty of lignum vitae trees thereon, growing in spots, with shrubby bushes of other wood about them. There are, besides turtle, great numbers of guanos, which is an amphibious creature, like a lizard, but much larger, the body of it being as big as a man's leg. They are very good to eat, and are much used by the pirates that come here. They are of divers colours, but such as live upon dry ground, as here at Blanco, are commonly yellow. On the northwest end of this island there is a small cove or sandy bay. All around the rest of the island is deep water, and steep close to the island. Here Lowther resorted to, the beginning of October last, unrigged his sloop, sent his guns, sail, rigging, etc., ashore, and put his vessel upon the careen. The Eagle sloop of Barbados, belonging to the South Sea Company, with 35 hands, commanded by Walter Moore, coming near this island in her voyage to Comena on the Spanish continent, saw the said sloop just careened, with her guns out and sails unbent, which she supposed to be a pirate, because it was a place where traders did not commonly use, so took the advantage of attacking her, as she was then unprepared. The Eagle having fired a gun to oblige her to shew her colours, the pirate hoisted the St. George's flag at their topmost mast, as it were to bid defiance to her. But when they found Moore and his crew resolved to board them in good earnest, the pirates cut their cable and hauled their stern on shore, which obliged the Eagle to come to anchor athwart their hawse, where she engaged them till they called for quarter and struck, at which time Lowther and 12 of the crew made their escape out the cabin window. The master of the Eagle got the pirate sloop off, secured her, and went ashore with 25 hands in pursuit of Lowther and his gang. But after 5 days' search they could find but 5 of them, which they brought aboard, and then proceeded with the sloop and pirates to Comena aforesaid, where they soon arrived. The Spanish governor, being informed of this brave action, condemned the sloop to the captors, and sent a small sloop with 23 hands to scour the bushes and other places of the island of Blanco for the pirates that remained there, and took 4 more, with 7 small arms, leaving behind them Captain Lowther, 3 men, and a little boy, which they could not take. The above 4 the Spaniards tried and condemned to slavery for life, 3 to the galleys, and the other to the castle of Auraria. The Eagle's sloop brought all their prisoners afterwards to St. Christopher's, where the following were tried by a court of vice-admiralty, there held March the 11th, 1722, viz. John Churchill, Edward MacDonald, Nicholas Lewis, Richard West, Sam Levercott, Robert White, John Shaw, Andrew Hunter, Jonathan Delve, Matthew Freebarn, Henry Watson, Roger Grange, Ralph Candor, and Robert Willis. The last 3 were acquitted, the other 13 were found guilty, 2 of which were recommended to mercy by the court, and accordingly pardoned, and the rest executed at that island on the 20th of the same month. As for Captain Lowther, it is said that he afterwards shot himself upon that fatal island where his piracies ended, being found by some sloop's men dead, and a pistol burst by his side. End of Chapter 12, Part 2.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of The General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 13, Part 1. Of Captain Edward Lowe and his crew. Edward Lowe was born in Westminster, and had his education there, such as it was, for he could neither write or read. Nature seemed to have designed him for a pirate from his childhood, for very early he began the trade of plundering, and was wont to raise contributions among all the boys of Westminster, and if any were bold enough to refuse it, a battle was the consequence. But Lowe was so hardy, as well as bold, there was no getting the better of him, so that he robbed the youths of their farthings with impunity. When he grew bigger, he took to gaming in a low way, for it was commonly among the footmen in the lobby of the House of Commons, where he used to play the whole game, as they term it, that is, cheat all he could, and those who pretended to dispute it with him must fight him. The virtues of some of his family were equal to his. One of his brothers was a youth of genius. When he was but 7 years old, he used to be carried in a basket upon a porter's back into a crowd, and snatch hats and wigs. According to the exact chronology of Newgate, he was the first who practised this ingenious trick. After this he applied himself to picking of pockets. When he increased in strength, he attempted greater things, such as housebreaking in company. But after he had run a short race, he had the misfortune of ending his days at Tyburn, in company with Stephen Bunce and the celebrated Jack Hall the chimney-sweeper. But to return to Ned. When he came to man's estate, at his eldest brother's desire, he went to sea with him, and so continued 3 or 4 years, and then parted. And Ned worked in a rigging house in Boston, in New England, for a while. About 6 years ago he took a trip home to England to see his mother, who was yet living. His stay was not long here, but taking leave of his friends and acquaintance for the last time he should see them, for so he was pleased to say. He returned to Boston, and worked a year or 2 longer at the rigging business, but being too apt to disagree with his masters, he left them and shipped himself in a sloop that was bound to the Bay of Honduras. When the sloop arrived in the bay, Ned Lowe was appointed patron of the boat, which was employed in cutting of logwood, and bringing it aboard to lade the ship, for that is the commodity they make the voyage for. In the boat were 12 men besides Lowe, who all go armed, because of the Spaniards, from whom this logwood is but little better than stole. It happened that the boat one day came aboard just before dinner was ready, and Lowe desired that they might stay and dine. But the captain, being in a hurry for his lading, ordered them a bottle of rum, and to take the other trip, because no time should be lost. This provoked the boat's crew, but particularly Lowe, who takes up a loaded musket and fires at the captain, but missing him, shot another poor fellow through the head, then put off the boat, and with his 12 companions goes to sea. The next day they took a small vessel, and go in her, make a black flag, and declare war against all the world. They then proceeded to the island of the Grand Caymans, intending to have fitted up their small vessel, and prepare themselves, as well as their circumstances would permit, for their honourable employment. But falling in company with George Lowther, another pirate there, who, paying his compliments to Lowe, as great folks do to one another when they meet, and offering himself as an ally, Lowe accepted of the terms, and so the treaty was presently signed without plenipose or any other formalities. We have already given an account of their joint piracies under Lowther as chief commander till the 28th of May 1722, when they took a brigantine of Boston, bound thither from St. Christopher's, at which time they parted, and Edward Lowe went into the brigantine with 44 others, who chose him their captain. They took with them 2 guns, 4 swivels, 6 quarter casks of powder, provisions, and some stores, and so left Lowther to prosecute his adventures with the men he had left. Their first adventure in the brigantine was on Sunday, the 3rd day of June, when they took a vessel belonging to Amboy. John Hance, master, whom he rifled of his provisions and let go. The same day he met with a sloop, James Calhoun, master, off of Rhode Island, bound into that port, whom he first plundered and then cut away his boltsprit and all his rigging, also his sails from the yards, and wounded the master to prevent his getting in to give intelligence, and then stood away to southeastward with all the sail he could make, there being but little wind. Low judged right in making sail from the coast, for a longer stay had proved fatal to him, for notwithstanding the disabled condition he had rendered the sloop in, she made shift to get into Block Island at 12 o'clock that night, and immediately dispatched a whaleboat to Rhode Island, which got thither by 7 the next morning, with an account of the pirate, his force, and what had happened to him. As soon as the governor had received this information, he ordered a drum to beat up for volunteers, and 2 of the best sloops then in the harbor to be fitted out. He gave commissions to one Captain John Headland and Captain John Brown for 10 days. The former had 8 guns and 2 swivels, and the latter 6 guns, well fitted with small arms, and in both sloops 140 stout fellows. All this was performed with so much expedition that before sunset they were under sail. Turning out of the harbor, at the same time the pirate was seen from Block Island, which gave great hopes that the sloops would be masters of her the next day, which however did not happen, for the sloops returned into harbor some days afterwards without so much as seeing their enemy. After this escape Captain Low went into port upon the coast, for he had not fresh water enough to run to the islands, where he stayed a few days, getting provisions and what necessaries the crew wanted, and then sailed for Purchase, as they call it, steering their course towards Marblehead. About the 12th of July, the brigantine sailed into the harbor of Port Rosemary, and there found 13 ships and vessels, but none of force at anchor. They spread their black flag and ran in among them, Low telling them from the brigantine they should have no quarters if they resisted. In the meantime they manned and armed their boat, and took possession of every one of them, plundered them of what they thought fit, and converted one to their own use, viz. a schooner of 80 tons, aboard of which they put 10 carriage guns and 50 men, and Low himself went captain, and named her the Fancy, making one Charles Harris, who was at first forced into their service out of the Greyhound of Boston by Lowther, of which ship Harris was second mate, captain of the brigantine. Out of these vessels they took several hands, and increased the company to 80 men, who all signed the articles, some willing, and a few perhaps by force, and so sailed away from Marblehead. Some time after this they met with 2 sloops bound for Boston with provisions for the garrison, and the schooner coming up first attacked them, but there happening to be an officer and some soldiers on board, who gave them a warm reception, Low chose to stay till he should be joined by the brigantine. In the meanwhile the sloops made the best of their way, and the pirates gave them chase 2 days, and at last lost sight of them in a fog. They now steered for the Leeward Islands, but in their voyage met with such a hurricane of wind that the like had not been known. The sea ran mountains high, and seemed to threaten them every moment with destruction. It was no time now to look out for plunder, but to save themselves, if possible, from perishing. All hands were continually employed night and day on board the brigantine, and all little enough, for the waves went over her, so that they were forced to keep the pump constantly going, besides bailing with buckets. But finding themselves not able to keep her free, and seeing the utmost danger before their eyes, they turned to the tackle, and hoisted out their provisions and other heavy goods, and threw them overboard, with 6 of their guns, so that by lightening the vessel she might rise to the top of the sea with the waves. They were also going to cut away their mast, but considering how dangerous it would be left in such a condition, they resolved to delay it to the last, which was prudence in them to do. For a ship without masts or sails lies like a log upon the water, and if attacked must fight with disadvantage, the working of her being the most artful part of the engagement, because she may sometimes bring all her great guns on one side to bear on her enemy, when the disabled ship can do little or nothing. But to proceed, by throwing overboard their heavy goods, the vessel made considerable less water, and they could keep it under with the pump only, which gave them hopes and new life, so that instead of cutting all away, they took necessary measures to secure the mast by making preventer shrouds and company, and then wore and lay to upon the other tack, till the storm was over. The schooner made somewhat better weather of the two, but she was pretty roughly handled notwithstanding, having split her mainsail, sprung her boltsprit, and cut her anchors from her bows. The brigantine, by running away to leeward, when she wore upon the larboard tack, had lost sight of the schooner, but not knowing whether she might be safe or not, as soon as the wind abated she set her mainsail and topsail, and made short trips to windward, and the next day had the good fortune to come in sight of their consort, who, upon a signal, which the other knew, bore down to her, and the crew were overjoyed to meet again, after such ill treatment from the winds and seas. After the storm, Low got safe to a small island, one of the weathermost of the Caribbees, and there fitted their vessels, as well as the place could afford. They got provisions of the natives in exchange for goods of their own, and as soon as the brigantine was ready, 'twas judged necessary to take a short cruise, and leave the schooner in the harbor till her return. The brigantine sailed out accordingly, and had not been out many days before they met a ship at sea, that had lost all her masts, on board of whom they went, and took her in money and goods to the value of £1,000, and so left her in the condition they found her. This ship was bound home from Barbados, but losing her masts in the late storm, was making for Antigua to refit, where afterwards she arrived. The storm just spoken of was found to have done incredible damage in those parts of the world, but however it appeared to have been more violent at Jamaica, both to the island and shipping. There was such a prodigious swell of sea that several hundred tons of stones and rocks were thrown over the wall of the town of Port Royal, and the town itself was overflowed, and above half destroyed, there being the next morning 5-foot water from one end to the other. The cannon of Fort Charles were dismounted, and some washed into the sea, and 400 people lost their lives. A more melancholy sight was scarce ever seen when the water ebbed away, all the streets being covered with ruins of houses, wrecks of vessels, and a great number of dead bodies, for 40 sail of ships in the harbor were cast away. The brigantine returned to the island where she had left the schooner, who being ready to sail, it was put to the vote of the company what voyage to take next, and herein they followed the advice of the captain, who thought it not advisable to go any farther to leeward because of the men of war who were cruising in their several stations, which they were not at all fond of meeting, and therefore it was agreed to go to the Azores, or Western Islands. The latter end of July, Low took a French ship of 34 guns, and carried her along with him to the Azores. He came into St. Michael's Road the 3rd of August, and took 7 sail that were lying there, viz. the Nostradam, Mare d'Iden, Captain Roach, commander; the Dove, Captain Cox; the Rose Pink, formerly of man of war, Captain Thompson; another English ship, Captain Chandler, and 3 other vessels. He threatened all with present death who resisted, which struck such a terror to them that they yielded themselves up a prey to the villains without firing a gun. The pirates being in great want of water and fresh provisions, Low sent to the governor of St. Michael's for a supply, and promised upon that condition to release the ships he had taken, but otherwise to burn them all, which demand the governor thought it not prudent to refuse, but sent the provision he required, upon which he released 6 of the ships, after he had plundered of them what he thought fit, and the other, viz. the Rose Pink, was made a pirate ship, which Low himself took command of. The pirates took several of the guns out of the French ship, and mounted them aboard the Rose, which proved very fit for their turn, and condemned the former to the flames. They took all of the crew out of her, but the cook, who they said, being a greasy fellow, would fry well in the fire. So the poor man was bound to the mainmast, and burnt in the ship, to the no small diversion of Low and his myrmidons. Low ordered the schooner to lie in the fair between St. Michael's and St. Mary's, where, about the 20th of August, Captain Carter, in the right galley, had the ill fortune to come in her way. And because at first they showed inclination to defend themselves and what they had, the pirates cut and mangled them in a barbarous manner, particularly some Portuguese passengers, 2 of which, being friars, they triced up at each arm of the foreyard, but let them down again before they were quite dead, and this they repeated several times out of sport. Another Portuguese, who was also Captain Carter's passenger, putting on a sorrowful countenance at what he saw acted, one of this vile crew attacked him upon the deck, saying he did not like his looks, and thereupon gave him a blow across his belly with his cutlash, that cut out his bowels, and he fell down dead without speaking a word. At the same time another of these rogues, cutting out a prisoner, missed his mark, and Captain Low, standing in the way, very opportunely received the stroke upon his under jaw, which laid the teeth bare. Upon this the surgeon was called, who immediately stitched up the wound. But Low, finding fault with the operation, the surgeon being tolerably drunk, as it was customary for everybody to be, struck Low such a blow with his fist that broke out all the stitches, and then bid him sew up his chops himself and be damned, so that Low made a very pitiful figure for some time after. When they had plundered Captain Carter's ship, several of them were for burning her, as they had done the French man, but it was otherwise resolved at last, for after they had cut her cables, rigging, and sails to pieces, they left her to the mercy of the sea. After these depredations they steered for the island of Madeira, where, missing other booty, they took up with a fishing boat, and with 2 old men and a boy in her, one of which they detained on board, but sent the other ashore with a flag of truce, demanding a boat of water of the governor, on pain of taking away the old man's life, whom they threatened to hang at the yard-arm, upon their refusal. But the thing being complied with, the old man was honourably, as the pirates say, discharged, and all 3 much handsomer clothed than when they took them. From this island they sailed to the Canaries, but meeting with no prey there, they continued their course for the Cape de Verde Islands, and at Bonavista took a ship called the Liverpool Merchant, Captain Goulding, from whom they stole a great quantity of provisions and dry goods, 300 gallons of brandy, 2 guns and carriages, a mast, yard, and hawsers, besides 6 of his men, and then would not let them trade there, nor at St. Nicholas, but obliged Captain Goulding to go with his ship to the Isle of May. The pirate also took among these islands a ship belonging to Liverpool, Scott commander, 2 Portuguese sloops bound for Brazil, a small English sloop trading there, James Pease master, bound to Santa Cruz, and 3 sloops from St. Thomas bound to Curaçao. The masters' names were Lilly, Staples, and Simpkins, all which they plundered, and then let go about their business, except for 1 sloop which they fitted up for the following purpose. Low had heard by one of the above-mentioned ships that 2 small galleys were expected every day at the Western Islands, viz., the Greyhound, Captain Glass, and the Joliffe, Captain Aram, the former of which was designed to be fitted for the piratical trade to Brazil, if things happened to their minds. They manned the sloop and sent her in quest of one or both of these ships to the Western Islands aforesaid, while they careened their ship Rose at one of the Cape de Verdes. But now fortune, that had hitherto been so propitious to them, left her minions, and baffled for the present all their hopes, for the sloop, missing of their prey, was reduced to great necessities for want of provisions and water. So they ventured to go ashore at St. Michael's for a supply, and pass for a trader. But they played their part so awkwardly that they were suspected by the governor to be what they really were, and he soon was put out of doubt by a visit some Portuguese made them, who happened unluckily to be the passengers in Captain Carter's ship, when Low took her, and knew the gentlemen's faces very well. Upon which the whole crew was conducted into the castle, where they were provided for as long as they lived. Low, in the meantime, did not fare quite so ill, but had his intended voyage to Brazil spoiled by the oversettling of his ship, when she was upon the careen, whereby she was lost, so that he was reduced to his old schooner, which he called the Fancy. aboard of which they all went to the number of 100, as vile rogues as ever ended their lives at Tyburn. They proceeded now to the West Indies, but before they had gotten far on their voyage, they attacked a rich Portuguese ship, called the Nostra Senhora de Victoria, bound home from Bahia, and after some resistance took her. Low tortured several of the men to make them declare where the money, which he supposed they had on board, lay, and extorted by that means a confession that the captain had, during the chase, hung out of the cabin window a bag with 11,000 moidores, which as soon as he was taken he cut the rope off and let drop into the sea. Low, upon hearing what a prize had escaped him, raved like a fury, swore 1,000 oaths, and ordered the captain's lips to be cut off, which he broiled before his face, and afterwards murthered him and all the crew, being 32 persons. After this bloody action they continued their course till they came to the northward of all the islands, and there they cruised for about a month, in which time they made prizes of the following vessels, viz. a Snow from New York to Curaçao, Robert Leonard, master, a sloop from the Bay, bound to New York, Craig, master, a Snow from London and Jamaica, bound to New York, and the Stanhope Pink, Andrew Delbridge, master, from Jamaica to Boston, which last they burnt because of Low's irreconcilable aversion to New England men. End of chapter 13, part 1. Recording by Kathleen Nelson, Austin, Texas, April 2010. Chapter 13, Part 2 of A General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, Part 2 of A General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. After this cruise, they went into one of the islands and cleaned, and then steered for the Bay of Honduras, where they arrived about the middle of March 1722-3, and met a sloop turning out of the said bay. The pirates had hoisted up Spanish colors, and continued them till they drew near the sloop. Then they hauled them down, hoisted their black flag, fired a broadside, and boarded her. The sloop was a Spaniard of 6 guns and 70 men that came into the bay that morning, and meeting there with 5 English sloops and a Pink, made prizes of them all, plundered them, and brought the masters of the vessels away prisoners for the ransom of the logwood. Their names were Tuthill, Norton, Newberry, Sprayfort, Clark, and Parrot. The Spaniards made no resistance, so that the English pirates soon became their masters, and fell to rifling. But finding the above-mentioned people in the hold, and several English goods, they consulted Low the captain thereupon, and without examining any further, the resolution passed to kill all the company, and the pirates, without any ceremony, fell pell-mell to execution with their swords, cutlashes, pole-axes, and pistols, cutting, slashing, and shooting the poor Spaniards at a sad rate. Some of the miserable creatures jumped down into the hold, but could not avoid the massacre. They met death everywhere, for if they escaped it from one hand, they were sure to perish by another. The only prospect they had of life was to fly from the rage of those merciless men, and to trust the more merciful sea. And accordingly a great many leaped overboard and swam for the shore. But Low, perceiving it, ordered the canoa to be manned and sent in pursuit of them, by which means several of the poor unhappy men were knocked in the head in the water, as they were endeavoring to get to land. However, about 12 of them did reach the shore, but in a miserable condition, being very much wounded, and what became of them afterwards was not known, except one, who, while the pirates were at their sports and pastimes ashore, finding himself very weak and fainting with his wounds, and not knowing where to go for help and relief, in this extremity he came back to them and begged for God's sakes, in the most earnest manner possible, that they would give him quarters. Upon which one of the villains took hold of him and said, God damn him, he would give him good quarters presently, and made the poor Spaniard kneel down on his knees. Then taking his fusil, put the muzzle of it in his mouth, and fired down his throat. 'Twas thought the rest did not survive their miserable condition, and could only prolong their lives to add to the misery of them. When the murdering work was over, they rummaged the Spanish pirate and brought all the booty aboard their own vessels. The 6 masters aforementioned, found in the hold, they restored to their respective vessels. They forced away the carpenter from the Pink, and then set fire to the Spanish sloop and burnt her, which last scene concluded the destruction of their enemy, ship, and crew. Low set the masters of the vessels free, but would not suffer them to steer for Jamaica, where they were then bound, for fear the men of war should get intelligence of them, but forced them all to go to New York, threatening them with death when they met them again, if they refused to comply with their demands. In the next cruise, which was between the Leeward Islands and the Main, they took 2 Snows, bound from Jamaica to Liverpool, and a Snow from Jamaica to London, Brid's master, as also a ship from Bidford to Jamaica, John Pinkham commander, and 2 sloops from Jamaica to Virginia. On the 27th of May, Low and his consort Harris came off South Carolina and met with 3 good ships, viz., the Crown, Captain Loverain, the King William, the Carteret, and a brigantine, who all came out of Carolina together 2 days before. The pirates were at the trouble of chasing them, and Captain Loverain being the sternmost, she fell a prey into their hands, and they spent all the day in coming up with the rest. Within a few days they took a ship called the Amsterdam, merchant, Captain Willard, from Jamaica, but belonging to New England. As Low let none of that country depart without some marks of his rage, he cut off this gentleman's ears, slit up his nose, and cut him in several places of his body, and, after plundering his ship, let him pursue his voyage. After this he took a sloop bound to Amboy, William Fraser master, with whom Mr. Low happening to be displeased, he ordered lighted matches to be tied between the men's fingers, which burnt all the flesh off the bones. He then cut them in several parts of their bodies with knives and cutlashes, afterwards took all their provisions away, and set some of them ashore in an uninhabited part of the country. The Kingston, Captain Estwick, another ship, 1 Burrington master, 2 brigantines from Carolina to London, a sloop from Virginia to Bermudas, a ship from Glasgow to Virginia, a schooner from New York to South Carolina, a Pink from Virginia to Dartmouth, and a sloop from Philadelphia to Surinam fell a prey to these villains upon this cruise, besides those above mentioned. It happened that at this time one of his Majesty's ships was upon a cruise on this station, and got intelligence of some of the mischievous actions of this miscreant by one of the vessels that had been plundered by him, who, steering as directed, came in sight of the pirates by break of day, on the 10th of June, of all days in the year. The rovers, looking out for prey, soon saw and gave chase to the man-of-war, which was called the Greyhound, a ship of 20 guns and 120 men, rather inferior in force to the 2 pirate vessels. The Greyhound, finding them so eager, was in no doubt what they should be, and therefore tacked and stood from them, giving the pirates an opportunity to chase her for 2 hours, till all things were in readiness for an engagement, and the pirates about gun shot off. Then the Greyhound tacked again, and stood towards the 2 sloops, one of them called the Fancy, commanded by Low himself, and the other the Ranger, commanded by Harris, both which hoisted their piratical colours and fired each a gun. When the Greyhound came within musket shot, she hauled up her mainsail and clapped close upon a wind, to keep the pirates from running to leeward, and then engaged. But when the rogues found who they had to deal with, they edged away under the man-of-war's stern, and the Greyhound, standing after them, they made a running fight for about 2 hours. But little wind happening, the sloops gained from her, by the help of their oars, upon which the Greyhound let off firing, and turned all hands to her own oars, and at 3 in the afternoon came up with them. The pirates hauled upon a wind to receive the man-of-war, and the fight was immediately renewed, with a brisk fire on both sides, till the Ranger's mainyard was shot down, and the Greyhound, pressing close upon the disabled sloop, Low, in the other, thought fit to bear away and leave his consort a sacrifice to his enemy, who, Seeing the cowardice and treachery of his commodore and leader, having 10 or 12 men killed and wounded, and that there was no possibility of escaping, called out for quarters and surrendered themselves to justice, which proved severe enough to them a while afterwards. The conduct of Low was surprising in this adventure, because his reputed courage and boldness had, hitherto, so possessed the minds of all people that he became a terror, even to his own men. But his behaviour throughout this whole action showed him to be a base, cowardly villain, for had Low's sloop fought half so briskly as Harris's had done, as they were under a solemn oath to do, the man-of-war, in my opinion, could never have hurted them. The Greyhound carried in their prize to Rhode Island, to the great joy of the whole province, though it had been more complete if the great Low himself had graced the triumph. The prisoners were strongly secured in a gale, till a court of vice-admiralty could be held for their trials, which begun on the 10th of July, at Newport, and continued 3 days. The court was made up of the following gentlemen: William Dummer, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor of the Massachusetts, President; Nathaniel Payne, Esquire; Addington Davenport, Esquire; Thomas Fitch, Esquire; Spencer Phipps, Esquire; John Lechmere, Esquire, Surveyor General; John Valentine, Esquire, Advocate General; Samuel Cranston, Governor of Rhode Island; John Menzies, Esquire, Judge of the Admiralty; Richard Ward, Esquire, Register; Mr. Jaleel Brinton, Provost Marshal; Robert Ochmuda, Esquire, was assigned by the court counsel for the prisoners hereunder mentioned. Prisoners' names, ages, place of birth: Charles Harris, Captain, 25, London; William Blads, 28, Rhode Island; Daniel Hyde, 23, Virginia; Thomas Powell, Jr., 21, Connecticut, New England; Stephen Munden, 20, London; Thomas Huggett, 30, London; William Reed, 35, Londonderry, Ireland; Peter Neaves, 32, Exeter, in Devon; James Brinkley, 28, Suffolk, in England; Joseph Sound, 28, City of Westminster; William Shutfield, 40, Lancaster, in England; Edward Eaton, 38, Wrexham, in Wales; John Brown, 29, County of Durham; Edward Lawson, 20, Isle of Man; Owen Rice, 27, South Wales; John Tompkins, 23, Gloucestershire; John Fitzgerald, 21, Limerick, in Ireland; Abraham Lacey, 21, Devonshire; Thomas Linister, 21, Lancashire; Francis Leighton, 39, New York; John Waters, Quartermaster, 35, County of Devon; William Jones, 28, London; Charles Church, 21, St. Margaret's, Westminster; Thomas Hazel, 50; John Bright, 25. These 25 were found guilty and executed the 19th of July, 1723, near Newport, in Rhode Island. John Brown, 17, Liverpool; Patrick Cunningham, 25. These two were found guilty, but respited for 1 year, and recommended to the King's favour. John Wilson, 23, New London County; Henry Barnes, 22, Barbados; Thomas Jones, 17, Fleur, in Wales; Joseph Switzer, 24, Boston, in New England; Thomas Mumper, Indian, Mather's Vineyard, New England; John Hinsher, Doctor, 22, near Edinburgh, Scotland; John Fletcher, 17; Thomas Child, 15. These 8 were found not guilty. The destroying this pirate was looked upon by the province to be of such signal service to the public and particular advantage to the colony of New York, that it was thought necessary to make some handsome acknowledgment to Captain Peter Solgard for it, and therefore it was resolved, in an assembly of the Common Council, to compliment him with the freedom of their corporation. The resolution, together with the preamble of the captain's freedom, being curious in their kind, I subjoin them for the satisfaction of the reader. Resolution of the Mayor and Common Council of the City of New York, at a Common Council held at the City Hall of said city on Thursday, the 25th of July, Anno Domini 1723. Present, Robert Walter, Esquire, Mayor, City of New York. This court having taken into their consideration the great service lately done to this province in particular, as well to all his other Majesty's good subjects in general, by Captain Peter Solgard, commander of his Majesty's ship the Greyhound, the station ship of the province, who lately in a cruise upon this coast, in due execution and discharge of his duty, upon intelligence given him, sought for, pursued, and engaged 2 pirate sloops, commanded by one Low, a notorious and inhumane pirate, one of which sloops he took after a resolute resistance, and very much shattered the other, who by the favour of night escaped. 26 of which pirates so taken, being lately executed at Rhode Island, not only eased the city and province of a very great trouble, but of very considerable expense, etc. It is therefore resolved, nemine contradicente, that this corporation do present the said Captain Solgard with the freedom of this corporation, as a mark of the great esteem they have for his person, as well as for the aforesaid great and good services. And that the seal of the said freedom be enclosed in a gold box, that Mr. Recorder and Mr. Bickley do draw the draft of the said freedom, signifying therein the grateful sense of this corporation for so signal a service to the public, and benefit and advantage of mankind. That Alderman Kip and Alderman Kruger do prepare the said box, that the arms of the corporation be engraved on one side thereof, and a representation of the engagement on the other, with this motto, viz. Quisitos humani generos hostes del bar superbum, 10 Juni 1723. That the town clerk caused the same freedom to be handsomely engrossed on parchment, and that the whole corporation do wait upon him to present the same. By order of the Common Council, William Sharpus, Clerk. The preamble of Captain Peter Solgard's copy of his freedom, Robert Walter, Esquire, Mayor, and the Aldermen of the City of New York. City of New York. To all whom these persons shall come send greeting. Whereas Captain Peter Solgard, commander of his Majesty's ship the Greyhound, the present station ship of this province, in his cruise, having intelligence of 2 pirate sloops of considerable force in consortship, under the command of one Low, a notorious pirate, that had for upward of 2 years committed many depredations, murders, and barbarities upon many of his Majesty's subjects and allies, lately come upon this coast, hath, with great diligence and utmost application, pursued, overtaken, and after a stubborn resistance, vanquished and overcome both of them, taking one and driving the other from our coast. Which action, as it is glorious in itself, so it is glorious in the public benefits and advantages that flow from it, to wit, the safety and freedom of our own trade and commerce, and of all the neighboring provinces on this continent. Such signal service done against the enemies of mankind merits the applause of all good men, but more immediately from those of this province, who are appointed his particular care and charge. We, therefore, the mayor, aldermen, and commonalty of the City of New York, assembled in common council, to express our grateful sense and acknowledgment to the said Captain Peter Solgard for so noble and faithful a discharge of his duty, and as a particular mark of the great esteem and just regard we bear to his kind acceptance of the freedom of the corporation of this City of New York, and that he will please to become a fellow citizen with us. These are therefore to certify and declare, the said Captain Peter Solgard is hereby admitted, received, and allowed a freeman and citizen of the said City of New York, to have, hold, enjoy, and partake of all and singular advantages, benefits, liberties, privileges, franchises, freedoms, and immunities whatsoever, granted or belonging to the same city. In testimony thereof, the said mayor hath hereunto subscribed his name, and caused the seal of the said city to be affixed the 25th day of July, in the 9th year of the reign of our sovereign lord George, by the grace of God, King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, etc. Anno Domini 1723. William Sharpus, Clerk. R. Walter, Mayor. This narrow escape of Low and his companions one would have thought might have brought them to a little consideration of their black and horrid crimes, and to look upon this interval as an opportunity put into their hands by Providence to reconcile themselves to God by a hearty and sincere repentance. But alas, they were dead to all goodness, and had not so much as one spark of virtue to stir them up to be thankful for such an eminent deliverance, but instead thereof vented a million of oaths and curses upon the captain of the Greyhound, vowing to execute vengeance upon all they should meet with afterwards for the indignity he put upon them. The first prey that they met with after their flight was a small sloop belonging to Nantucket, a whale fishing, about 80 miles from land, the master of which, one Nathan Skiff, a brisk young fellow, the pirates cruelly whipped naked about the deck, making his torture their sport, after which they cut off his ears, and last of all shot him through the head, and then sunk his vessel, putting the rest of the hands into their whaleboat, with a compass, a little water, and a few biscuits, and it being good weather, they providentially got safe to Nantucket beyond all expectation. There was another whaleboat belonging to this sloop last mentioned, which happened to be at some distance from her, and perceiving what was doing, rowed with all speed to another sloop not far off, to acquaint her with the misfortune, that the men might take care of themselves, and she happily got away in time. Some days after, Low took a fishing boat off of Block Island, but did not perpetrate so much cruelty to her, contenting himself with only cutting off the master's head. But after taking 2 whaleboats near Rhode Island, he caused one of the master's bodies to be ripped up and his entrails to be taken out, and cut off the ears of the other, and made him eat them with pepper and salt, which hard injunction he complied with, without making a word. Several other persons he would have murdered, but humanity prevailing in the tender hearts of his companions, they refused to put his savage orders in execution. From the coast of New England Low sailed directly for Newfoundland, and, near Cape Breton, took 2 or 3 and 20 French vessels, and one of them of 22 guns he manned with pirates, making a sort of man of war of her, with which he scoured the harbors and banks of Newfoundland, and they took 16 or 18 other ships and vessels, all which they plundered and some destroyed. Thus these inhumane wretches went on, who could not be contented to satisfy their avarice only, and travel in the common road of wickedness, but, like their patron, the devil, must make mischief their sport, cruelty their delight, and damning of souls their constant employment. Of all the piratical crews that were ever heard of, none of the English name came up to this in barbarity. Their mirth and their anger had much the same effect, for both were usually gratified with the cries and groans of their prisoners, so that they almost as often murdered a man from the excess of good humour as out of passion and resentment, and the unfortunate could never be assured of safety from them, for danger lurked in their very smiles. An instance of this had likened to have happened to one Captain Graves, master of a Virginia ship last taken. For as soon as he came aboard of the Pirate, Low takes a bowl of punch in his hand and drinks to him, saying, "Captain Graves, here's half this to you." But the poor gentleman, being too sensibly touched at the misfortune of falling into his hands, modestly desired to be excused, for that he could not drink. Whereupon Low draws out a pistol, cocks it, and with the bowl in the other hand, told him he should either take one or the other. So Graves, without hesitation, made choice of the vehicle that contained the punch, and guddled down about a quart, when he had the least inclination that he had ever in his life to be merry. The latter end of July, 1723, Low took a large ship, called the Merry Christmas, and fitted her for a pirate, cut several ports in her, and mounted her with 34 guns. Low goes aboard of this ship, assumes the title of admiral, and hoists a black flag, with the figure of death in red, at the main topmast head, and takes another voyage to the Western Islands, where he arrived the beginning of September. The first vessel he met with there was a brigantine, formerly an English sloop, commanded by Elias Wilde, but lately bought by a Portuguese nobleman and altered. She was manned partly with English and partly Portuguese. The latter Low caused to be hanged, by a way of reprisal, for some of his own men sent thither in a sloop from the Cape de Verde Islands, as has been mentioned. The Englishmen he thrust into their own boat to shift for themselves and set fire to the vessel. At St. Michael's they sent in their boats and cut out of the road a new London-built ship of 14 guns, commanded by Captain Thompson, who was taken there the year before by Low in the Rose Pink. The boats had fewer men than the ship, and Captain Thompson would have defended himself, but his men, through cowardice, or too great an inclination of becoming pirates themselves, refused to stand by him, and he was obliged to surrender, and when he came aboard the pirate had his ears cut off close to his head, for only proposing to resist Admiral Low's black flag. They gave him one of his own boats, and burnt his ship. The next was a Portuguese bark that fell into their hands, whose men came off somewhat better than usual, for they only cut them with their cutlashes out of wantonness, and turned them all into their boat, and set their vessel on fire. When the boat was going from the side of the ship, one of Low's men, who, we may suppose, was forced into his gang, was drinking with a silvered tankard at one of the ports, and took his opportunity to drop into the boat among the Portuguese, and lie down in the bottom, in order to escape along with them. After he had stowed himself in the boat so as not to be seen, it came into his head that the tankard might prove of some use to him where he was going, so he got up again, laid hold of the utensil, and went off, without being discovered, in which attempt, had he failed, no doubt his life, if not the lives of all the people in the boat, would have paid for it. The name of this man is Richard Haines. Low took his old tour to the Canaries, Cape de Verde Islands, and so to the coast of Guinea, but nothing extraordinary happened till they arrived near Sierra Leone in Africa, where they met with a ship called the Delight, Captain Hunt commander. This ship they thought fit for their own purpose, for she had been a small man-of-war, and carried 12 guns. However, they mounted 16 on board her, manned her with 60 men, and appointed one Spriggs, who was then their quartermaster, to be captain of her, who, 2 days after, separated from the admiral, and went to the West Indies a-pirating, upon his own and particular company's account, where for the present we shall leave him. In January last, Low took a ship called the Squirrel, Captain Stevenson, but what became of him afterwards I can't tell. We have had no news concerning him come to England since this I have now mentioned. But I have heard that he talked of going to Brazil, and if so, it is likely we may too soon hear of some exploit or other, though the best information we could receive would be that he and all his crew were at the bottom of the sea. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Recording by Kathleen Nelson, Austin, Texas, May 2010.
Chapter 14 of the General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 14 of Captain John Evans and his crew. John Evans was a Welshman, had been formerly master of a sloop belonging to Nevis, but losing his employ there, he sailed for some time out of Jamaica as mate, till, happening in company of 3 or 4 of his comrades, and wages not being so good as formerly and berths scarce because of the great number of seamen, they agreed to go abroad in search of adventures. They sailed, or rather rowed, out of Port Royal in Jamaica, the latter end of September 1722, in a canoe, and coming on the north side of the island, went ashore in the night, broke open a house or two, and robbed them of some money and everything else they could find that was portable, and brought the booty on board the canoe. This was very well for the first time, but this kind of robbery did not please so well. They wanted to get out to sea, but having no vessel but their canoe, they were prevented in their laudable design. However, they kept a good lookout, and traversed the island, in expectation that Providence would send some unfortunate vessel as a sacrifice, and in a few days their wishes were accomplished. For at Dunn's Hole they found a small sloop at an anchor belonging to Bermudas. They made bold and went aboard, and Evans informed the folks that belonged to her that he was captain of the vessel, which was a piece of news they knew not before. After they had put their affairs in a proper disposition aboard, They went ashore to a little village for refreshments, and lived jovially the remaining part of the day at a tavern, spending 3 pistoles, and then departed. The people of the house admired at the merry guests they had got, were mightily pleased, and wished for their company at another time, which happened too soon for their profit, for, in the middle of the night, they came ashore all hands, rifled the house, and carried what they could aboard their sloop. The next day they weighed in the sloop, aboard of which they mounted 4 guns, called her the Scourer, and sailed to Hispaniola, on the north part of which island they took a Spanish sloop, which proved an extraordinary rich prize, as it fell among so few persons as this company consisted of, for they shared upwards of £150 a man. In pursuance of the game, and beating up for the Windward Islands, the Scourer met with a ship from New England, bound to Jamaica, 120 tons, called the Dove, Captain Diamond Master, off Puerto Rico. They plundered her, and strengthened their own company, by taking out the mate and 2 or 3 other men. They discharged the prize, and run into one of the islands for fresh water and necessaries, and stayed there some time. The next prize they made was the Lucretia and Catherine, Captain Mills, of 200-ton burthen. They came up with her near the island Diseda, January 11th. Upon seizing of this ship, the pirates began to take upon themselves the distribution of justice, examining the men concerning their master's usage of them, according to the custom of other pirates. But the captain, overhearing the matter, put an end to the judicial proceedings, and fell to rummaging the ship, saying to them, "What have we to do to turn reformers? 'Tis money we want." And speaking to the prisoners, he asked them, "Does your captain give you victuals enough?" And they answering in the affirmative, "Why then," said he ought to give you work enough." After the taking of this prize, they went to the little island of Avis, with a design to clean, and carried the Lucretia along with them, in order to heave down the Scourer by her. But, meeting there with the sloop, the pirate gave chase till the evening, when she was within gunshot of her, but, fearing to lose company with the Lucretia, who was a heavy sailer, they left off and saw her no more. This chase brought them to leeward of their port, so that they were obliged to look out for another place of retreat, and the island of Ruby not being far distant, they steered for that, and anchored there accordingly. But the next day a Dutch sloop coming as it were into their mouths, they could not forbear dealing, and so making her their prize, they plundered her of what came, when shared, to £50 a man. They found this sloop more for their purpose than the Lucretia, to clean their own sloop by, as being much lower in the wast, and therefore capable of heaving her bottom farther out of the water, so she was discharged, and the Dutchman kept in her room. But not thinking it convenient to lay up here, for fear a discovery should be made, they turned their thoughts another way, and steered to the coast of Jamaica, where they took a sugar drover, and then run to the Grand Caymans, about 30 leagues to leeward of Jamaica, with intention to clean there. But an unhappy accident put an end to their piracies, which hitherto had proved very successful to them. The boatswain of the pirate being a noisy, surly fellow, the captain had at several times words with him, relating to his behaviour, who thinking himself ill-treated, not only returned ill language, but also challenged the captain to fight him on the next shore they came to, with pistols and sword, as is the custom among these outlaws. When the sloop arrived, as above mentioned, the captain proposed the duel, but the cowardly boatswain refused to fight or go ashore, though it was his own challenge. When Captain Evans saw there was nothing to be done with him, he took his cane and gave him a hearty drubbing, but the boatswain, not being able to bear such an indignity, drew out a pistol and shot Evans through the head, so that he fell down dead. And the boatswain immediately jumped overboard and swam towards the shore, but the boat was quickly manned and sent after him, which took him up and brought him aboard. The death of the captain in that manner provoked all the crew, and they resolved the criminal should die by the most exquisite tortures. But, while they were considering of the punishment, the gunner, transported with passion, discharged a pistol and shot him through the body, but, not killing him outright, the delinquent, in very moving words, desired a week for repentance only. But, another stepping up to him, told him that he should repent and be damned to him, and without more ado shot him dead. I should have observed that when the Lucretia and Catherine were suffered to go away, the pirates detained their mate, who was now the only man aboard who understood navigation, and him they desired to take upon him the command of the sloop in the room of Captain Evans deceased. But he desired to be excused that honour, and at length positively refused it, so they agreed to break up the company and leave the mate in possession of the vessel. Accordingly they went ashore at the Caymans, carrying with them about £9,000 among 30 persons, and, it being fair weather, the mate and a boy brought the vessel into Port Royal, in Jamaica. End of chapter 14. Recording by Kate Mackenzie.
Chapter 15 of the General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine. The General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1 by Charles Johnson. Chapter 15 of Captain John Phillips and his crew. John Phillips was bred a carpenter, and sailing to Newfoundland in a west country ship, was taken by Anstis in the Good Fortune Brigantine, the next day after he had left his consort and commodore, Captain Roberts. Phillips was soon reconciled to the life of a pirate, and being a brisk fellow, was appointed carpenter of the vessel, for at first his ambition reached no higher. There he remained till they broke up at Tobago, and was one of those who came home in a sloop that we have mentioned to be sunk in Bristol Channel. His stay was not long in England, for whilst he was paying his first visits to his friends in Devonshire, he heard of the misfortune of some of his companions, that is, of their being taken and committed to Bristol jail, and there being good reason for his apprehending danger from a wind that blew from the same quarter, he moved off immediately to Topsham, the nearest port, and there shipped himself with one Captain Wadham for a voyage to Newfoundland and home again, which, by the way, Mr. Phillips never designed to perform, or to see England any more. When the ship came to Peter Harbour, in Newfoundland aforesaid, he ran away from her, and hired himself a splitter in the fishery for the season. But this was only till he could have an opportunity of prosecuting his intended rogueries, in order to which he combined with several others, in the same employ, to go off with one of the vessels that lay in the harbour, upon the piratical account. Accordingly, the time was fixed, viz. the 29th of August, 1723, at night. But whether remorse or fear prevented their coming together, I know not. But of 16 men that were in the combination, 5 only kept the appointment. Notwithstanding which, Phillips was for pushing forward with that small number, assuring his companions that they should soon increase their company, and they agreeing, a vessel was seized on, and out of the harbour they sailed. The first thing they had now to do was to choose officers, draw up articles, and settle their little commonwealth, to prevent disputes and wranglings afterwards. So John Phillips was made captain, John Nutt, master or navigator of the vessel, James Sparks, gunner, Thomas Fern, carpenter, and William White was the only private man in the whole crew. When this was done, one of them read out the following articles, which we have taken verbatim, and all swore to him upon a hatchet for want of a Bible. The articles on board the Revenge. 1. Every man shall obey civil command. The captain shall have 1 full share and a half in all prizes. The master, carpenter, boatswain, and gunner shall have 1 share and quarter. 2. If any man shall offer to run away, or keep any secret from the company, he shall be marooned, with 1 bottle of powder, 1 bottle of water, 1 small arm, and shot. 3. If any man shall steal anything in the company, or game, to the value of a piece of 8, he shall be marooned or shot. 4. If at any time we should meet another marooner, that is, pirate, that man shall sign his articles without the consent of our company, shall suffer such punishment as the captain and company shall think fit. 5. That man shall strike another whilst these articles are in force, shall receive Moses' law, that is, 40 stripes liking 1, on the bare back. 6. That man that shall snap his arms, or smoke tobacco in the hold without a cap to his pipe, or carry a candle lighted without a lanthorn, shall suffer the same punishment as in the former article. 7. That man that shall not keep his arms clean, fit for an engagement, or neglect his business, shall be cut off from his share, and suffer such other punishment as the captain and the company shall think fit. 8. If any man shall lose a joint in time of an engagement, shall have 400 pieces of eight. If a limb, 800. 9. If at any time you meet with a prudent woman, that man that offers to meddle with her without her consent shall suffer present death. Thus prepared, this bold crew set out, and before they left the banks they made prize of several small fishing vessels, out of which they got a few hands, some French and some English, and then sailed for the West Indies. In one of those vessels they took out one John Rose Archer, who, having been a pirate under the famous Blackbeard, immediately preferred over other people's heads to be quartermaster to the company, which sudden promotion so disgusted some of the older standards, especially Fern the carpenter, that it occasioned some mischief to follow, as we shall shew by and by. The pirates came off Barbados the beginning of October, and cruised there, and among other islands, above 3 months, without speaking with a vessel, so that they were almost starved for want of provisions, being reduced to a pound of meat a day between 10. At length they fell in with a Martiniso man of 12 guns and 35 hands, far superior in force, and what they would not have ventured on at another time. But hunger will break down stone walls. They were resolved to shew the Frenchmen their black flag, and if that would not do, they must seek out elsewhere. Accordingly, they boldly ran up alongside of the sloop, with their piratical colours flying, and told them, if they did not strike immediately, they would give them no quarters, which so intimidated the Frenchmen that they never fired a gun. This proved a seasonable supply. They took her provisions, and 4 of her men, and let her go. They took presently after a sloop belonging to New York, and a Virginia man, Huffam master. Having now occasion to clean their vessel, Phillips proposed Tobago, where the company he formerly belonged to, under Anstis and Fenn, broke up. To introduce them to it, he told them when he left the island, there was left behind 6 or 8 of their company that were not willing to go to England, with 3 negroes. Whereupon they sailed to the island, and after a careful search, found only one of the negroes, whose name was Pedro, who informed Captain Phillips that those that were left behind were taken by a man-of-war's crew and hanged at Antigua, among whom was Fenn, their captain. They took Pedro on board, and then fell to business, careening their vessel, and just as they had finished their work, a man-of-war's boat came into the harbour, the ship being cruising to leeward of the island. It was easily guessed upon what errand she was sent, and therefore they lost no time, but, as soon as the boat went away, warped out, and plied to windward for security, but left the 4 Frenchmen they took out of the Martinico sloop behind. In a few days they took a Snow with a few hands, and Fern, the carpenter, one William Phelps, Wood, and Taylor, went aboard to take possession of her. Fern, not forgetting the affront of having Archer preferred before him, resolved to go off with the prize, and brought the rest into the same measures. However, Phillips, the captain, keeping a good lookout, perceived their design, and gave them chase, who, coming up with the vessel, a skirmish ensued, wherein Wood was killed, and Taylor wounded in his leg, upon which the other 2 surrendered. There was no surgeon aboard, and therefore it was advised, upon a learned consultation, that Philip's leg should be cut off, but who should perform the operation was the dispute. At length the carpenter was appointed as the most proper man, upon which he fetched up the biggest saw, and taking the limb under his arm, fell to work, and separated it from the body of the patient, in as little time as he could have cut a deal board in 2. After that he heated his axe red hot in the fire, and cauterized the wound, but not with so much art as he performed the other part, for he so burnt his flesh distant from the place of amputation that it had like to have mortified. However, nature performed a cure at last, without any other assistance. From Tobago they stood away to the northward, and took a Portuguese bound for Brazil, and 2 or 3 sloops from Jamaica, in one of which Fern the carpenter, endeavouring to go off, was killed by Phillips the captain, pursuant to their articles. Another had the same fate some days after for the like attempt. These severities made it dangerous for any to consult or project an escape, the terror of which made several sign their articles and set down quietly, waiting impatiently for redemption, which as yet they saw no great likelihood of, and, should they have been taken before such circumstances appeared in their actions or characters, as afterward happened, to denote their innocence, they might have lost their lives upon a trial at a court of admiralty, for pretty strong evidence is expected in their favour, to balance that of being taken aboard a vessel which is proved to be an actual piracy, and they assisting therein. Thus was many an honest man's case made most desperate by the consummate villainy of a few hardened wretches who fear neither God nor devil, as this Phillips used often blasphemously to express himself. On the 25th of March, they took 2 ships from Virginia for London. John Phillips, the pirate captain's namesake, was master of one, and Captain Robert Mortimer, the other, a brisk young fellow, that deserved a better fate than he met with. Phillips the pirate stayed on board of Captain Mortimer's ship, while they transported the crew to the sloop, and the boat returning alongside, one of the pirates therein calls to Phillips, and tells him there was a mutiny aboard their vessel. Mortimer had 2 men in his ship, and the pirate captain had 2, therefore thought it a good opportunity to recover his ship, and directly took up a handspike and struck Phillips over the head, giving him a dangerous wound, but not knocking him down. He recovered and wounded Mortimer with his sword, and the 2 pirates that were aboard coming in to Captain Phillips' assistance, Captain Mortimer was presently cut to pieces, while his own 2 men stood by and did nothing. This was the first voyage that Mortimer had the command of a vessel, by whose death is a poor disconsolate widow made miserable, more in regard of the mutual love and fidelity they lived in, than the loss of what would have been a handsome and comfortable provision for themselves and children, which, I think, now ought to be made up by the public, since 'twas in the public service he fell, for, had his attempt succeeded, in all probability he would not only have regained his own ship, but entirely subdued and destroyed the enemy, there being several, as it afterwards proved, that would have seconded such an enterprise whenever they found a beginning made. This affair ended without any other consequence than a strict search after a brother of Captain Mortimer, who was on board, in order to have him put likewise to death. But he had the good fortune to meet with a townsman among the crew, who hid him for 24 hours in a staysail, till the heat of their fury was over, and by that means happily missed of the fate designed him. Out of the other Virginia man before spoken of, they took one Edward Cheeseman, a carpenter, to supply the place of their late carpenter, Fern. He was a modest, sober young man, very averse to their unlawful practice, and a brave, gallant fellow. There was one John Fillmore of Ipswich, formerly taken by them, ordered to row Cheeseman aboard of Mortimer's ship, which the pirates possessed themselves of, who, seeing with what reluctance and uneasiness Cheeseman was brought away, told him he would join with him in some measures to overthrow the piratical government, telling him withal their present condition, what difficulties Phillips had met with to make up his company, and how few voluntary pirates there were on board, and the like. But however specious this seemed, Cheeseman, out of prudence, rejected his offers of assistance, till he saw some proofs of his sincerity, which after a few days he was convinced of, and then they often consulted. But as the old pirates were always jealous of the newcomers, and consequently observant of their behavior, this was done with the utmost caution, chiefly when they were lying down together as though asleep, and, at other times, when they were playing at cards, both which they feigned often to do for that purpose. The pirates went on all the while, plundering and robbing several ships and vessels, bending their course towards Newfoundland, where they designed to raise more men, and do all the mischief they could on the banks and in the harbors. Newfoundland is an island on the north continent of America, contained between the 46th and 538th of north latitude, discovered first by Saint Sebastian Cabot, A.D. 1497, but never settled till the year 1610, when Mr. Guy of Bristol revived the affair, and obtained a patent, and himself to be governor. The island is deserted by the natives, and neglected by us, being desolate and woody, and the coast and harbour only held for the conveniency of the cod fishery, for which alone they were settled. The bays and harbours about it are very numerous and convenient, and being deeply indented makes it easy for any intelligence to pass from one harbor to another over land, especially the principal, St. John's, and Placentia, when the appearance of an enemy makes them apprehend danger. They are able to cure and export about 100,000 quintals, 100 weight each, of fish annually, which returns to England in money or the necessary commodities of Portugal, Spain, and Italy. As it therefore expends abundance of rum, molasses, and sugar, the product of our West India colonies, and employs a number of fishermen from home every season, by whose industry and labor only this fish is purchased, it may very well be reckoned an advantageous branch of trade. But the present design of this digression being not to give an exact description of the country or fishery, but rather how it accidentally contributes to raise or support the pirates already raised, I shall observe. First, that our west country fishing ships, viz. From Topsham, Barnstable, and Bristol, who chiefly attend the fishing seasons, transport over a considerable number of poor fellows every summer, whom they engage at low wages, and are, by their terms, to pay for passage back to England. When the Newfoundland ships left that country towards winter, in the year 1720, these passengers mustered 1,100, who, during the season of business, the hardness of their labor and chillness of the nights pinching them very much, are mostly fond of drinking blackstrap, a strong liquor used there, and made from rum, molasses, and chowder beer. By this the majority of them outrun the constable, and then are necessitated to come under hard articles of servitude for their maintenance in the winter, no ordinary charge indeed. When the barrenness of the country is considered, and the stock of provision laid in happen to fall short, in proportion to the computation made of the people remaining there the winter, which are generally about 17 or 1800, the masters residing there think advantages taken on their necessities, no more than a just and lawful gain, and either bind such for the next summer's service, or sell their provisions out to them at extravagant rates. Bread, from 15 shillings to 50, immediately at the departing of the ships, and so of other sorts of food in proportion. Wherefore, not being able to subsist themselves, or in any likely way of clearing the reckoning to the masters, they sometimes run away with shallops and boats, and begin on piratical exploits, as Phillips and his companions, whom we are now treating of, had done. And secondly, which is more opportunely for them, they are visited every summer almost by some set of pirates or other, already raised, who call here for the same purpose, if young beginners, and to lay in a store of water and provisions, which they find imported, much or little, by all the ships that use the trade. Towards this country Phillips was making his way, and took on the voyage, besides those above mentioned, one Salter in a sloop off the Isle of Sables, which vessel they made use of themselves, and gave back Mortimer's ship to the mate and crew. That same day, viz. the 4th of April, took a schooner, one Chadwell, master, which they scuttled, in order to sink, but Captain Phillips understanding that she belonged to Mr. Miners at Newfoundland, with whose vessel they first went off a-pirating, a qualm of conscience came athwart his stomach, and he said to his companions, "We have done him injury enough already," so ordered the vessel immediately to be repaired, and returned her to the master. That afternoon they chased another vessel, and at night came up with her, the master of which was a saint of New England, named Dependence Ellery, who, taking Phillips for a pirate, he told him was the reason that he gave him the trouble of chasing so long, which, being resented by these men of honour, they made poor Dependence dance about the deck till he was weary. Within few days several other vessels had the same misfortune. The masters' names were as follows: Joshua Elwell, Samuel Elwell, Mr. Combs, Mr. Lansley, James Babston, Edward Freeman, Mr. Start, Obadiah Beale, Eric Erickson, and Benjamin Wheeler. The 14th of April they took a sloop belonging to Cape Ann, Andrew Harradine master. They looked upon this vessel more fit for their purpose, and so came aboard, keeping only the master of her prisoner, and sending Harradine's crew away in Salter's vessel, which they till this time detained. To this Harradine Cheeseman the carpenter broke his mind, and brought him into the confederacy to destroy the crew, which was put in execution 4 days afterwards. Herodine and the rest were for doing the business in the night, as believing they might be more opportunely surprised. For Newt, the master, being a fellow of great strength, and no less courage, it was thought dangerous to attack him without firearms. However, Cheeseman was resolute to have it performed by daylight, as the least liable to confusion, and as to the master, he offered to lay hands on him first. Upon this 'twas concluded. 12 at noon was the appointed time. In order for the business, Cheeseman leaves his working tools on the deck, as though he had been going to use them, and walked aft. But, perceiving some signs of timidity in Herodine, he comes back, fetches his brandy bottle, and gives him and the rest a dram. Then drank to Burrell, the boatswain, and the master, to their next merry meeting, and up he puts the bottle. Then he takes a turn with Nut, asking what he thought of the weather, and such like. In the meanwhile, Filemore takes up the axe, and turns it round upon the point, as if at play. Then both he and Herodine wink at him, thereby letting him know they were ready. Upon which signal he seizes Nut by the collar, with one hand between his legs, and tossed him over the side of the vessel. But he, holding by Cheeseman's sleeve, said, "Lord have mercy upon me! What are you going to do, carpenter?" He told him it was an unnecessary question. "For," says he, "master, you are a dead man." So strikes him over the arm. Nut looses his hold, tumbles into the sea, and never spoke more. By this time the boatswain was dead, for as soon as Filemore saw the master lay hold of, he raised up the axe, and divided his enemy's head in two. The noise brought the captain upon deck, whom Cheeseman saluted with the blow of a mallet, which broke his jawbone, but did not knock him down. Herodine came in then with the carpenter's adze, but Sparks, the gunner, interposing between him and Captain Phillips, Cheeseman trips up his heels, and flung him into the arms of Charles Ivy-May, one of his consorts, who that instant discharged him into the sea, and at the same time Herodine compassed his business with the captain aforesaid. Cheeseman lost no time, but from the deck jumps into the hold, and was about to beat out the brains of Archer, the quartermaster, having struck him 2 or 3 blows with his blunt weapon the mallet, when Harry Giles, a young lad, came down after him, and desired his life might be spared as an evidence of their own innocence, that he having all the spoil and plunder in his custody, it may appear that these tragic proceedings were not undertaken with any dishonest view of seizing or appropriating the effects to themselves, which prudent advice prevailed, and he and 3 more were made prisoners, and secured. The work being done, they went about ship, altered the course from Newfoundland to Boston, and arrived safe the 3rd of May following, to the great joy of that province. On the 12th of May, 1724, a special court of admiralty was held for the trial of these pirates, when John Fillmore, Edward Cheeseman, John Combs, Henry Giles, Charles Ivy-May, John Bootman, and Henry Payne, the 7 that confederated together for the pirates' destruction, were honorably acquitted, as also 3 Frenchmen, John Baptiste, Peter Taffery, and Isaac Lasson, and 3 Negroes, Pedro, Francisco, and Piero, and John Rose Archer, the quartermaster, William White, William Taylor, and William Phillips, were condemned. The 2 latter were reprieved for a year and a day, in order to be recommended, though I don't know for what, as objects of his Majesty's mercy. The 2 former were executed on the 2nd of June, and died very penitently, making the following declarations at the place of execution, with the assistance of 2 grave divines that attended them. The dying declarations of John Rose Archer and William White, on the day of their execution at Boston, June 2nd, 1724, for the crimes of piracy. First, separately, of Archer. I greatly bewail my profanations of the Lord's day, and my disobedience to my parents, and my cursing and swearing, and my blaspheming the name of the glorious God, unto which I have added the sins of unchastity, and I have provoked the Holy One at length to leave me unto the crimes of piracy and robbery, wherein, at last, I have brought myself under the guilt of murder also. But one wickedness that has led me as much as any to all the rest has been my brutish drunkenness. By strong drink I have been heated and hardened into the crimes that are now more bitter than death unto me. I could wish that masters of vessels would not use their men with so much severity, as many of them do, which exposes them to great temptations. And then of White. I am now, with sorrow, reaping the fruits of my disobedience to my parents, who used their endeavors to have me instructed in my Bible and my catechism, and the fruits of my neglecting the public worship of God, and profaning the holy Sabbath, and of my blaspheming the name of God, my Maker. But my drunkenness has had a great hand in bringing my ruin upon me. I was drunk when I was enticed aboard the pirate. And now, for all the vile things I did aboard, I own the justice of God and man in what is done unto me. Of both together. We hope, we truly hate the sins, whereof we have the burthen lying so heavy upon our consciences. We warn all people, and particularly young people, against such sins as these. We wish all may take warning by us. We beg for pardon, for the sake of Christ our Saviour, and our hope is in him alone. Oh, that in his blood our scarlet and crimson guilt may all be washed away. We are sensible of an hard heart in us, full of wickedness, and we look upon God for his renewing grace upon us. We bless God for the space of repentance which he has given us, and that he has not cut us off in the midst and height of our wickedness. We are not without hope that God has been savingly at work upon our souls. We are made sensible of our absolute need of the righteousness of Christ, that we may stand justified before God in that. We renounce all dependence on our own. We are humbly thankful to the ministers of Christ for the great pains they have taken for our good. The Lord reward their kindness. We don't despair of mercy, but hope through Christ that when we die, we shall find mercy with God and be received into his kingdom. We wish others, and especially the seafaring, may get good by what they see this day befalling of us. Declared in the presence of J.W.D.M. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Catherine, Hong Kong, March 2010.
Chapter 16 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 16 of Captain Spriggs and his crew. Spriggs sailed with Low for a pretty while, and I believe came away from Lowther along with him. He was quartermaster to the company, and consequently had a great share in all the barbarities committed by that execrable gang till the time they parted, which was about Christmas last, when Low took a ship of 12 guns on the coast of Guinea, called the Delight, formerly the Squirrel, man of war, commanded by Captain Hunt. Spriggs took possession of the ship with 18 men, left Low in the night, and came to the West Indies. This separation was occasioned by a quarrel with Low, concerning a piece of justice Spriggs would have executed upon one of the crew, for killing a man in cold blood, as they call it, one insisting that he should be hanged, and the other that he should not. A day or two after they parted, Spriggs was chose captain by the rest, and a black ensign was made, which they called Jolly Roger, with the same device that Captain Low carried, viz., a white skeleton in the middle of it, with a dart in one hand striking a bleeding heart, and in the other an hourglass. When this was finished and hoisted, they fired all their guns to salute their captain and themselves, and then looked out for prey. In their voyage to the West Indies, these pirates took a Portuguese bark, wherein they got valuable plunder, but not contented with that alone, they said they would have a little game with the men, and so ordered them a sweat, more for the brute's diversion than the poor men's healths, which operation is performed after this manner. They stick up lighted candles circularly round the mizzen-mast, between decks, within which the patients one at a time enter, without the candles. The pirates post themselves as many as can stand, forming another circle, and armed with penknives, tucks, forks, compasses, etc., and as he runs round and round, the music playing at the same time, they prick him with these instruments. This usually lasts for 10 or 12 minutes, which is as long as the miserable man can support himself. When the sweating was over, they gave the Portuguese their boat with a small quantity of provisions, and set their vessel on fire. Near the island of St. Lucia, they took a sloop belonging to Barbados, which they plundered and then burnt, forcing some of the men to sign their articles. The others they beat and cut in a barbarous manner, because they refused to take on with the crew, and then sent them away in the boat, who all got safe afterwards to Barbados. The next was a Martinico man, which they served as bad as they had done the others, but did not burn their ship. Some days afterwards, in running down to leeward, they took one Captain Hawkins, coming from Jamaica, loaden chiefly with logwood. They took out of her stores, arms, ammunition, and several other things, as they thought fit, and what they did not want they threw overboard or destroyed. They cut the cables to pieces, knocked down the cabins, broke all the windows, and in short took all the pains in the world to be mischievous. They took by force out of her Mr. Burridge and Mr. Stevens, the two mates, and some other hands, and after detaining the ship from the 22nd of March to the 29th, they let her go. On the 27th they took a Rhode Island sloop, Captain Pike, and all his men were obliged to go aboard the pirate, but the mate, being a grave, sober man, and not inclinable to stay, they told him he should have his discharge, and that it should be immediately writ on his back, whereupon he was sentenced to receive 10 lashes from every man in the ship, which was rigorously put in execution. The next day Mr. Burridge, Captain Hawkins's mate, signed their articles, which was so agreeable to them, he being a good artist and sailor, that they gave 3 huzzas, fired all the guns in the ship, and appointed him master. The day was spent in boisterous mirth, roaring and drinking of healths, among which was, by mistake, that of King George II. For you must know, now and then, the gentry are provoked to sudden fits of loyalty, by the expectation of an act of grace. It seems Captain Pike had heard at Jamaica that the king was dead, so the pirates immediately hoisted their ensign half-mast, the death signal, and proclaimed his royal highness, saying, they doubted not but there would be a general pardon in a 12-month, which they would embrace and come in upon, but damn 'em if they should be expected out of it, they would murder every Englishman that should fall into their hands. The 2nd of April they spied a sail, and gave her chase till 12 o'clock at night. The pirates believed her to be a Spaniard. When they came close up to her, they discharged a broadside, with small and great shot, which was followed by another, but the ship making a lamentable cry for quarters, they ceased firing and ordered the captain to come aboard, which he did. But how disappointed the rogues were when they found 'twas their old friend Captain Hawkins, whom they had sent away 3 days before, worth not 1 penny. This was such a bulk to them that they resolved he should suffer for falling in their way, though it was so contrary to his own inclinations. About 15 of them surrounded the poor man with sharp cutlasses and fell upon him, whereupon he was soon laid flat on the deck. In that instant Burridge flew amongst the thickest of the villains, and begged earnestly for his life, upon whose request 'twas granted. They were now most of 'em drunk, as is usual at this time of night, so they unanimously agreed to make a bonfire of Hawkins's ship, which was immediately done, and in half an hour she was all of a blaze. After this they wanted a little more diversion, and so Captain Hawkins was sent for down to the cabin to supper. What should the provision be but a dish of candles, which he was forced to eat, having a naked sword and a pistol held to his breast all the while. When this was over they buffeted him about for some time, and sent him forward amongst the other prisoners, who had been treated with the same delicacies. 2 days afterwards they anchored at a little uninhabited island called Rattan, near the bay of Honduras, and put ashore Captain Hawkins and several other men, one of them his passenger, who died there of the hardships he underwent. They gave them powder and ball, and a musket. with which they were to shift as they could, sailing away the next day for other adventures. Captain Hawkins and his unfortunate companions stayed 19 days upon this island, supplying themselves with both fish and fowl, such as they were, at which time came 2 men in a canoe that had been left upon another maroon island near Benica, who carried the company at several times thither, it being more convenient in having a good well of fresh water and plenty of fish, etc. 12 days afterwards they spied a sloop off at sea, which, upon their making a great smoke, stood in and took them off. She was the Miriam, Captain Jones, lately escaped out of the Bay of Honduras from being taken by the Spaniards. At an island to the westward, the pirates cleaned their ship and sailed towards the island of St. Christopher's, to wait for one Captain Moore, who commanded the Eagle sloop, when she took lothers upon the careen at Blanco. Spriggs resolved to put him to death, whenever he took him, for falling upon his friend and brother, but instead of Moore he found a Frenchman of war from Martinico upon the coast, which Spriggs not thinking fit to contend with, run away with all the sail he could make. The Frenchman crowded after him, and was very likely speak to Mr. Briggs, when unfortunately his main top mast came by the board, which obliged him to give over the chase. Spriggs then stood to the northward, toward Bermudas, or the Summer Isles, and took a schooner belonging to Boston. He took out all the men and sunk the vessel, and had the impudence to tell the master that he designed to increase his company on the banks of Newfoundland, and then would sail for the coast of New England in quest of Captain Solgard, who attacked and took their consort Charles Harris, Spriggs being then in Low's sloop, who very fairly ran for it. The pirate asked the master if he knew Captain Solgard, who answering no, he asked another the same question, and then a third, who said he knew him very well, upon which Spriggs ordered him to be sweated, which was done in the manner before described. Instead of going to Newfoundland as the pirates threatened, they came back to the islands, and to windward of St. Christopher's, on the 4th of June last, took a sloop, Nicholas Trott, master, belonging to St. Eustatia, and wanting a little diversion, they hoisted the men as high as the main and fore tops, and let them run down amain, enough to break all the bones in their skins, and after they had pretty well crippled them by this cruel usage, and whipped them about the deck, they gave Trott his sloop and let him go, keeping back only 2 of his men, besides the plunder of the vessel. Within 2 or 3 days they took a ship coming from Rhode Island to St. Christopher's, loaden with provisions and some horses. The pirates mounted the horses and rid them about the deck backwards and forwards a full gallop, like madmen at Newmarket, cursing, swearing, and hallowing, at such a rate that made the poor creatures wild, and at length 2 or 3 of them throwing their riders, they fell upon the ship's crew, and whipped and cut and beat them in a barbarous manner, telling them it was for bringing horses without boots and spurs, for want of which they were not able to ride them. This is the last account we have had of Captain Spriggs. I shall only add the 2 following relations, and conclude. A brigantine belonging to Bristol, one Mr. Rowery, master, had been trading at Gambia in Africa, and falling as low as Cape Mount, to finish the slaving of the vessel, he had, by a misfortune usual at that part of the coast, his mate, surgeon, and 2 more of his men, paniard, [Footnote: Term for stealing of men used all over the coast.] by the negroes. The remainder of his company, which was not above 5 or 6 in number, took this opportunity and seized the vessel in the road, making the master prisoner. You will think it prodigious imprudent that so small a number should undertake to proceed a pirating, especially when neither of them had sufficient skill in navigation. Yet this they did, leaving those people, their shipmates above mentioned, to the mercy of the barbarous natives, and sailed away down the coast, making them a black flag, which they merrily said would be as good as 50 men more, i.e. would carry as much terror, and that they did not doubt of soon increasing their crew, to put them in an enterprising capacity, but their vain projection was soon happily frustrated, and after this manner. The master, whose life they had preserved, perhaps only for supplying their own unskilfulness in navigation, advised them that since contrary to their expectations they had met with no ship between Cape Mount and the Bight of Calabar to proceed to the island of St. Thomas's, where they might recruit with provisions and water, and sell off the slaves, about 70 of them, which they perceived would be a useless lumber, and incommodious to their design. They arrived there in August 1721, and one evening, while part of them were on shore, applying for this purpose to the governor, and the other part carelessly from the deck, Mr. Rowery stepped into the boat belonging to the vessel, and pushed off very suddenly. They heard the noise it made, and soon were upon deck again, but having no other boat to pursue, nor a musket ready to fire, he got safe on shore, and ran to the governor with his complaint, who immediately imprisoned those already there, and sent a launch off to take the rest out of the ship. The Swallow arrived at St. Thomas's the beginning of October following, where, on Mr. Rowery's remonstrance, application was made to the Portuguese governor of that island for a surrendery of these 5 English prisoners then in the castle, but he not only peremptorily excused himself from it, as a matter out of his power, without particular direction from the court of Portugal, but withal insinuated that they had only taken refuge there from the hardships and severity they had met with from their master. The manner of denial, and the avaricious temper of the gentleman, which I had occasion to be acquainted with, makes it very suspicious that he proposed considerable gains to himself, for if Mr. Rowery had not made such an escape to him, the slaves had been his for little or nothing, as a bribe to silence his suspicions, which any man, less acute than he, must have had from the awkward and unskilful carriage of such merchants. But enough of this. Perhaps he is not the only governor abroad that finds an interest in countenancing these fellows. End of chapter 16. An account of the piracies and murders committed by Philip Roach, etc. Of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. An account of the piracies and murders committed by Philip Roach, etc. Philip Roach was born in Ireland, and from his youth had been bred up to the sea. He was a brisk, genteel fellow, of 30 years of age at the time of his death, one whose black and savage nature did no ways answer the comeliness of his person, his life being almost one continued scene of villainy, before he was discovered to have committed the horrid murders we are now speaking of. This inhumane monster had been concerned with others, in insuring ships to a great value and then destroying them, by which means and other rogueries he had got a little money, and being mate of a ship was diligent enough in trading for himself between Ireland and France, so that he was in a way of getting himself a comfortable livelihood. But as he resolved to be rich, and finding fair dealing brought in wealth but slowly, he contrived to put other things in execution, and certainly had murdered several innocent persons in the prosecution of his abominable schemes. But as I have now forgot the particular circumstances of those relations, I shall confine myself at present to the fact for which he suffered. Roach, getting acquainted with one Neal, a fisherman at Cork, whom he found ready for any villainous attempt, he imparted his design to him, who being pleased with the project, brings one Pierce Cullen and his brother into the confederacy, together with one Wise, who at first was very unwilling to come into their measures, and indeed had the least hand in the perpetration of what follows. They pitched upon a vessel in the harbor, belonging to Peter Tortu, a Frenchman, to execute their cruel intentions upon, because it was a small one, and had not a great number of hands on board, and 'twas easy afterwards to exchange it for one more fit for piracy, and therefore they applied themselves to the master of her for a passage to Nantes, whereto the ship was bound, and accordingly, the beginning of November 1721, they went aboard, and when at sea, Philip Roach being an experienced sailor, the master of the vessel readily trusted him with the care of her at times while he and the mate went to rest. The 15th of November, at night, was the time designed for the tragedy, but Francis Wise relented, and appeared desirous to divert them from their bloody purposes. Roach, sometimes called Captain, told him, that as Cullen and he had sustained great losses at sea, unless every Irishman present would assist in repairing their losses, by murthering all the French rogues, and running away with the ship, he should suffer the same fate with the Frenchmen. But if all would assist, all should have a share in the booty. Upon this they all resolved alike, and Captain Roach ordered 3 Frenchmen and a boy up to hand the topsails, the master and mate being then asleep in their cabins. The 2 first that came down, they beat out their brains and threw them overboard. The other 2, seeing what was done, ran up to the topmost head, but Cullen followed them, and taking the boy by the arm, tossed him into the sea. Then driving down the man, those below knocked him on the head and threw him overboard. Those who were asleep, being awakened by the dismal shrieks and groans of dying men, ran upon deck in confusion to inquire into the cause of such unusual noises. But the same cruelty was immediately acted towards them, ere they could be sensible of the danger that threatened them. They were now, as Roach himself afterwards confessed, all over as wet with the blood that had been spilt as if they had been dipped in water, or stood in a shower of rain, nor did they regard it any more, Roach said. Captain Tortu used many words for mercy, and asked them if he had not used them with civility and kindness, if they were not the same Christian religion, and owned the same blessed Jesus, and the like. But they, not regarding what he said, took cords and bound the poor master and his mate back to back, and while that was doing, both of them begged with the utmost earnestness, and used the most solemn entreaties, that they would at least allow them a few minutes to say their prayers, and beg mercy of God for the various sins and offences of their lives. But it did not move them, though all the rest were dead, and no danger could be apprehended from them 2 alone, for the bound persons were hurried up and thrown into the sea. The massacre being finished, they washed themselves a little from the blood, and searched the chests and lockers, and all places about the ship, and then sat down in the captain's cabin, and refreshed themselves with some rum they found there, and, as Roach confessed, were never merrier in their lives. They invested Roach with the command of the ship, and calling him captain, talked over their liquor, what rare actions they would perform about Cape Breton, Sable Isle, and the banks of Newfoundland, whither they designed to go as soon as they had recruited their company, and got a better ship, which they proposed speedily to do. Roach, taking upon himself the command of the vessel, Andrew Cullen was to pass for a merchant or supercargo, but when they bethought themselves that they were in danger of being discovered by the papers of the ship relating to the cargo, as bills of lading, etc., therefore they erase and take out the name of the French master, and instead thereof inserted the name of Roach, so that it stood in the ship's papers, Peter Roach, master. That then having so few hands on board, they contrived if they met any ships to give out that they had lost some hands by their being washed overboard in a storm, and by that means screened themselves from being suspected of having committed some such wicked act, by reason of the fewness of their hands on board, and also might prevail with some ship to spare them some, on consideration of their pretended disaster. In going to Calais they were in distress by the weather, and being near Lisbon they made complaint to a ship, but obtained no assistance. They were then obliged to sail back for England, and put into the port of Dartmouth, but then they were in fear lest they might be discovered, therefore to prevent that, they resolved to alter the ship, and getting workmen, they take down the mizzenmast and build a spar deck, and made rails, on pretence that the sailors had been washed overboard, to secure the men. Then they took down the image of St. Peter at the head of the ship, and put up a lion in its place, and painted over the stern of the ship with red, and new named her the Mary Snow. The ship being thus altered that they thought it could not be known, they fancied themselves pretty secure, but wanting money to defray the charge of these alterations, Roach, as master of the vessel, and Andrew Cullen, as merchant, apply themselves to the officers of the customs for liberty to dispose of some of the cargo, in order to pay the workmen, which they having obtained, they sold 58 barrels of beef, and having hired 3 more hands, they set sail for Ostend, and there having sold more barrels of beef, they steer their course to Rotterdam, dispose of the rest of the cargo, and took in one Mr. Annesley, who freighted the ship for England. But in their passage, in a stormy night, it being very dark, they took up Mr. Annesley their passenger, and threw him into the sea, who swam about the ship a pretty while, calling out for life, and telling them they should have all his goods, if they would receive him again into the vessel. But in vain were his cries. After this they were obliged to put into several ports, and by contrary winds came to the coast of France, and hearing there was an inquiry made after the ship, Roach quits her at Havre de Grace, and leaves the management to Cullen and the rest, who, having shipped other men, sailed away to Scotland, and there quitted the vessel, which was afterwards seized and brought into the river of Thames. Some time after this, Philip Roach came to London, and making some claim for money he had made insurance of, in the name of John Eustace, the officer was apprised of the fraud, and he arrested and flung into the Compter, from whence directing a letter to his wife, she showed it to a friend, who discovered by it that he was the principal villain concerned in the destruction of Peter Tortu and the crew. Upon this an information was given to my Lord Carteret that the person who went by the name of John Eustace was Philip Roach, as aforesaid, and being brought down by his lordship's warrant, he stiffly denied it for some time, notwithstanding a letter was found in his pocket, directed to him by the name of Roach, but being confronted by a captain of a ship, who knew him well, he confessed it, but prevaricated in several particulars, whereupon he was committed to Newgate upon violent suspicion, and the next day was brought down again at his own request, confessed the whole, desired to be made in evidence, and promised to convict 3 men worse than himself. 2 were discovered by him, who died miserably in the Marshalsea, and Roach himself was afterwards tried, no more being taken, found guilty of the piracy, and executed. End of An Account of the Piracies and Murders committed by Philip Roach, etc. An abstract of the civil law and statute law now in force in relation to piracy, of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. An abstract of the civil law and the statute law now in force in relation to piracy. A pirate is hostis humanus generis, a common enemy, with whom neither faith nor oath is to be kept, according to Tully. And by the laws of nature, princes and states are responsible for their neglect if they do not provide remedies for restraining these sorts of robberies. Though pirates are called common enemies, yet they are properly not to be termed so. He is only to be honored with that name, says Cicero, who hath a commonwealth, a court, a treasury, consent and concord of citizens, and some way, if occasion be, of peace and league. But when they have reduced themselves into a government or state, as those of Algiers, Sallee, Tripoli, Tunis, and the like, they then are allowed the solemnities of war and the rights of legation. If letters of marque be granted to a merchant, and he furnishes out a ship, with a captain and mariners, and they, instead of taking the goods or ships of that nation against whom their commission is awarded, take the ship and goods of a friend, this is piracy. And if the ship arrive in any part of his Majesty's dominions, it will be seized, and for ever lost to the owners, but they are no way liable to make satisfaction. If a ship is assaulted and taken by the pirates, for redemption of which the master becomes a slave to the captors, by the law marine, the ship and lading are tacitly obliged for his redemption by a general contribution, but if it happen through his own folly, then no contribution is to be made. If subjects in enmity with the crown of England are aboard an English pirate, in company with English, and a robbery is committed, and they are taken, it is felony in the English, but not in the stranger, for it was no piracy in them, but the depredation of an enemy, and they will be tried by a martial law. If piracy is committed by subjects in enmity with England upon the British seas, it is properly only punishable by the Crown of England, who have isted regimen and dominion exclusive of all other power. If piracy be committed on the ocean, and the pirates in the attempt be overcome, the captors may, without any solemnity of condemnation, hang them up at the main-yard. If they are brought to the next port, and the judge rejects the trial, or the captors cannot wait for the judge, without peril or loss, justice may be done upon them by the captors. If merchandise be delivered to a master to carry to one port, and he carries it to another, and sells and disposes of it, this is not felony. But if, after unlading it at the first port, he retakes it, it is piracy. If a pirate attack a ship, and the master for redemption gives his oath to pay a sum of money, though there be nothing taken, yet it is piracy by the law marine. If a ship is riding at anchor, and the mariners all ashore, and a pirate attack her and rob her, this is piracy. If a man commit piracy upon the subjects of any prince or republic, though an enmity with us, and brings the goods into England, and sells them in a market overt, the same shall bind, and the owners are for ever excluded. If a pirate enters a port of this kingdom, and robs a ship at anchor there, it is not piracy, because not done super altum mare, but is robbery at common law, because infra corpus comitatus. A pardon of all felonies does not extend to piracy, but the same ought to be especially named. By 28H. 8, murders and robberies committed upon the sea or in other places where the admiral pretends jurisdiction shall be inquired into, tried, heard, and determined in such places and counties within the realm as shall be limited by the King's commission, in like manner as if such offences were done at land. And such commissions being under the Great Seal shall be directed to the Lord Admiral, his lieutenant or deputy, and to 3 or 4 such others as the Lord Chancellor shall name. The said commissioners, or 3 of them, have power to inquire of such offences by 12 lawful men of the country, so limited in their commission, as if such offences were done at land, within the same county, and every indictment so found and presented shall be good in law, and such order, progress, judgment, and execution shall be used, had, done, and made thereupon, as against offenders for murder and felony done at land. Also the trial of such offences, if they be denied, shall be had by 12 men of the country, limited in the said commission, as aforesaid, and no challenge shall be had for the 100, and such as shall be convict of such offences shall suffer death without benefit of clergy, and forfeit land and goods, as in case of felonies and murders done at land. This act shall not prejudice any person or persons urged by necessity for taking victuals, cables, ropes, anchors, or sails out of another ship that may spare them, so as they either pay ready money or money worth for them, or give a bill for the payment thereof, if on this side the Straits of Gibraltar, within 4 months, if beyond, within 12 months. When any such commission shall be sent to any place within the jurisdiction of the Cinque Ports, it shall be directed to the warden of the said ports, or his deputy with 3 or 4 other persons, as the Lord Chancellor shall name, and the inquisition or trial of such offences there shall be made and had by the inhabitants of the said ports and members of the same. By 11 and 12 W. 3 C. 7. If any natural born subjects or denizens of England commit piracy, or any act of hostility against his Majesty's subjects at sea, under colour of a commission or authority from any foreign prince or state or person whatsoever, such offenders shall be adjudged pirates. If any commander or master of a ship, or seaman or mariner, give up his ship, etc., to pirates, or combine to yield up, or run away with any ship, or lay violent hand on his commander, or endeavour to make a revolt in the ship, he shall be adjudged a pirate. All persons who after the 29th of September 1720 shall set forth any pirate, or be aiding or assisting to any such pirate, committing piracy on land or sea, or shall conceal such pirates, or receive any vessel or goods privately taken, shall be adjudged accessory to such piracy, and suffer as principals. By 4 G.C. 11, section 7, all persons who have committed or shall commit any offences for which they ought to be adjudged pirates, by the Act 11 and 12 W. 3 C. 7, may be tried for every such offence, in such manner as by the Act 28 H. 8 C. 15 is directed for the trial of pirates, and shall not have the benefit of clergy. Section 8. This act shall not extend to persons convicted or attainted in Scotland. Section 9. This act shall extend to His Majesty's dominions in America, and be taken as a public act. Finesse. End of an abstract of the civil law and statute law now in force in relation to piracy. End of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson.